Yeah, what's up? How we doing? Good morning. Good morning, good evening. Good afternoon, maybe. Yeah, we got the YouTuber modes. We did everything last night. I had to, like a little list, just went through the list. Did it all. 4 a.m? Damn, dude. Commitment.
Insane performance here from DRX.
사실 1등 아니면 2등으로 올라가는 게 목표긴 했는데 그래도 플레이오프 진출했고 챔피언스를 올라갈 수 있는 기회까지 생겼으니까 잘 된 것 같아요. 이건 지극히 저의 생각입니다만 저희가 세계 1등 팀이라고 생각하기 때문에 되게 무서워하고 있지 않을까요?
UK, yeah, that really is the morning. The morning shift is here. Psych, thank you for doing that. Thank you, thank you.
And myself also because we've been
Thank you for the reminders as well, man.
since, like, almost 2 years.
We
And
can
finally
turn
we
this
can
up.
Go to the playoff. We know
here.
how to
Too old.
counter
Thank you
and
so much, man.
we
Appreciate the 17
have grown
months,
a
dude.
lot
Thank you
and
for doing that.
improved as a team a lot. Since we add Monyet, firepower is
It said RRQ
increasing
to
more,
win.
and then,
Okay.
like we can do like crazy stuff, like aggressive stuff.
Just because it would have looked at the old
matchup.
matchup.
저희가 스테이지 1때 RRQ
Why SSL as well? Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 7 months.
그렇게 큰 중요한 경기는 아니었단 말이에요.
Gen.G versus RRQ.
Supporting? I mean, we're neutral. We're always neutral, pretty much.
근데 이제는 플레이오프에서 목숨 걸고
I just
싸우는 거잖아요.
I wanna know why
For RRQ,
the team won.
taking
That's
over
basically what I'm here
Gen.G.
for.
For
Why
me,
is this
Gen.G
why is this team
still,
won?
one of the best team in the world. They played very well. Like even they won the
RRQ
Shanghai
picked Haven,
Masters.
right? I saw that much.
Gen.G, last time we met you guys, we beat you. So it's gonna be some result.
Conversion for
We have nothing to lose and we're gonna do our best to get to champions. I'll come back to do this interview again because I'm gonna win the game. 제가 팀원들한테 장난식으로 항상 이야기하는 게 있거든요. 나는 4번 시드면 안 간다. 저는 무조건 1등 시드로 올라가고 싶기 때문에 절대 안 봐주고 그냥 찢어버리겠습니다.
That's my thing with Gen.G. I feel like they have that extra gear that they just decide to use.
Gen.G. This team needs no introductions. It's our kickoff winners, the Masters Madrid qualified team, and the Masters Shanghai winners. It's none other
they got new
than
jackets, right?
Gen.G.
I feel like these are new
Feeling
jackets.
like the final bosses right now in Pacific for sure. Stack team, cracked aimers. What more do you want? They're amazing.
Yeah, they're pretty
And
nice.
on the other side, we have RRQ. For the very first time ever in Pacific, RRQ has qualified to playoffs. The question is, will they be able to overcome Gen.G and pave their way to Champions Soul?
Psych, how can Nightbot still
This is a
in
team that
everything
was
he type?
quite close to being able to make it to international competition
going on?
last year. They were relying on that LCQ, but there was a team that happened to stand in their way, and that's happening
spamming
once
too much.
again here. No more LCQ. It's all about the playoffs, and RRQ have to win their
teams
way
can qualify
into the
for
top
champs?
3
Four.
if they want
Four
to
from each
represent
region.
Pacific here in
This
Seoul at champs.
this is singular
This is a
limb.
really
Yeah, for
big
people
day
that
for
don't
both
know,
of these teams.
people that aren't aware of the format.
It's a
Singular limb.
do-or-die situation, especially for RRQ and Gen.G. You just don't want to leave it to chance for Paper X to win in order to qualify.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I don't think Gen.G is going to let off the gas pedal today at all. I think they're going to come at RRQ with just about everything they have, really try to cement themselves into champions. You know,
You lose, you're
want
out,
to beat
yeah.
this RRQ team.
You lose, you're
want
out.
to keep getting it in their heads that every time you face them, you're going up against giants. So no doubt about it, this is going to be a very close, tough match.
I mean, we got to hear it. I believe it was from Elmore there during the video saying, like, the last time we faced, we took you down. We're doing that again
Gen.G are now. So the way that Gen.G would have to not make champs would be, so if Gen.G lose, Apex needs to lose both of their games.
Can Lightning Strike twice? Can
it's
they
the only way that Gen.G don't make it.
Rewriting the
Obviously there's like 1 to 4
taking out Gen.G here, denying them, making them wait that much longer for a potential spot at Champions, making them rely on Paper Rex would be a big blow to them.
Speaking of Paper Rex, Monyet, the
RRQ have a
latest
huge
addition
chance.
to
Yeah.
RRQ here. Is this guy gonna
Lower
be the
China
one,
playoffs.
the monkey
I think
to
it can
take
make
down the
the
Tigers?
majority of them.
I mean, he could be. No doubt about it. He's got it in him to take over games, to take over matches. So certainly my eyes are on him and Jepkin to be the leaders in the fragging department to come through and really pressure Gen.G in that sense. You're going to need great calling from Estrella as well. You're going to need Xpharaoh and Elmore to step
Seeding
up.
matter for champs? Yeah, I think so. Just because obviously you would want to play some of the lower levels from China, maybe even EMEA, I would argue.
When it matters most.
Americas is pretty stacked, so I don't think it matters as much from 1 to 4. Like who you play from Americas.
Also, Estrella seeing some more involvement from him. The calling overall for RQ has been good, but there have been those struggles, you know, from him fragging in the IGL position from time to time. Same with Munchkin as of late. So eyes on both of those guys.
Korean
IGLs to see how they're going to be directing the team. Compositions look like, because we haven't gotten to see Haven from either of these squads yet, and I'm really curious to see what they're bringing to the forefront here.
Both of these teams are certainly cooking something up, and like you just said, we have not seen Haven yet from either one of these teams, and surely they have something up their sleeves. But with 2 crack duelists on either side of these teams, I think Haven is going to be a really good one.
What's going on,
I think that they're playing a game of chicken.
The
neither team wants to cheer before the other. I literally think they're watching each other at the moment, saying like, okay, who's going to sit down first? That will determine the winner. But it looks like RRQ say, okay, enough of this. We're ready to get into gear, to sit down, to
Gen.G
get
do the thing where they take about a minute to decide the map veto. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, man.
Like Munchkin, like he's like, yeah, whenever it rains, we win.
It's just that thing these days.
Is this like another one of those things where, like, we won't be the first ones to finish our cheer, otherwise we'll lose? I don't know, but yeah, whatever.
On Huddle,
anyway,
yeah.
I'm really curious to see what they're going to do on Haven, because
10 minutes for map
again,
veto, 20 minutes for the Huddle.
I expect Gen.G to go into kind of Old Faithful for it, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, this is it. We're kicking off playoffs with Gen.G and RRQ. We're going to go over to our casters to kick off, start us off in Haven.
Tips to have calm aim.
Thank you very much, everyone over at
No matter what you do in
Yes, we're here getting
TDM,
ready
when you get into
for
a
our
ranked
very
game, you're
first
probably going
playoff
to
match of
spray.
stage
So
two.
you
We're
need to
starting
go
with
into
the
a ranked
knockout
game and
round,
just
so tensions are at an
conditional tell
all-time
yourself
high.
that
The road to
you're only allowed to
champions
tap
now
or
only a
something.
few steps
Don't
remaining.
spray.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tall
imagine
mountain
that's what you're
for
talking
RRQ
about?
to climb as well, right?
Not
They
spraying it,
really
just
have to
tapping.
make it through this very knockout round. If they don't, that's pretty much their dreams of making it to
Does
chance
Premier play
in the
today?
dust.
Yeah, I mean, for
You would
RRQ,
imagine
it is
so.
literally
That's
do
the
or
reason
die.
they added
Obviously,
him
as
in.
Dust covered, Gen.G, sure, they have a little bit of leeway, but Munchkin talked about it. You know, after all the success they've had this year, you don't want to say, well, you know, at least we made it as 4th seed. No, you want to say we're still one of the favorites going into Champion Seoul. And of course, you want to say that we finished the year as the champions in Pacific as well. We should note, I mean, they started great at kickoff, but then in stage 1, it was Paper Rex who took back the first trophy of stage.
Yeah, that is kind of what happened. And at the same time, Gen.G also suffered a bit of a loss, like against Team Secret, right towards the very end. They've had to deal with a rough schedule, and they're always trying to adapt and improve as time goes on. So it's always a little bit grueling. But now that we're coming into the knockout rounds, you saw the map picks. This is pretty interesting. We haven't seen either team play this map ever since like last year or you know, something like that.
Yeah,
I mean, I think Abyss coming in obviously shakes things up a lot, and I'm not surprised at all that Gen.G obviously went for that
100% fine. Gen.G if Paper X mess up, like obviously if they get top 3,
again with the high
then
points,
most likely
you know,
DRX.
save it up for the later parts of the playoffs.
So, the way that I see it is probably DRX go through, but there's a chance that if these 3 go through, then one of these 2 goes through.
Stage 2 now being opened up.
I mean, Talon still has a chance, I guess.
Haven was one of their best
Secret,
maps last
that
year,
extra
right?
point
They
is
gave
big,
DRX
though.
their first Haven loss in Pacific last year, and they kind of showed how to really
If teams draw on champ points, I have no idea what happens. Probably head-to-head in the
So we'll
season.
see. I mean, I think the core of RRQ still remains. The philosophy around Haven should still be there. But then you look at the players that are on Gen.G. Obviously, no strangers to Haven. I mean, Munchkin, This is one of those maps that he's always turned up on. No matter
Zarek,
which team
thank
he
you for
was
saying
on.
that, dude.
Texture,
Thank you,
of course,
thank you.
is a classic Jet map, so he should be able to fly free. But I'm wondering, I mean, Gen.G, they've been kind of hiding away some of these maps. How much have they retooled them? Are we going to see new comps?
can win against Talon?
They've stuck with
I
all
think they're
tried and true
favorites,
comps all
but
throughout Stage 2. Not much experimentation.
the new kid's scaring me,
yeah,
man.
they're starting to show some of their cards.
The new kid could just be
in that match against Team Secret, right? Team
incredible.
Secret, they really
And
pushed
have
Gen.G to their limits, really playing
no
around
fear
with
at
some of the
all.
setups that Gen.G had, and because of that, they exposed some of those weaknesses as well. So Gen.G, I don't know, there might need to be some changes. Thinking about the compositions and everything, or the players at the very least, right? We still have like Lakia, Meteor doing their job.
D9 crew later, yeah.
Assistance coming in from Lakia as well, maybe on the breach or something like that. But when you look at a team like RRQ, there's so much potential here. Like maybe they're gonna pull out the Neon. You've got Monyet coming in. They've got that potential double duelist.
Yeah, I mean, again, Monyet really adds a lot of flexibility.
Pacific as a whole looks really strong this season. It looks way better than other years. Yeah, I agree with that.
As well, it adds someone else who's just confident enough to say, I'm going to take the lead, right? I'm going to lead the charge a little bit for us. And then you can still have Gen.G who's going to kind of play that textbook clean carry potential that they were always looking for last year. Now, we are waiting for the players to finish setting up. Just make sure that we're ready to go for map 1. So please bear with us as we should be jumping into the very soon.
As long as you got like an Omen and you got a Killjoy or a Cypher, I'm kind of in for a lot.
Right? I mean, I think the Abyss Band,
I do think you need some drone initiator. Like, normally a server makes it easier, but I'm open to some crazy stuff as long as it has an info sentinel. And an Omen, really. Dina, thank you. Appreciate the 3 months.
Not perfect, right? It's been okay.
It wasn't that video.
I mean, yeah, it gave some people heart attacks, right, for better or worse. It's, I mean, I think you probably saw the Haven coming. Yeah, and then you probably saw the bind coming from Gen.G. I don't think you should be too surprised.
What do they got? I'm expecting some normal stuff from War. Okay.
And it's not going to be anything too
so
crazy.
This is normal from RRQ, and I find this interesting because a lot of teams at the moment are like picking Haven as like a curveball, but then playing the default comp that everyone knows how to play against. Gen.G going for the protect the VIP comp. So very strong on attack if you get over towards the site.
So there's a lot more control that they can work with. However, once they swap onto the attack,
there's also a couple of things that Gen.G can do that means that this comp struggles. Like you can do the old school wall over towards C. Sorry, old school wall over towards A. It doesn't give you a wall to like flash through. So I'd be interested to see if Gen.G play their like default game, or whether they could literally add in some stuff that antis this comp because of the Viper. There's a wall on A that would annihilate this comp, but I don't think they'll use it. We'll see. What's my thoughts on Sky in Haven? Like, Sky's fine in Haven at the moment. It's nowhere near as good as it used to be. Like, you can just play slow over towards A and it struggles to get info.
Whereas RRQ, I mean, especially with this composition, but also especially against Gen.G, you're looking to force these fights. You've got the breach, they don't. You want to make sure that you go in, dwindle the numbers before
Neutronic, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that.
Buckle in. It is going
Thank you
to
for the 10 months, bro. Okay. Gen.G on defense, RRQ on attack, single elim.
And the loser will be
Gen.G.
Elimination.
Double
Such
sheriff.
A devastating word.
63% win rate. Win rate. It's like one of the highest we've ever seen, really. And I'm telling you, it's because a little bit some of the opponents in Pacific sometimes easier, but I'm telling you, it's a lot down to the fact that the amount of times that they funnel teams into like the double sheriff as well is outrageous.
But favoring a little bit more close quarters combat. But RRQ is just going to favor the C site. I mean, we're going right back to last year's RRQ. They loved hitting that C site. They love that they have a great idea of how to break through.
Oh, we're actually going for this. Yeah, this is nice.
Oftentimes it's going to be the solo hold when it comes to Meteor. So you force that fight, but do they know that Karen is already here? RRQ is going to
play a little bit of damage picking up the sheriff at the end.
Still, though, great numbers advantage already, and with this pick, they might be able to rotate off. That said, Gen.G
okay, so then sub one over towards here. At the same time, we have a Sky Dog, but we have a camera that can insta check if anyone's followed this up. Camera checks, no one followed it up.
Yeah, and RRQ's pulling a page out of Gen.G. You have the numbers advantage. no matter what, you're still going to have a bit of an advantage if you go as 4. You still leave a lurk for extra pull potential. You still have 50 seconds on the
starting
clock,
with the A
and
wall.
you know that
The wall that I was talking about is you can do like a wall that's like in the middle. That's like really good for retaking, and a lot of time they can't flash through anything.
Gen.G finds the kill, opens things up, draws a reaction out, and RRQ immediately makes a call to go back to C.
Dude, it's been a great round so far. Yeah, they know that because they're taking over towards C, the rotates would have shifted over, and they would have tried to have had one person to hold A. So they go back, deal with the one person, read the question marks, now they just got to send it through here. Karen has Omen Flash.
Send it out yet. First shot goes through. He takes down a couple of players. Paranoia now out, and RQ's in a world of hurt. It's a firing range.
And that is impressive, man. That is impressive. Fair play.
Picks up the pistol.
Oh, a big miss on the assumptions here from RRQ, thinking they would have faked him out.
Yeah, it looked like on the minimap they'd done pretty well, but then I think no sound for a little bit. Gen.G had a good read. Not sure if Karen spotted anyone early, but okay. No buys for RRQ, just straight up sheriffs. Texture's allowed to die. That's about it. Meet you can die.
We lose a round, but if not, we want to be ready for C site. And the thing is RRQ, they didn't quite
weak entry. Do you know what's impressive here is what was impressive is Karen wanting to make sure he capitalizes on the Viper orb, getting a kill fast, and then Omen flashing. Most people would Omen flash there before.
Yeah, make no mistake. This is mind games and confidence at play as well. Look at how Gen.G's controlling this. The snake by fall.
Look at that molly, man.
Of Gen.G as he tries to dash on through. Estrella now basically stuck inside of Garage. He's got the spike as well. RRQ, they're trying to pick up some weapons at the very least, or some damage, but they're not able to do so.
Now it's just going to be Elmi getting taken down at long range, and with all the buys that we've seen here from Gen.G, of course, 4-man buy, looking to try to snowball things forward. Double Bulldog and a Guardian amongst that purchase. They should be able to close things out. Next sure he will drop the Sheriff, but already damage done to Xfero, so not much of a loss. No plant given either.
So Gen.G at the moment opting to go for, I mean, this was my one.
On Haven,
you just do smoke here, wall here. I wonder if they're going to change it up at one point to do the guard one. We'll see.
We've seen it a lot last year, but you have to know that this composition really allows Gen.G to actually not have to lean heavily into their 4-1 default. You can have your utility spread out and have very fast rotations around those links. It's going to be a lot of double teams when you're not expecting it, and we'll see if RRQ picks up on that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to say the least.
All right, Texture. Get in the op out nice and early, so at the very least he needs to stay alive if RRQ start to win this.
Down this A-long angle. The rest of RRQ are going to try to break their way through the C site, but so far it's been Karen.
Yeah, and they've done a good job to set the op up over towards A, one person holding it. Normally what happens when you go get the orb over towards long like they've done is they'll use the drone to clear back this and have some kind of smoke, whether it's here or whether it's close.
Take their time and find information on some of these, but they're peeking out and Karen just shuts down Xfero.
Yeah, that little peak right above the generator.
So the camera only gives them a little bit of info. They're going to want to time this smoke, wait for the smoke to go down and then send it, but
at least not just yet. That arrow's going to get illuminated right away. Gen.G in trouble. There's no backup for Monyet. Just in time.
The fact that no one shot this recon was everything.
Gen.G will open up the site for the rest of the team, but now it's down to a 3v3. Monyet solo, but at the same time, it's an operator for the retake. So they go for the flood. Estrella takes down Heron, who doesn't quite get the spray down.
Yeah, maybe you have to stay strong there. Maybe you have to have a bit of confidence.
Monyet taking space one at a time, but Monyet is holding
If Monyet
close.
gets 1 on 23 HP, he's done insane.
That wild card. He needs to try to get this kill. Do they check it? He knows he's here. He hears the gun swap, and that should be the round, but Texture gonna be calm about it. Gets the first kill. The recon's coming down, but he should. Oh, it's gonna be the shock dart. And Texture, he's gonna get the half done. Elmi, he needs to get the kill. He cannot.
Oh, Elmi had a chance there, man. That was a fast shot from Texture. That was a far shot, man. We'll give him that.
He just doesn't get phased
whatsoever. The risk of buying the op into it pays off.
And then
big 1v2.
Swap back out so the operator had enough time to quick scope in towards Elmi. How does that happen?
I mean, this is just, he goes for an extra tap and then the further wide swing.
Yeah, dude, that extra step he added in as well. Texture's always got the movement.
Normally, but off to a rough start today. 0 kills in the first 3 rounds. And now RRQ, they'll buy up, scrape together.
Okay, they managed to get another buy out of this. They're missing a little bit, like shock darts.
shield, but now they're facing up
he is
against
everywhere right now.
as well. At least they know that he's kind of
Boosty, thank you so much for the raid, man. Hope stream was good. Thank you for that.
But no smokes.
Best of luck for your games as well, man.
Here on Haven, single controller. I mean, sure, you have the Cypher, so yeah, you have a little bit more leeway. But you're not going to be able to afford it for the lurk either, so they're just going to turn up the tempo. They're hoping that it's going to be a rotation.
This is looking a little... Okay. After what I'm seeing here, A looks a little bit weak, but there's still got 3 people here that want to fight. Got no smoke, so they can just keep fighting this.
Because of the angles that Munchkin and Texture are holding together.
Okay. This is interesting over towards A. Like, especially as they're not doing the normal smoke here with the Viper. If I was RRQ, I'm the coach right now, I'm calling a timeout. I'm saying that I want to end A the majority of the time until they, like, actually reinforce this a little bit. Like, the only reason they lost, in my opinion, here is because the smoke wasn't over towards Spawn because he's dead. But yeah, the way they're playing A right now, I'll be fine hitting this. They just got to overuse util to make sure that this guy can't be doing that every round.
That's a rough one. As soon as you lose your Omen, you don't have many choices. Sure, you get the read that the operator would have left and gone for a rotate because you cut noise, but still just too many. Whoa, the spam comes through.
Dude, they can't. I mean, they can't catch a break at the moment. Guys are getting spammed at Spawn as well.
But now all the old tricks are resurfacing. Sure, it is an eco.
No timeout? I probably just didn't want to do it on the eco.
As it goes on ecos,
maybe he liked their plan on the eco.
Gen.G's thinking, all right, pretty good chance that you're going to come to the B side, try to just flood it with close quarters weapons. So you got the Nana Swarm, Sneak Bite at the ready. I mean, triple watching mid, and then operator still holding an aggressive angle on C as well.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G's basically
they're gonna think the DOP is here,
right here. They know it's an eco round, so that's why they're feeling more confident in kind of going
and the fact this gets shot early and they didn't get to clear long. Yeah, you see him pinging about it. Kind of need to cage this or something. Yeah, there goes the cage. Just want to block vision if there is an op here. As we can see, op's not here, but that's where they think it is, towards long. The double mollies, and they should be the good mollies. That means that guy's dead. Yeah. And that guy.
So much util, the snake bite and the toxic
I mean, this is just lockdown at the moment.
And that should be the round.
RRQ need to. I'm excited for the timeout. So RRQ need to realize that A's weak.
Way, they will be getting their ultimates. They will have to sacrifice themselves at some point.
Yeah, if you do these mollies right as well, it just hits every single corner.
That's going to be the lockdown.
Once you go in.
There's really not a great option except maybe, I guess.
Yeah, and then you take the damage from the wall.
Be picking one up. It's going to be Meteor who picks it up, getting 1 point closer to his ultimate. So in that round, I mean, Gen.G, we can tell even against the eco, they're not risking anything. Lakia, he actually sticks to the drone, make sure he eliminates it, because that masks the idea that there might be more people on A. Totally ruins any idea of rotation, and then they don't have a choice. You're either going into the operator
they committed
pistols,
so heavy.
or you're going into a bunch of utility.
Looks GG, it's fine still at the moment. It has to be a good timeout. No timeout. Oh boy. Maybe he was a fan of what they said. He can listen to the comms, so maybe he's a fan of what they said, and they said everything that he was going to say. Change up for Gen.G. Yeah, they changed their wall, and they decide to go aggro with it. And it's annihilated them, man. They had so many ults. Gen.G didn't want to get exec on. This is what I'm talking about when I watch Gen.G, man. They got a different gear. Yeah, I would maybe say that RRQ should have seen on the floor. Like, you can see a little bit of this, right? You see it early on. Should have seen that there was a different wall here and to expect some kind of aggro.
We got operator on C. We have all the time in the world to rotate, to pinch them out in the middle of the map.
What a absolute nightmare. What a solid shout out from Gen.G to go aggro here, though.
Right around that toxic screen. I love to see it. Because here's the thing, you're not really expecting that much aggression if the Jet's going to have the operator, but you can't ever count out the Omen. Charon taking the charge, they're jumping forward with the Shrouded Stab.
Gen.G in elimination, yeah, they do this.
Because now not
That's
only
the thing.
Are you getting red, round to round,
This is literally what I said in my pick'ems. They just have this.
You have to make sure you cool Gen.G off
like, it feels like you never see the proper Gen.G in Split 1, Split 2.
That round read hurts.
You only see like the proper Gen.G when they get to Masters or playoffs.
Looking at how all of this plays out, I mean, Gen.G has been doing a phenomenal job at controlling the defense on this map. They're showing that they know how to play to their strengths, right? You've got these players. You got Charon, who can play as the duelist sometimes because of his incredible aim and sharp mechanics. But at the same time, even if Karen goes down, Munchkin's available as the secondary controller. And like you mentioned, they've got so much
dude, imagine the Gen.G change their stuff up now and they do the smoke over towards here.
Watching B as well as Garage. There's so much at stake. There's so much at play.
What are they going for? Oh, okay, so they've already done the aggro wall, and now they have this wall. And if you're RRQ after seeing that wall, you got to start pinging, and imagine they're going to go aggro. So they're faking at least pressure over towards A, and they free pass it and walk over towards middle. They're trying to break the camera as well.
The guiding light hits as well, so RRQ, you're going to just pause and say, all right, was this another setup or not?
Okay, RRQ definitely talked about the fact that if they don't have this smoke over towards A, it should be easy for them to take.
Another
4 pass and holds though, pretty much.
30 seconds of this round as RRQ are now trapped.
They should be okay to overwhelm, just purely because of ults, but not ideal. Gen.G have done unbelievable. Info.
Texture's just waiting on that trip. I don't know. RRQ, they kind of have to Paul drive through. They do have a lot of...
Yeah, and maybe RRQ are tunnel visioning from what their coach said.
He misses the blades! No! Karen's on the corner. He's just tucked away, waiting for them to peek out. There's the first shot. Estrella makes it a trade. Meteor just tucked away perfectly while Blockia sends out the guiding light. But look at this.
Yeah, this was a bit of a good example of the fact no smoke here to block vision means you can't flood as easy. You just go into like multiple crossfires.
Situations 1v3 operator and Bladestorm online. Cam spots him. He's waiting.
Yeah, this was nice from RRQ, and maybe I'm interested to see what Gen.G do, whether they do the same wall, or whether they go to their original, or whether they go to the guard.
On the board after 6 rounds in a row for Gen.G.
Good news for RRQ. Other than 3 people being alive, they still got
so far behind. You want to try to layer things as much as possible, so you're not using the Rolling Thunder off the bat. But boy, oh boy, did that cost you.
Still a round pick.
Okay, they go back to normal wall.
I mean, you gotta respect it. This
normal wall, normal smoke, I imagine.
Time out, and they had an idea, and they were going in for it. So staggering ultimates kind of works out for the time being, but now we're back to Gen.G default control. Look at how they've adjusted that toxic screen around, and at the same time,
Textures had nothing to do for ages. And RRQ should at least look at when they went over towards side there was like 3-4, which normally means that you need to default heavier and actually break the killjoy util. So that's stage 1.
So we'll see if RRQ has a read or not on this.
At stage 2, they think maybe with the shock.
It's a full B send for the time being. Spike not yet delivered though. They're gonna wait to see if they could clear it out, and Texture finds the context.
Oh my god.
Now RRQ, you're panicking. You have to move forward again.
Dude,
this is where they thrive.
That was nuts, man. I can't believe that Munchkin felt comfortable trying to do all of this.
Coming in from the A side, you know Texture was on the C side of the map. RRQ should get another plant.
Yeah, the jungle gym from Munyet, the way that they push into this
yeah, it's been good ever since they've done the timeout.
Base and kind of flashing and making sure that that Gen.G stays blind at RRQ. They manage to take down the site.
Void Texture, yeah.
It's going to be a tougher fight for Texture.
I'm interested to see if he decides to move elsewhere.
With his op in his hands.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you're so far out. I mean, last round, sure, you're close enough. You try to go for a Hail Mary. And if you do get it, you know, if you are able to eliminate all their guns, you still keep their econ low. But here, just given the time, I'm sure you could buy up again, but you're just not going to want to risk it. You don't want to maybe accidentally fill up another Rolling Thunder too fast. So Texture just going to go for the save. And let's say it like it is. I mean, RRQ, quite frankly, they're still starting on the back foot in these 2 rounds that they won.
Yeah, I mean, it's an attack-sided map.
Just barely getting into the site fast enough.
Oh, that is.
Force hitting shots through the blind. Just enough to make sure that they can win the chaotic trades. But they're not always going to have that leisure if they're starting with a man down. RRQ has to be able to buckle down and try to find some stabilization.
Yeah, Texas had enough, man. He's had a couple of rounds over towards C where he's seen nothing, so they put him back over towards A. They're also winning a lot of the rounds where he was holding A down on his own.
Just as quickly, but at the same time, I mean, Gen.G's actually still doing a very good job of retrieving that information. The way that
so I like this comp in Haven. I mean, it's the guard comp. The only thing is it's a little bit weaker now just because of the sky, but they also, I mean, they're using Lyle default, so I would be a hypocrite if I said I didn't like him.
Oh, this is, I mean, this is very aggressive from Gen.G. They're saying, okay, we have A main control, we have C main control. If you come B, you're absolutely screwed. But if not, as long as we get the information nice and early, we have the pit, we have the lockdown, we have so many ways to delay and push you back out. Yes, there is
okay, so this drone has to clear this guy off.
The timing looks like, because here's the thing, RRQ has
and they should double it with a stun, because they know he has an op, and they realize he has an op now. And the thing that Texture's done, though, is he's held vision here the whole time. But he knows that no one actually pushed into this while they pushed him off the angle. And there is a cage that's going to block vision now, so maybe he has to call a teammate over. We'll see on the minimap. Dude, look at them. They've got 3 people here. Texture's done so much.
While they have 3 members stacked up towards the site.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard read. Relying on Texture's operator. There is a recon. It does get destroyed, so no scans.
4 people here.
Paranoia as well, and then the lockdown.
Oh my god.
Will be used to destroy it, but Munchkin's already here, just absolutely
holding they cannot go over towards C when Texture's doing this over towards A.
And it's just disaster for RRQ as the spike gets stranded at the entrance of the site. Nobody nearby. The guard is all here for Gen.G. It's a firing squad, and I don't think there's a way out of it. Only 8 seconds left, and Xfero does not find an opening.
Okay, I love this from Gen.G. So we just have so much info still. We got the alarm bot over towards short. So Texture holding over towards A. And maybe they're pinging that he had like an alarm bot over towards long or something. That's the more common one. This alarm bot over towards short means that Texture never has to worry about over towards short. Can just hold long the whole time. Knows they haven't pushed through.
The Hunter Spree, although it goes out at the same time,
he has a turret, so the 4 people are just free to hold everywhere else. Veronica with the 10 months, thank you so much, thank you.
While they try to push through.
And this is a result of the fact that RRQ is not able to get information nice and early, right? Again, Gen.G in that previous round, they keep RRQ contained right up to the 50-second mark. The next time RRQ gets information, they're not going to be able to get solid information on 2 parts of the map and then go for a double rotate. So Gen.G can then just
same story for Gen.G, 1 person holding over towards A again, just dog to clear short to see if they can leave Texture.
They know how to play the timer to their favor and abuse
oh, he's not holding the angle.
So RRQ this time
holding the passive angle, maybe he's had the drone.
It's going to find a little bit, but doesn't quite spot Texture. RRQ, are they going to take the risk again, or will they play it safe? There it is, there's a flash, but there's the anti.
Whoa, what up?
That was a close one.
Yeah, got a good chance now. RRQ still might get punished because they haven't defaulted and broken any of this.
Gen.G is prepared. Lakia trying to get bailed out by his teammates. He's got the guiding light.
Okay, I mean that's an easy call now after this.
Neural theft though, just gets all the information. The Viper's Pit was deployed. Meanwhile, Monyet with the From the Shadows into C site.
Oh, this
tries to
and he doesn't have to do anything crazy. Just has to hold this. Does Meteor disrespect the smoke? Oh my god.
He's already on the site. They have no idea. Monyet finally spots him, so there is the trade, but Charon now trying to fill it again. Gen.G might be coming in 1 by 1, but Charon says 1 is all we need as he gets a triple kill on the site. But it's gonna be
okay, this was a nice round from everyone involved, really. Yeah. Like RRQ did everything to push the op off the angles, drone into the flash into the kill. Then the Omen ult came in and Meteor read the situation really well that his teammates aren't here, and him and Karen can get a trade.
Taking down Texture gives them that much more freedom and movement. They not only managed to take down the site, they baited out that Viper's Pit from Munchkin. And then as they pushed on through, you had that little bit of a lurk from Elmimore or Estrella in through the B site, and they just win out on these trades and duels.
Rolling Thunder online again. It's just going to be a full send this time. RRQ pushing the tempo up, realizing, you know, we don't want to give time for the rotation. Gen.G reads this very quickly, and it's going to be Texture not hit by the Rolling Thunder. Still hidden in sewers. They just
Texture should be.
They all get
if he gets 1, he's incredible.
Texture, he wants to get bailed out. They have a read on his position. He's trying his hardest to stay alive, but there's just too many people. But the site, whose side is it on? RRQ, they're flooding it. They're coming out of the smoke. That's on both sides, but now it's down to
it's a nice level 1. They could do this a lot of times, I think.
Half armor, but no util on the site. Creeping up. It's a double stack. He finds the 1v1 down to 22 HP.
He's cornered. Yeah, he didn't do too bad. He was trying to delay for his team to be able to fight heavy site. Obviously, if they're hunting him with like 2, they should be able to win on site. Is his full process? Maybe no scope 1.
Gets a reaction, and now they're ready for it, and they're not going to give him the angle this time. RRQ trying their darndest to bring this to a 5-7 half.
Last round,
and then it would be a very good advantage for them. If they
and no op, right? I'm pretty sure they can't afford an op.
Second half. And at the 11th round, right, almost the nth hour, that's when they really switch up the pace. I mean, look at how they took down the site, how they flooded through and managed to pinch down onto Texture, really eliminating the tip of that spear from Gen.G. So looking to keep this up as they pull out the Odin and the Operator on Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Econ's a little low on the side of Gen.G.
Trying to get revenge for the spams, and there we go.
But the Odin just fires too fast. Meteor pays for that risk. The Killjoy being
Dude,
down
he got
melted. Because already look at the start of the round.
Absolutely melted.
Both on CMB side, he was trying to get as much information as possible. And RQ off of that early drone. And Gen.G's response is tightening the map here on the A side.
Jemkin right around the corner. He goes in for the crowd
he just dry swings. I like that he was aware of this though, right? We've had this wall twice before. Aggro over towards middle, aggro over towards A. The big indication that they want to push somewhere.
Just hovering around the A site, but he doesn't quite have much intel gathering utility.
Yeah, just not just yet. Now RRQ probably wondering if it was a two-man push or not over on A, but they say at the very least Gen.G, they're probably going to hedge their bets and go towards the extremities, so they will take the risk of entering onto B site. One got through, but Jemkin not quite spotted high above the right click.
Hey, this is a nice round. 5 is
doable,
but if you're Gen.G, you're so pumped that you got 7 right now. I don't know how Gen.G are gonna play it because they played this one a little bit different to maybe how the guard would play it.
Up to 6.
So
but once that timeout from
they might play
they flipped the switch,
attack a little bit different as well.
Go in for it, and with that advantage, with that confidence, taking down Gen.G 3 times in a row, how will they fare off onto the defense?
Yeah, I mean, listen,
we'll see. They might just do like the C orb instead of saving the Viper orb for the afterplant.
Some fights and they found that confidence. However, let's be honest, they were only in that position because they gave away so many rounds to begin with. You're starting on attack with a composition that can just break through sights, and you're still down 2 rounds. I mean, I am one of the
guards still exist, and they're G2 now, basically.
It's a recovery act right now for RRQ, but we'll see if they can gain the momentum. Maybe they can flip the tables.
Have some optimism, William. You're the one who just got out of the coma.
Ego clips,
but at the same time, yeah, you know, you talked about how this was Spear versus Shield. But you can really see how Gen.G's shield.
I think Gen.G is pumped going 5-0, 7-5. I mean, yeah, but they probably have been doing good in practice on this comp on this half. Okay, well, they at least do the guard wall, double vision block over towards here and short. It's only this angle where this X is that you can see all of A main with an op. And it also blocks over towards B. So super strong. Once you put it up, kind of means that you got to have 2 people over towards A, unless someone's in this spot that have done the X, and blocks right side of B if you want to hit over towards B. Gen.G keep him with their double Sheriff and RRQ stealing it as well.
2-1-2 default, so not looking to fight very strongly. Counting on Gen.G to play the map a bit, and oh man!
Damn, dude, that's kind of sick. Yeah, they held for it. Man, they hit some nice shots.
Doesn't separate fast enough, and
they lost the other pistol where they were up 5v3.
Sheriff and Classic stacked up. Who would have thought?
Let's wait.
So much more control now.
Wheel FPS, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you.
Dark cover from Magnet, just blocking
Appreciate using the prime, man.
The last second.
Now, I love RRQ's adaptation here. Instead of saying, hey, because we have numbers, we can still hold 2-1-2, you say, let's play the numbers advantage. Let's get ready to shift faster onto B or C, just in case they rotate to B. But A, we got a tripwire. Worst case, it's a 5v3 retake on pistol. No util really on either side. So
yeah, they had the double firing squad, and now they've gone to the higher-lower here. No way, he won that.
And that's going to be the cue for Texture, but Elmimore is waiting. RRQ, their early rotation is paying off. Magnet on for a 3K in the pistol, but he's not going to give that chance. There is a flash. Lakia spotted, and Elmimore is waiting to receive, and there's the kill. Double kills for 2 members of RRQ as they tighten the gap.
Crab Life with the prime. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next round as well.
Mama Benji Fishy, good morning. How we doing?
As they anticipate the movements from Gen.G in this round. I mean, the way that they were just holding out C-Long, I don't know.
Yeah, they hit some nice shots.
Brilliant, plays or anything, but the shots were good.
I mean, they hit a lot of nice shots. Round was stacked for them.
From B was good, and with that, they took down Gen.G in this pistol.
It's going to be a 4-man buy.
No plant, they double buy Sheriff. So if Elmimo was to buy an Outlaw into the next round, there'd be at least 2 people that can get one shot.
Potential pistols. Gen.G still going to buy up 2 Sheriffs, so a bit of an investment. Texture already takes a hit as well. With these Sheriffs, they're going to want to find at least some value.
Recon goes into A main, 3 people dodge it on short.
Safely. And I think Gen.G might just hold here to wait to see if they can get confirmation somewhere in mid if this is going to be a default hold from RRQ. Because if so, they will just go for it with the numbers.
With those pistols as well, I mean, they have the potential to just really push and shut it down. Nonetheless, Elmimo might be able to retrieve that
taking a bit of space.
Anything.
They've dodged all of the
so much shorter now. So he pings
right now.
The potential of the hidden members. RRQ's aware of it. He sees 2.
If they keep hitting shots like this in this half, it's gonna be a nightmare for Gen.G.
Elmimo still hidden on the site, and the smoke just to shut off sewers.
Everything's been a 1-tap.
You're trying to creep through though.
There's the fault
line.
Out by the fault line.
Yeah, man, I was worried about the team stun.
And with that, some of the RRQ players still wondering about the A site, but Gen.G slowly
they're allowed 2 deaths at the moment. I mean, they kind of allowed 3 deaths.
So
they bought more with the idea to not get eco'd than win the round after this.
However, the plant will go through as Karen tries to stick it. Now a great shot from Estrella as he finds the next one. Monyet going through now. And with the spike down, Munchkin just trying to hold his best with the classic. Estrella starting to stick it all the way through. Nobody's pushing out against Munchkin just yet, so this is looking to be just a great round from RRQ, keeping things flawless.
Yeah, they won't even give
no,
one cheeky
there we go.
One
armory buy. I was about to say none, but got a dink at the end here.
At that point, you did have to die, right? Get those creds, the full creds going into the next round. So he won't be too upset about it. At least
my Yu-Gi-Oh! Hello, man.
Especially with the numbers.
How's things? Thanks for the 17 months, man.
But the movements on the defensive side looking a lot cleaner for RRQ. But Gen.G, it starts here now with the buys. They already put in some conditioning with the toxic screen over by A. That's what this default screen is for. It still gives you that option.
Does it matter for these guys to get armor? No. The 2 people that bought Sheriffs can't buy armor on this one.
2 members very free to lurk. 3, quite frankly, if you count the Omen as well.
A lot of potential for Gen.G to play with, but so far it has been RRQ controlling the pace because of their early
Him not dying there? Yeah, he planted. It doesn't matter. He would have got full money, even if he stayed alive.
Flashes come out. They're trying to peek on over. A jump peek takes down Monyet.
That is a far jump. Lakia preparing for the Olympics, it seems. Getting distance out there, gets the kill. Takes control of C main. Now you force a lot of pressure down there. RRQ, they're going to say, we have Cypher Util over on A. He's got the cyber cage.
Haunted Fire, thank you so much for on the Prime as well, dude. Appreciate the support.
So we'll just hope that we can delay as long as possible. The drone barely not fully.
Gen.G just now dogging over towards A. Make sure that no one's got to the main angle. Holding A on their own.
Not quite hearing this yet, but there's still
50
seconds on the clock.
They have a good idea. Cypher's over towards here on A, I'm pretty sure
to say the least.
what they're doing.
But meanwhile, RRQ working off of their own kind of reads. Maybe not quite hearing that Trailblazer, so they're keeping 3 players on the A side and just prepared to set off those trips.
Ollie as well, to make sure that no one can flood out.
Pushing out just yet. Gen.G trying to stay in the pocket.
This is a little bit scary.
Ready for the lurk as well. Jemkin's watching for it in mid. Meanwhile, Texture trying to keep through, but it's going to be the fault line to just delay, and Elmimo gets a cheeky kill with the shock dart. It's going to be a crack in the cyber cage, but RRQ
Dude, every breach stun at the moment's been a team stun.
With
Extra 1 HP. Got a little bit close.
But they will still get the round.
Started to get a little bit hectic and chaotic as the push went through. I mean, that counter recon, the ideas from RRQ were there, but with the tiny little cracks in the cages, with how Meteor was going in off of that flank, there was just too much attention being pulled away onto the A side, and they weren't quite able to find those advantageous duels when you start to section out the side. I mean, look at how the rest of Gen.G managed to push through. Texture finding that final
Steven, thank you
not as clean as Gen.G would have hoped, but
thank you for the gifted, bro. Appreciate you doing that. Okay, big buy rounds. They get the op out, and Gen.G do the classic of just going fast against an op.
Completely left open by RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice hit. Smoke for spawn, molly to clear close. Smoke over towards garage as well.
To get into the site, but Gen.G, they're ready. They're ready to meet him right at the gates.
Yeah, and in theory, they can put the smoke up, and then he's going to have a smoke, and he could do the one-way if he wanted to. Respect for RRQ going early here. They know this Viper smoke's going to come up.
fire back, takes
They don't want to get locked out.
But you still have to work against the smokes, and at the same time, Elmimore trying to work out this flank. Texture just holds things down up around C-Link. How does Elmimore make his way out of this? At this point, it has to be a save. RRQ, they lost their advantage.
Gonna have to back off. Elmimore just making sure nobody's chasing him.
Yeah, how's Texture done this one?
1 point away from the Seekers.
I mean, this is just great from Gen.G, right? It is the classic. You know they're getting an op out. You go fast. You either overwhelm the op, or the op has to go through multiple smokes to retake.
That's fine.
Never give them an opportunity to get a pick, basically.
If you have a good retake, that's fine. But they don't.
Single a limb? Yeah, single a limb.
Right up. They expect it to be a further back post plan, and that's where the error comes in, because you think you're going to be able to take backside, and then gives time for Elmimore to come in. You'll have a pinch, but that's a very ideal scenario. I mean, Charon, first of all, getting into the cloud burst as well. Maybe you expect one person, but Charon only draws the aggro. Then there's Texture close, who wasn't spotted.
Oh, that'll do it, man. That's so lucky.
Moment smoke from Charon also.
So lucky, so unlucky. Whichever way you look at it.
So the timeout happens. Coach Shiwak, I mean, sure, you know, your IGL, your team, your players, they go for a hard read, but it doesn't work out. So now he's going to reel them back in and see what else he can pull out from the playbook.
There's going to be a lot that they have to pull out. I mean, the fact that this was their map pick, I know that there are several, you know, a couple more maps they could potentially play if they take down Bind, but
Champs,
a lot of
it's just what it is now. So Split Out and Abyssin.
Nail everything down. But so far, the game plan hasn't quite worked out because of how they kind of, you know, underestimated or didn't quite expect Gen.G to play at the pace that they're playing. They don't quite expect players like Charon to have the sensibility to kind of hide inside of that cloud.
Saved guns.
And Charon right now has been doing so much
Three
work
sheriffs
on
Texture, for example. Top of it, they got a bit of armor, and it's about to get a little bit harder when they get some of these ults into it.
A very good first map here for Charon. And it's going to be a push out. Mixed by here from RRQ. We've got two Vandals. The Paranoia to shove out A main early. Looking for a potential trap play with the Recon, but a bit
they're expecting some kind of aggro here.
Just trying to hold on to A main. Sure, you have mid control, but now you
did
know
a great job.
Info play over by C, and Gen.G's still not going to risk it because they don't actually have
stops
hard
the
info
dog so they
themselves.
can't actually check that the site was clear.
Doesn't really have any way to get hard
You think the win percentage after timeout is a good stat? Nah, it's purely for memes, man, pretty much. Because the majority of coaches will call a timeout in something like this, right, where they have like the lower money.
Not moving out too much. Just trying
because right here, RRQ is just going to be talking about maybe 10 seconds about what he wants to do in this round, and then overall, like, bigger picture, what they want to do in buy rounds. That reflects like an eco round.
And they managed to make it work. RRQ, without the firepower, just can't quite go in for the strongest retakes, and everything's being blocked off. The cycle of the smokes just blocks everything off even further.
Yeah, and the problem with Gen.G's comp,
you have to try something, but again,
the RRQ, not the actual problem with it, just more just what RRQ have to do is, this is called the VIP comp for a reason. Viper is the VIP, you get into a site, it's done. That is pretty much how it works, because this is a perma-smoke.
Still so much time wasted from RRQ. They'll go for the dash in. Was he spotted? No, not again.
And Texture is doing bits up close, man. It's literally the same as last time they went over towards C. Not again. Surely he gets it this time. Every time, man.
As he does eventually fall. After all that drama. But man, I mean, dude, filling the smoke this time, and you can tell Gen.G's in RRQ's head. I mean, just even the way...
Could be a good replay here.
Listen,
Give me his reaction.
You're alone on the site. That aftershock, it's not saving you. You already put the fault line down main. These are the times when we see the X factors around the world. Texture just never can get his ace.
Yeah, he just can't get the ace, man. It always happens, always the 4K.
Right. Gen.G, they got the read on things. They're playing around with RRQ. Slight bit of a morale boost with Monyet taking down Texture, but now they have to really put their foot down on the ground. Elmimore,
oh, okay. I mean, that's just straight out 1v1 Jules, double.
Knowing in for a pinch, they have to push through. Smokes come out,
what a weird round.
There to kind of block off the site. They're wondering if there's anyone pushing out from back site now. The flashes come through. Lakia calls it clear. sticks the plan.
They're going to push out as well. Estrella, he might not be ready for this.
Whoa, the timing's nuts on that.
Time, just so we can have the setup up and Evan, but Gen.G once again a step ahead. The drop from Xfero, saving graces. Jemkin has to win the fight. He does in sewers, and now they spot Charon, but the Hunter's Fury used. He knows that he has the timing right now to reset. Shrouded Sep
fake smoke.
Forces him to check the smoke. He knows
fake TP into the smoke.
Into it. Trying to draw him out. There's the recon. They know he's still here. And the double Charon finds
Oh my god, dude, he was 7 HP. Any bullet.
I mean, Gen.G,
dude, nice round from Elmimore as well. Like, he did insane on this, winning the double 1v1s over towards here. How did Karen almost do this? The main thing that I would say is the Strelak's got to keep his gun out if he wants to do that, because they got to take some map control because they don't have long. Like, you know the Gen.G have to be pushing somewhere. Doesn't need to get the flash out. I get that he's trying to distract for short, but...
I mean, it's so funny to see this because this is a round where, sure, normally we'd be saying, wow, like RRQ, you did it, you clutched it up.
That second kill is fast, man.
These are rounds that Gen.G should have been losing after they got into the site. And they still make it this close, and then they're winning.
My god, that was so doable.
Continuing to keep the lead 10-8. I mean, don't let the scoreline fool you. This is RRQ desperately hanging on at the ledge of the cliff.
I mean, that's the thing, right? They only just won the rounds, so they would get reset. So it would be all three of them that can't buy. They want to go fast on this one. Yeah, and this is the TSM. It's an absolute classic.
You're all alone. You have to survive. He's trying to play around the smoke. He's too slow. Too many
yeah, and in theory, they get the Viper over towards site. Karen survives as well, and he can now use the smokes.
This is ridiculous, and now he's still controlling the exit around the C site. RRQ trying their darndest to try to find some frags, trying to push through.
A crazy ult? Nah, it's common at the moment, really. I mean, it's been common for a little bit. You ult here, you do some kind of push with the jet, either through garage or through B to get into like this area. You always have some kind of angle on this. Pulls the C player over, which means that you can send it over towards C.
Deja vu for you, non-stop. You're too scared to push it. You don't have the numbers advantage. And you look at the credits. It's not map point just
yeah, and they gotta save. And they gotta stay alive here as well.
Jemkin's not checking the site at all. Finally, has a timing.
Oh no, that's actually deadly. Yeah, that's devastating.
Another rifle dropped for RRQ. And Gen.G 1 point away from getting.
But they got a big decision here to make. Elmimore can drop one. There's one guy that sits at 3k that can get something.
Gen.G right now. I mean, you talk about how they're able to dash in and everything, but Charon with this one from the shadows, the way that he kind of goes in for that strafe shot up against
yeah, I think they'll force into it.
So much work, so much attention and aggro being pulled away from the site allows for the rest of the team to push through. Just
Aaron, bro, he's just insane, isn't he?
Right now.
And
you can just tell the vibes are so different too, right?
Steps up so big
it's, you know,
every time in the important games.
They know that the momentum has been on their side. They know they've been ahead of RRQ.
Dude, I kept him off my top 10 list because he had like a slow split. And then in Shanghai, he just looks like the best player ever. And I'm like, well.
And now they've pushed up A main.
Didn't realize that he just saves his energy for the big games.
You got kill trips, 2 of them, but Monyet's dead, so the first trip's gone. Texture's gone over it as well. And he spots
and he finds the second one, and this guy back aside has to kill everyone. And that's it. I mean, that should be it. They at least killed the VIP, so the retake is doable.
And it's deja vu all over again.
He's got the blades. But unfortunately, economy not quite on RRQ's side, and they are staring down that tunnel that is saying it's map point. The trade comes through. Elmimore manages to find the first, maybe a second.
Elmimore's made this doable. The fact that there's no smokes though, so they can play down towards long.
Prevent this from going to 12.
Yeah.
He's starting to peek out.
Oh, the understanding, right?
He knows that they're all around C long. Utility just to block out the cubby, but nobody's there to be found. Has to tap the spike.
Yeah, sold the tap, and they're going to double peek right on the 4-second mark. They're jiggled to check as well. He does get the half, so there's one more opportunity, but they swing out.
And they played well as well, knowing they're up against a breach, not going into cubby. Or chances. It's been a masterclass, man, really, from Gen.G. Karen's been unbelievable though. Like, he's a big reason why this has been, I don't want to say easy, but convincing.
Truly, Gen.G. They managed to, at the very least, stay on top of their throne for this map. Down to the final round. RRQ has to go in for it without the best economy. That's when it really starts to sting. The one kind of saving hope, the one silver lining that they might have is that they are close to their ultimates. If Estrella can pick up
how many times keeps getting the opening kill. It's so done. Yeah, it looks like we're going to bind. A map that is not played much in Pacific.
4 rounds left in the magazine. Peeks out, but Texture just shuts everything down on for the
Does he get it?
And maybe even the ace.
Here we go. Yeah, the big chance, but he doesn't want to throw the round. But he wants it.
But now the real victory would be it's going to be shutting down the ace.
Dude, I saw his reaction at the end again. Okay, solid game, solid first map.
RRQ's pick of Haven.
And a huge sigh of relief for the team as they head off into this knockout rounds with their first winning round against RRQ. It was a map pick that was meant to kind of throw Gen.G off, but unfortunately did not quite work out the way that they wanted
this whole,
to.
there's been a couple of teams that have done this,
for RRQ.
where they like curveball pick Haven,
no slow starts today, but we'll throw it over their desk to
and then they'd use the default comp. And it's like, well, it's not much of a curveball if we literally know exactly how you're going to play.
RRQ on their map pick of Haven. I mean, that was a crazy way to start off the playoffs, and, you know, RRQ really needs to win the next map to stay in the game at all.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's win the next map or your season's over. You know, so it's a lot of pressure now on RRQ. Gen.G came out the gate swinging, looking really solid with some of their protocols that they have in place. You know, Karan on the C site, off that pistol round, doing a really good job of buying time, waiting for reinforcements to come. Yeah, it was a good early play for RRQ. They had some good pick plays set up, but Gen.G has really good discipline in moments like that. And then they had some trap plays set up, like the one at long A with the deep toxic screen, and Lakia's flashing through it, and Karan's pushing up. So,
dude, Gen.G had a lot of 6 setups. Yeah, and they used maybe the Viper a little bit old school that I don't think RRQ are expecting. And the Killjoy util was changed up all the time, so that really.
The team kept playing these really close rounds.
Really rough time to actually get a lot of map control and a lot of pressure.
Okay, no, we're not.
This elimination, yeah, single them.
We're calling one before we go into a full buy, and the timing just kept getting disjointed, it seemed. And he finally calls it. We do see them rally back a little bit. They managed to rescue that half for the most part, and they start off the second half decently, picking up those first 2 rounds. But it just never fully came together here for RRQ, and now they are in a very dire spot because this was their map pick. This was a game of who was going to have better reads, who was going to have better set plays, and Gen.G kind of had that in spades coming into this one. And I think
13 first kills.
It's a map that we haven't seen from Gen.G for a considerable amount of time, not since back over at Shanghai when they played versus Fnatic.
A lot, man.
Before that, when they played versus Paper
Actually just had an absolute game.
We haven't seen from Gen.G too much of as of late, and the same for RRQ. But if Gen.G is going to be firing like this, then this could unfortunately be the end of RRQ's run.
Yeah, what's it going to take for RRQ to bring it back? I mean, do you think there's any real shot here?
Aaron,
surely.
What a beast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Win conditions.
I mean, the rounds where we started
Aaron
to see
plus
RRQ
9.
find success.
Do some more stats on top of this chat.
When they were able to kind of get past Gen.G's early defenses, if they were there. A lot of times Gen.G was playing.
Karen plus 9.
Space and then play off a contact and then
winning all the duels, basically. I mean, look at the duels difference. Plus kills difference, duels difference.
And they just like hammered through their defenses, got the plant down on the defensive side, you know, just made some good reads, but it was mostly on their attacker side.
Yeah, and a lot of like the 3v3s as well.
You're going to have to get Gen.G off balance.
3v3s, always capitalizing on the 3v2s.
To sit and think about what they need to do, they're going to outthink you and they're going to outshoot you.
Definitely, and you can tell a lot of the experience that they've been picking
only
up
lost 4 duels
this year, in particular, through the various masters and the international events. I mean, it's
let me spam some ads. We'll be back in a little bit, right?
And just that experience superiority.
Yeah, it really is, and I think one of the big things that we really need to see from RRQ coming into Bind is just that firepower that they started to find near the end of the first half and at the start of the second. That needs to be there from the outset. I mean, Elmi Moore, it took a while for him to be able to get himself on the board. He has been one of the heavy hitters here for this team alongside Monyet and Jemkin, who both in their own right didn't have the most solid of games. we expect that Estrella is not going to be the one who's top fragging for the team. It's happened a couple times, but it's too far in between. He's widely just sat back, making sure that he's putting up util to be able to really support the players to go out and find those kills. And while that util was being pushed forward, the kills were not really being found by the players who are very regularly finding them for RRQ. So I need to be seeing a lot crisper aim and decision making here for the players, that punch coming through from the outset, because if you allow for Gen.G to get a similar streak at the start of Bind, then I think that this is just going to be cooked. I think it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, I think part of the problem came down to a round like this. This is actually the round that I just had in my mind where Estrella's behind box there, and he's waiting for the contact on the trip, but Gen.G had already sussed out the trip was there with the dog. So this is Estrella not really like fully thinking ahead in enough steps. He's just saying, okay, well, as soon as they make contact up the trip or there's any util, I'm going to throw the fault line and I'm going to slow him down. But Gen.G just says, now we're going to go up and over it, flash it, clear the trip, then come around while you're screwed by utility, and then we're going to kill you. So it's just, again, it's the reason I said at the beginning of this that I wanted to change my highlighted players to Munchkin and Estrella is moments like that, because because whoever is outthinking the other is going to win, and Munchkin generally does a great job, along with Solo and HSK, of getting this team mentally prepared to think multiple steps ahead in advance.
Yeah, that is such a big factor, and I think that is the very thing that puts the best teams at the top, at least for this VCT year 2 for the franchise leagues. That is such a big factor. You just got to go beyond raw firepower here, which both of these teams definitely have. But when Gen.G has they've turned it back up, and going into Bind, I think this is going to be really scary. Like you guys said, it could full well be a 2-0 if RRQ doesn't figure out a way to just push Gen.G and don't allow them to think. Now, we haven't seen Bind at all from RRQ. Do we have any expectations here? Any hopes? Any desires in what you want to see?
I'd be expecting coming into this Monyet on Raze and then Jemkin playing Gecko. I think that that's likely going to be, you know, the foundations of the composition that they decide to run on this map, unless they have really gone crazy and tried to cook up something else. But as long as it's not solo Viper controller, then I think that we'll be in a good spot. But this needs to, whatever they have prepared, it needs to go hard. Because while they do have a little bit of tape to study on Gen.G in Pacific as well as at international tournaments, they could have also come up with something a bit different themselves. But for the most part, I think we're likely going to be seeing the same comp from them. I think it's going to be Munchkin on that Viper as well as you know, the Brim there for Charon. This just comp continues to work excellently. So I don't think that Gen.G is going to change. But have they come up with new set strategies? That's something that RRQ has to be concerned about.
Yeah, I actually want to get your opinion on that. I think it's very interesting that Gen.G, it's so far, if they find a comp that works, they don't really change that up very much, and that can even be a bit of Korean Valorant style. Other teams like to switch it up a lot. We see Talon doing that, we see PaperX doing that. In terms of just weighing out the pros and cons of each of those, do you think there's a benefit for Gen.G to not changing up their comp?
Yes, 100%. I mean, I think it's because they can innovate on protocols they already have in place, and this is such a smart team that they're able to kind of iterate on different versions of what they've already shown. We've seen it time and time again. And also that, like, it's because they have such a good core foundation. They're so good at trading. They're so good at individual play. Their first kills are through the roof. All those things put together make Gen.G absolutely formidable, and that allows them as well to expand their playbook on their current agents.
Now, we also have our guessing game.
Okay.
Yeah, here are our ranks
yeah, you're
right
fine.
now.
You're like,
you're
just
so
like,
I think we have to
radiant.
fly through this.
Yes.
Okay, quickly.
Your top fragger for map 2 Bind. Who's it going to be?
Okay.
The options are Texture, Monyet, or is it a tie?
What the?
Sorry, I thought it was I think they changed it. Texture,
Boom,
Monyet.
done.
I'm going to go with Texture as well.
I'll just go Monyet because I don't care.
I
was going to pick Meteor, but he's not on the list.
Yeah,
if I'm correct in my assumption here, and Monyet is playing the Raze, then he definitely has a significantly higher percentage chance of being able to take this, though.
Yes, 100%. That's why these guessing game games are meant for us to fail all the time. Although you did make it to Radiant, our first Radiant. They even put a little king hat on the king himself, Mr. King.
What can I say? Game is easy.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not
guy
even going to say
hates
anything.
this
No,
game.
I'm just letting it go. Not this time.
I hate this game until I'm a Radiant.
Hey, you know, Okay, I did not guess this.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay, I got Monette nailed as far as the race is concerned, but everything else is not what I was anticipating. This is a spanner in the works.
It's the first time we're seeing some of these players on these agents at all.
How are you? My concern here when I just look at this is it's going to be really difficult to set up Jemkin on that Yoru. You don't have any really deep utility other than the paranoia to like set him up for success. So these TPs are going to have to be immaculately timed. Yeah, you can smoke on top of him with the straight up,
but can't really get info.
Instead of flashing, it's going to be a Monette
can't
you TP alongside him. I suppose.
Really.
It's going to be really interesting to see.
Set up the
another deadlock. Very few teams have been
can't really set up the actual duelists.
Well, RRQ is starting on the attacker side. Really curious to
It's a
see
bold
how
play.
they manage to pull this one off. We're gonna go.
It's a really, really bold play to play no initiators on bind.
And Chobra.
Thank you
We'll
very
see what they
much.
got. Benz with the 4 months. Thank you, thank you. These two work well. I mean, obviously.
You love Deadlock.
No, I love
Okay,
Deadlock.
I mean,
love
this
Deadlock,
on
but
defense.
This is a variation.
Sure.
Oftentimes when we've seen the Deadlock
This on
Cypher,
attack.
it was not here with the Yoru raise.
They're gonna be doing like
Omen
the
solo controller on
similar
bind.
stuff
Now,
to what Bleed
just
has,
running
I
through the
guess.
option theory a little bit. This
We'll see.
composition, you're
1-1
relying
for the
on contact
pistols.
to get in, you're relying on direct contact to get in, flashes
Whoa,
to get
Gen.G
in,
don't
and
do the
then
double
you're
sheriff?
going to
Oh.
set up the post plant. So
But we have
I
double
can see
frenzy.
you're playing to your strengths a lot, but it is a deep dive in. Texture trying to fish for it. He's actually going to end up getting the orb, but they're trapped now with the paint shells. Texture and Meteor both pushed up very far out. During all of this, Jemkin's already dug deep into A short as well. So Gen.G a little bit
they made a lot of
pressured.
sounds, so
RRQ,
rotates
they've already
coming in.
taken all the way up to the entrance of the site, right up to the spike position. They spot him, they push him out of showers, and that's going to be the poison cloud dropping. Jemkin's ready for it. A quiet pinch in from RRQ. Lamb still being held, backside still being held by Gen.G, and they push right back out. Gen.G's not taking this quietly, and
Oh man, I mean, they hit a lot of shots here. Observed did pretty well to get us most of that. 2-1 for the pistols. Very nice shots.
For days, but the way that this round really plays out is just how Gen.G kind of gets the read of the situation.
Is this Karen that melted the frenzy with a double headshot of a classic?
Texture didn't stay inside of showers for the longest time. He backed out.
Man.
And at the same time, you've got Karen locking out lamps, and they're able to find these angles and duels because they know where the choke points are. They know where RRQ's going to
God, I think RRQ really needed this. I think this could be a really rough attack from them.
See what else RRQ's able to show us, but we're not going to see much of it right now, as it is just going to be an eco. It's just a fast hit with the shorty, the double blast pack, and it's the judge to meet him. Holding very close as well. Karon knowing the exact distance he can hold right up the wall. Even going to deny the plant. The snake bite lands as well from long range. Sure, the barrier mesh just to hold him off.
Just locked to judge in.
The judge still, I mean, this distance is still
Yeah, now what?
You're not going to find much of it.
He doesn't care, man.
They just want to flood him. They just want one kill. They'll get it. Okay, Sparrow gets 2.
He threw a stim back at him.
So RRQ doesn't mind that too much, but I think Gen.G's probably chuckling a little bit over on stage.
Yeah. Karen threw out the stimmy just as he was about to die. The way that barrier match just kind of blocks off. The ideas were somewhat there, right? But they weren't expecting this judge in round 2 whatsoever.
Yeah, he's just left the net in the whole time.
He just does it here. He's like, oh, I'm crouched. Well, that's just too bad.
Dude didn't want to remove any bits of util.
All right, well, RRQ, you have your buys now.
He's collecting them.
It's going to be half armors across the board.
Dude, he had way too much fun in that round.
The double sentinels.
Got hit by the grav net, hit by the camera, didn't take any of them out. Impact, thrown as well. That was
Again, these
unreal.
smokes, you're so limited in the number of smokes you have. Jemkin going to get immediately cleared, and no push out. RRQ going to read that it should be a heavier stack on A, considering that there's just no re-clear of B main. You're assuming that that's going to be the delay setup, that's going to be the weaker setup, and RRQ will be correct so far.
If it's not a fast strat, how does RRQ get anywhere?
I mean, at the very least, even if they still meet a lot of resistance on the B side, they could take the teleporter out if the rotation from Gen.G went through. But now, Guiding Light just confirms everything. Lakia counting down the timer, sends it at the right time. Munchkin with a snakebite completely delays everything too. And there is a welcome party on the A side if
Flash.
RRQ doesn't push through. Monyet unfortunately falls.
Okay,
to
I mean, honestly,
GENG with the double clears and opens
the
everything
TP
up
over
for the
towards
rest of the team.
default. I mean, the raise. Monyet is gonna go.
Hold off the rotation.
Monyet's gonna have a pretty bad score,
so they're not
but
entirely certain, but they
doable.
do seem to have a very hard read that it's going to be all three. Now they hear all the weapons as well. So RRQ knowing that they should be okay. It's going to be cyber cages from both sides just to try to keep Gen.G trapped as they try to creep in.
Yeah, Monyet is the drone. Yeah, basically.
It's a 3v4. It is doable, but time is not on their side. We're about past the halfway mark. It's an instant jump in. The flood is good. Triple kill for Jemkin, but he goes down. Xpharaoh clears up Charon, and while Meteor is doing damage, RRQ, they can just play the timer to try to win out the round.
Hey, they're on the board. Gen.G will be happy because they got a lot to rebuy in terms of RRQ.
Not too shabby though.
Gonna win one to make sure they eco.
Through it. Yes, they lost several guns in the fight.
Okay, this is a big round. Obviously, whoever loses it has to eco, but
you have the barrier match.
they got Jemkin's ult. Not that they have too much that can follow up the ult, but
and then as the fight kind of
they also
they are watching every single angle.
are up against a team that are close to having some ults.
Dropping 3 of your weapons, losing all the armors. That's
yeah,
rough.
so Gen.G want to get one of these ults. They're going up towards showers heavy.
They're going to go fast.
Flash confirms it. No one's here. They got Razor for a retake. Does that mean that Gen.G just leave?
And they will be correct. Spots the sky. Should have spotted the Viper as well at range, but Munchkin just going to get the spam through the toxic screen. They need to be able to clear this site fast. Jemkin, he's trying his darndest.
So well. I thought they were going to leave site.
They're ready to break any sort of setup here, as we do see the blinds coming in, and there's the showstopper with the paint shells getting killed, but Xpharaoh somehow survives.
Maybe.
85 HP, 1v2.
Oh, unlucky, man. Yeah, and with that, they go down to an eco. We've got these 3 that can't buy.
We're seeing it once again.
Shout out to Lakia here. Lakia played really well. I mean, honestly, Munchkin did really good as well. I'm pretty sure he just spammed someone through his wall, just realizing they're going to try and follow up the ult.
They can't quite find the space on the site to set up post plants or even to really
but yeah, the Lakia's flash into send out was lovely, man.
Kind of banking on the timing of things and trying to get the right rushes out, but it just kind of doesn't set up well enough.
And here's one of the
this is one of the good ones, right? Lock them in over towards showers.
So they'll get early control of that, clear the cypher
camp. I mean, they can
back,
take.
Okay, well,
Dude, Munchkin keeps getting the first kill through smoke.
We're gonna see Gen.G start to spray through the smoke a
I think that's the issue, right? As soon as you see like the grav net, you know that's where they're going because that's their only bit of util to get some map control.
Even the paranoia, sure, it has some
you know they're gonna be following up somewhere, so you just spam.
Finds a kill into Jemkin. I mean, not even giving a single chance to approach. And this is going to be the game plan. Gen.G, hold him off at bay. And then, okay, if you see him at the site entrance, you now delay him. You've got the toxic screen. You've got Snakebite. You've got the Cypher. You've got paint shells. You delay, because RRQ, that first rotation of skills, and then they're not going to make an easy entry after that.
Not to mention they have fast rotations as well. Charon on this judge.
Oh, so god.
Together now perfectly.
Hey, that's a way in.
The side of B-Long allows for RRQ to sneak through using the cyber cage. Charon, however, does have the orbital strike. He's waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. Now just looking for some of these tiny little gaps inside of this cyber cage. The Stinger, the firepower that it provides, not quite able to find the shots. RRQ will be able to plant.
Oh my
1 HP. I was gonna say that's one of the bold. Considering they have Hookah, that's one of the boldest plant spots I've ever seen.
Orbital strike as well. The site absolutely cleared out. Monyet will do his best to get kills. Put the spike and planted inside.
How did he get that? Yeah, Munchkin saved him, man.
Once again. And I mean, just like that, snap of a finger. And it's suddenly a 5-man stack from Gen.G. RRQ, they're going to have to find a better way to try
Meteor, yeah, dude. It looked like he was looking at the minimap, but there's no way he's looking at a minimap when he's jumping out here. I don't know what happened.
That much more as well. I mean, you talked about distance and range, the way that Gen.G are spraying them through the smokes, watching out for some of these vertical plays as well. And not to mention, Charon with that orbital strike, just well placed to allow Gen.G to clear out backside before, rearing their sights towards the elbow as well as garden positions. Now back into the next round. RRQ buys
and
back
singular
up.
limb, RRQ went for this.
Maybe a little bit more initiating utility.
Now once again going for a bit more dry contact play. The one way to gain advantage on B, and they've ditched the A side. It's going to be a full send again from RRQ. They have no intention of rotating.
Maybe they weren't expecting Bind as a pick.
To try to draw out the delaying utility when Munchkin's holding an off angle. Vignette is now down. The dive so much weaker. Molly's ready as well. Snake Bite sent. And RRQ once again trapped in their own attack. They can't go forward, and it's tough to go backwards. But at the very least, at the 1 minute mark, they say if we don't push back now and clear our flank, we will literally just be trapped in hookah the whole round.
Yeah, this is
It's just something that doesn't feel good whatsoever. So
yeah, this is brutal, man. I agree.
Trying to find something
It does
towards
not
the A
feel
side,
good.
but the Seekers.
Yeah, and one of them actually gets through on hookah. Two of them actually. So it's going to be a clear sign for Gen.G that they've already made the right call. Meteor's here to back them up. Texture holding from heaven. The trips are clear, but the paint shell
And the
again,
Seekers
so
literally went
much
around the
delay.
whole map.
RRQ not able to draw these out fast
Seekers
enough.
went around the
Their
whole
rotation
map
is
and
just
discovered
much
them
slower
close
right
here.
now.
So
The
full
Gen.Gs
pass
are
them
still
in
trying
over
to creep in,
towards.
but Meteor's already holding in the smoke. So is Meteor.
Towards
It's a
A. They got
triple
10
on
seconds to
site,
plant.
and they immediately pushed out. It's a play for time here from Gen.G. And
And nothing
RRQ,
to
they
get
don't have
back
an answer for it.
in
They
sight.
try for a fake, but there's going to be the ultimate, and they're just spraying down to deny the plan.
Munchkin is farming them though. Like he is actually having a map. Fast kills, actual kills as well. Like
just RRQ
dragging out.
feels like they're facing against just the biggest wall. They can't break through it. You talk about, yes, the fast rotation, so much delay from Gen.G, but at the same time, RRQ just can't quite catch a break. It feels like they need a little bit more, room clearing utility. Maybe the boom bot, maybe the fake out that Jemkin has with his Yoru. But they're also kind of
Trying to think of how many they need. Like maybe if they've got really good stuff and they get a pistol, they could get away with 2, considering their comp. But I just don't think so because of the one smoke. Like I would just go B every round.
And they're always playing against numbers disadvantage.
Curious to see what Ewok's going to tell them.
I still think that with this comp they need like 4, 5.
RRQ has in their arsenal. Again, a lot of it is single use. So you can't really risk spending too much of it to try to go for fake executes on one side. Again, they're limited by a lot of range as well. So it's not like you have global abilities to throw.
What was Haven? Haven was a banger.
Haven
was cool.
Make sure that Gen.G can't react in time. But right now, that's the problem. You bring this composition to try to just get a read if they push out, watch your flanks, but really you want to get into the site, get the post fight. You want to always guarantee that you have the numbers advantage. You want to always guarantee that you have the tempo, but there's so much delay, and there's not a great way for RRQ to bait that out. I mean, this is where that lack of an initiator, it hurts a lot.
Oh yeah, it really
I was
hurts.
thinking maybe they were going to try to use this Euro.
Surely they can get some round
but
smokes.
So far, Jemkin trying to lurk around, playing around the gate crashes, just doesn't quite break through now. Single gate crash already spotted out and marked by Gen.G.
Let's find out.
As they try to clear out the rest of the A site alongside this dimensional drift. Trips being spotted.
Oh my god. Just under the trip. Oh, just stopped in front of this trip. It was nuts to watch.
Around the corners.
He's not checked. Not yet. They could have a suspicion just because of the cyber cage, but they do not know for sure. And you have Munchkin outside of the smoke as well. Sure, you have the barrier mesh, but you don't actually have control of the site like you think you do. The paranoia is not going to get the full care. There's a flash.
Oh man, it's
Jemkin
a nice flash.
buying enough time. Monyev the showstopper to make sure, and Xfero watching the flank. And he's
Bam, here we go.
well, blindly.
Double ults,
RRQ
triple ults. That's all they needed.
Finally getting a round that they wanted in the fashion that they planned for with this composition. See if they can end it cleanly for a flawless. They're on board for it, Charon.
They don't need to overstep here because they got a long way to go. They need all of this money. Because the chance of them losing the next round and getting reset is pretty high. So.
That's it, though. Good round from RRQ. I think it was a little bit of a tell. As soon as Meteor tried to sneak on over, Karen with the Sky Smoke kind of alerted RRQ to maybe thinking.
They'll do it. Monyev wants get one closer.
I mean, you need rounds like that. You need
Oh,
shots
it's a
like
nice
that
shot,
to get
though.
your confidence back up, because otherwise you go into every fight thinking that I'm at a disadvantage. We see that even at the top levels. We see that in the grand finals sometimes, international tournaments, because that's just how momentum goes. But here's the thing, is that you can tell this comp is designed to try to combat Gen.G. The barrier mesh goes down, it stops the flood. Like, that's the whole idea. You throw the rapids,
on that
you
map.
gotta throw these fakes, and this time, sure, it kind of
I think you have to run a duelist.
just checking for the gate crash. He doesn't read too much into it, but let's be honest, Gen.G did have the information, they just didn't react on it because they weren't quite sure, and now they will have downloaded that round.
A lot more information to work off of.
Okay, so they win a round. They've won a bonus round where they have better guns, and they've won a round where they had 3 ults. Kind of the 2 ults that Cypher just secured it.
They can really push out and pull.
I mean, every second.
Imagine they win this one. Force them down to an eco. They would actually have a. They'd actually have a good chance.
That's what we've seen in the first 6 rounds.
Like if RRQ can steal this round,
it
is giant.
Minute mark already. So much time spent. You still have a showstopper. You have a pit. You have snake bite. You have molly. Everything is still there. Trailblazer as well from Gen.G to try to slow things down. Gravnet to just jump onto Lamps. The pit is gonna go up. And Munyed can't land the shot.
I'm telling you, man, Munyed is not gonna have a good score, dudes. Holy.
On for the ace. He denied textures, but will he get his own? As he hides the cam to try to spot. Not quite finding him just yet. Elmimore hidden in Lamps.
30 seconds
but there's no exit. I mean, Elmimore, your best bet right now is just to try to save here. He's going to deny it.
Hey, he had a great round, though.
Gen.G against aces today. But Elmimore, now the mission is to stay alive. 20 seconds. Barrier mesh maybe just to trap himself in, but
Hex just steals it. Yeah, that would have been good.
And now
10 seconds
closing in.
Revenge for earlier.
Holding off texture from one side. They know he's trapped. It's a pinch. The timing should be good. And Talon, the jumping judge.
Gets the upgrade on the top of this as well. They do get reset money-wise, but like we said, 5 people surviving the round before means they're okay. I just don't think they get around without that ult at the moment. Doesn't look convincing. Like, look, there is no util for help any of this.
I mean, this round was really RRQ trying to play with some of those fakes. They know they don't have the range for it.
Karma hits hard.
Yeah, that really was the karma. And they are sending it with the Razor, and they play close. Oh man, he could get 3. He probably gets 1 shot because I said that, but. Oh, he missed his. He missed such
Annihilation in play pulls Karen out.
Yeah, but there's cover here from Gen.G, but
he missed the satchel.
To it.
Oh my god, we're gonna get around because he missed the satchel.
And now it's just going to be Meteor and Munchkin. No control of the site. Sure, you have the creds.
Well, I guess that's my fault.
But we'll see if they go for it at all. It looks like, all right, it's going to be Meteor just going for the save. No reason to give over a chance for a faster ultimate for either Jemkin or Munyed.
Good body blocks. Got flash, but I don't know if that then meant that he didn't want to send it or what.
Gen.G saying we're already heavily in the lead. Let's cut our losses this round. Stabilize, take this time to regroup.
There.
Which is the right call to make. Keeping themselves up on top tip condition.
I just want to take this chance to say that Showstopper clearly is the most inaccurate ultimate now, because even Annihilation hits before Showstopper, and that's a devastating news for Raze players. But either way, RRQ using that ultimate to get clearance of A short nice and early.
Yeah, it's getting the read for how, you know, Gen.G might have the confidence to really push out sometimes.
Yeah, they'll take that freebie, and 4 people surviving, so they get a good amount of money.
That's the main thing. Although this was a pretty good round from RRQ, right? They got the read that.
Yeah, I think the insta flash might have owned them.
Let's really hanker down onto this with our Annihilation. But that doesn't happen every single round. You're not going to have these.
They're at another chance, right? They're at another chance where they could reset. They could actually win this round, and then they'll push them down to an eco. Then they kind of secure 4. Well, it would be 5 at that point.
Once again on the back foot. Once again playing catch up.
Saying that, if Gen.G just bought double judge, would they ever actually lose a round? No initiator.
Still holding there from backside, but RRQ, they find their targets. Quick trades onto Munchkin and Texture. Barrier mesh already down. They haven't quite cleared showers yet. They don't check for it at all. The gate crash fake, but no control over that one. And RRQ,
the giant round,
sure
man.
You have the wall up, but you're trapped
giant rounds, because it's kind of worth 2 for RRQ. And
mesh broken nice and early.
5 rounds on attack with this comp would be pretty impressive.
Gen.G ready to close in on the target.
Still kind of Waiting for that tap now. Here it comes with the cyber cage out though. Karen plays right around the edges, managing to take down Gen.G. And Elmimore sprays through, gets a couple of his own. A Meteor answers right back.
Elmimore. Chad, they got an eco.
Around the corners,
2-4.
that quad with a headshot
I'm telling you, Gen.G, if they get a double judge here and they lock one judge here and one judge in lamps, they will win the round.
Barely hanging on to this map once again. Elmimore, great heroics to put him right back up to 1 point away from his annihilation from that ultimate. See if he can be the hero that RRQ needs. Oftentimes
no judges. Damn, dudes. No judges on a low buy here. They get sheriffs instead. They got no initiator.
Gen.G for sheriffs.
Could be potentially an RRQ 6-6 at the end of the first half if they play their cards right. Gen.G starting to get an idea that this is how RRQ wants to play it, especially around that grab net, which really keeps some players pinched down once Monyet dives in. This time, switching things up, they go in for that showers play. Boombot just to clear it out. Karen at the ready with the incendiary grenade.
Dimensional drift.
Gen.G real shooters, I mean, yeah.
And if I'm RRQ, I use it this round. You need whatever rounds you can guarantee. Can't be looking at the long run right now. It's going to be a stack. Xfero's in for a rude surprise. It's too many.
Oh, he just checked the camera and he's like, well, that's a lot of people here. I mean, he at least saw 4 on the radar from the camera. The minimap would have seen 4 question marks.
Getting chased down. He gets chased down. It's a quick reaction from RRQ. They're trying to hold on. There's a cyber cage and a grav net just to secure the site. There's still 2 rifles on the side of Gen.G.
I would be so fine using this all into it if you wanted to. Yeah.
Annihilation being used. They want to secure the round. They know what's at stake right now.
It's so pointless.
Gets broken fast enough.
You probably should have held on for it to just buy time.
Now watching the angles. As soon as Gen.G peeks out, there are a couple of shots fired through, but what is this?
No.
The paint shells is broken down the front lines. Gen.G knows he has to fight for this now.
That was sick.
Flash,
the timing of the flash is really good.
Now watching from the off angles, you got Monyet walking down.
Damn, what a round, dude. 5.
It's a bit of a double spray, and RRQ
5 of them.
5th win. A little bit costly, though.
Very dicey.
Yeah, maybe Gen.G giving them a few here as well.
To scrape together everything for a full buy.
You think if you were Karen on that other round where you bought the judge, would you not just be thinking, hold up, do this all the time? Criminal, they have 5? Yeah, they should be good with 5. For sure, Gen.G can kind of play it, manipulate the rotates. Like, they're never going to know where they're actually hitting. But wait, this might work, man. The grab net might get 3 here. Oh my god, they're getting locked in. Oh my god, they might get 6.
No exit out of that one. And RRQ start with a man lead.
Especially if they have the timing right now to go in for a bit of a
and they get out and get the ult out of them. They do lose 1. Do you insta Omenor when they're doing this over towards their elbow so your team can go back?
No more delay utility for RQ, even if they get onto sites. It's going to be a little bit more tricky now. They don't quite have the dive capability without the blast packs as well, so this all comes down.
Oh, this is going to be a full send. Okay, he's going to go onto the triple, but he's not going to get checked. It's just a full fade still. RQ's doing everything they can to make sure Gen.G rotates, and Gen.G still have Lakia over
Yeah, he's low HP though.
Position with the toxic screen to shut everything down. Monyet goes down, instant spam, but that's enough time.
Aaron has to get 1.
To fill the back of the site. He sees the shrouded step. He's waiting for the next jump in. There's a flash coming in. Estrella barely jiggles out in time. Site's still in control for RQ. Gen.G now 2 staggered. They have to reset for the retake.
A little bit of dark cover though. Oh, but Munchkin just walks out a little bit too darn early. Meteor now. It's all on his shoulders before RQ evens out the score. Slowly creeps out, fires off an opening shot.
6.
Revealed his position, trying to bait out some peaks, but nobody's
6
really
is crazy with this comp.
Such a big numbers advantage.
Dude, I don't think they would have ever got 6 in prac. Oh no.
What is this? The collateral!
Oh no.
It's a one-on-one.
No.
A bit of a death match.
Okay, it's all good. It's all fine.
Sidestep as Meteor steps up onto the top.
Man, chat, 6 is an insane amount with this comp. Also, you got a similar story to Haven, right? To a timeout of like, what, 5-1?
Right now after that round. What was that collateral for Meteor?
That was nuts.
Somebody get help, because this...
Somebody get help.
Oh my goodness. You fully, watching it as a viewer, you fully expect...
Almost a clip, the 6-0. Dude, I called it early though, that's fine. That was a praise, if anything. It was a bless.
RRQ, they just line up in the most perfect timing. Insane, but at the end of the day, right now, if you're RRQ, you just say, listen, it's a 6-6. We gotta forget what the journey looked like, but the destination, we made it barely.
Everyone expecting it. I'm not expecting defense to be insane, but it should be easier than their attack.
Obviously, the story's a little different. You know that the journey
I don't know how they hold B,
the
really, but
it started to just slip away at the last second.
The Omen's gonna have to be real good with the smokes.
Gen.G still have a lot of cards in play. That's it, though. That was a really, really cerebral round from RRQ with the way that they were kind of rotating all over the place. That teleporter play pinching on towards Lakia, pinching on towards Karen, really threw them in for a bit of a loop. But now that we've swapped sides, how does this composition play out?
All about the smokes, really. Yeah, I think I could just walk out over towards B, though.
Default 2-1-2 setup.
Unless they fight long, heavier than I expect.
Works in for their
Which they probably should.
Kind of information gathering.
Okay, for pistols, 2-1.
RRQ. Looking at the composition, I think you would have wanted a couple more rounds on the attacking side, but now they'll have to utilize the double sentinel as much as possible. They're working with 0 information gathering, active information gathering, no initiators on the defense. It's going to be tough to try to
scatter nade to break trips. Going to have to be doing that a lot of the time.
It's not easy to do that on the
They
pistol,
love that he insta-takes the TP here.
Makes things a little simpler. Monyet peeking off of it, and he just shuts down. Boys, you know it's the Cypher here on the B side. Trapped. And Gen.G now rotating, trying to re-clear. Still a lot of time on the clock.
Going out.
Just kind of slowly inching up towards it. Estrella with the jump peaks gathers the information that he needs, so now sets up for the paranoia while Monyet plays around the corner. Got the rest of the squad kind of
makes them use a flash. Hey, that's nice.
Potential for Gen.G to make a teleporter.
Yeah, we got a 4-person stack here, especially got this trip over towards short.
You just drew out the paranoia, so Gen.G, they're just gonna go in quietly, cut the audio, send the high guiding light just to get in and find the opening. There's 1 kill, but it's not gonna be enough.
Very nice. 2-2.
They've made that
1-1 each of the maps on pistols.
He goes for the blind paranoia. I was wondering if he was going to keep it until he heard the guiding light, because then Gen.G was looking in prime position to creep in. But he sends it because you've already started
the RRQ comp. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't like it. I think Gen.G misplayed it a little bit, so there's a chance.
So RRQ, they get the pistol round in a relative fashion that they would have wanted. But we'll see if they can continue this, because they got the pistol on Haven as well in the second half, but it stopped right after the anti-eco.
Still a bit of a potential for them. Buying out the outlaw now. Monyet just fires off the opening shot, trying to funnel them over onto the other sites. Barrier mesh set up now. So it's going to be a little bit tougher for the pistols to break it. Gen.G just retrieving their alt orbs.
Yeah, and Omimore, he gives the
they
alt orb,
can just have so many different setups
right
though.
Now. So you're gonna have to creep up. You can't break that right at an advantageous angle. You have to actually reveal yourself all the way in through showers, and on pistols it's gonna take a while. So he'll say, you know what, you take the alt orb, I'll take the timer. We'll take the better setup on the timer here for the round on the defense. It finally dissipates. Still a minute left though. So now, having to cycle those smokes. Only 1 left for Estrella before the cooldowns. Gravnat at the ready. It's going to be a simultaneous pinch. The guiding light lets them know that the hit is here. Creeping all the way through. Snakebite keeping RRQ at bay. And RRQ, they can't stay alive. Omimore completely trapped in the smoke.
What happened?
Gen.G fishes him out. Xpero's here for the trade. Backside still in control.
A rough round at the moment,
They're going
man.
in through close quarters. It's a double
Oh boy. Oh god, he picked up the gun. Oh no.
Recovered. Vandal in the hands of the Sentinel of Gen.G. And RRQ, they have a lot of work to do. They have to push through. Showers still in
You gotta smoke off Showers with this smoke here.
Caron trying to make a curve
So late, but
shut down at long range meteor, utilizing that vandal. He turns around. It's a triple. The reload not in his favor, but Monette doesn't have.
Oh, the reposition.
He finds one. There's a Spectre for Munchkin.
Nah, they got eco'd with a double sheriff.
Thrifty to shut down the anti-eco.
And big
bit of a disaster here. Nicely done from Gen.G, obviously.
RRQ thought they had the cause in their hands with that
that should be the demoralizer.
But as soon as Gen.G does their due diligence to clear out these little corners, right, paint shells into the sky smoke, the way that they managed to sneak Meteor into the corner of lamps, they picked up that rifle, they started firing off their shots, they landed everything snappy, good, sharp, and clean. This is now devastating.
Guns recovered, yeah, they did a good amount of that. Oh my god, they
try to force the swarm.
they hit the other guy.
It's an eco. You just want whatever advantage you can have, but I mean, as soon as you hear those shots, I imagine you just back off, try to go for a stack. But they want to make sure, they're trying to make sure that Gen.G doesn't get too much of a snowball, I guess, with even the ult economy. But now you've given even a bigger one.
Yeah, I mean, you give him money, you give him everything.
Gen.G, they get the spike plan as well. No damage done to their economy. Not even an armor scratched up. An RRQ, it's looking like.
I mean, shout out to Gen.G, they had a good idea. They're going to be going for this. Wanted to try to deny the orb anyway with the insta stim pack.
At the very least, well, Texture's not going to give that chance, though. He knows. I mean, he's 2 points away. This is what RRQ's scared of. Texture, the outlaw, he's creeping in. They have a long way to go, and guess what? The barrier mesh actually blocking their exit all the way back as well. Oh, the pre-fire. He jumps in, okay, but he gets one. He gets 1 point.
All right, he doesn't want to keep the gun until next round anyway.
It's the outlaw, so you're not losing much because the econ snowball has already begun for Gen.G.
So as everything pans out, Gen.G are really starting to snowball their advantage. I mean, that's why you called it an avalanche. That's why we call it momentum, right? They're really starting to build up.
They're one away from an on attack.
Sitting on one ultimate. If they can't find this next round, we're really looking at them working.
They kind of really disrespected that one way as well.
And that's gonna be very, very beneficial to Gen.G right now.
Okay, Monette. Big ol' RRQ probably going to be on top of the fact that that Texture's going to be going for his orb. So they hold over towards long, they get early info over towards Showers.
They get for now. Again, no initiator means it's very tough to push out even further, even on a timing. It's going to be the sneak bite. Trying to give Lakia a chance to re-clear B main. Gen.G, full fake on the B side, trying to draw out whatever utility. And Estrella, he doesn't want to get stranded. He doesn't know how many people are here. Again, no info on the side of RRQ. I mean, sure, there's no hard info on the side of Gen.G either, but
is the gate crash though?
I mean, there's a lot of
so kind of
util over towards here.
Once they start to snuff out that it's a bit of a fake, but is it going to be enough numbers to put up a wall between them and Gen.G?
RRQ needs to hold on to Showers. They've made their commitment, which is, I would say, the right call to hold on to this angle, but they have to clear Meteor out. If they can't do that, it's going to be the
oh, yeah, he comes out on top of that. Kamimo goes down over towards Showers.
Angle advantage for Gen.G as they now hold both entries into the site, and they just barrel through trying to chase. Lakia, of an overheat. So now down to a 2v3. Unbeknownst to Gen.G on site, it's currently a 2v2.
What a weird round this is.
We'll just double up.
Honestly, all the rounds are weird.
They know that Showers was still under their control, so Meteor holding close. Caron's gonna look to try to bait them out into Meteor's hands. Meteor waiting, suspecting perhaps the far alert coming in. He finds one, he lands that shot.
Might have done enough. Oh, what a swing. Oh, what a swing.
Still far, he's trying to buy time, but the molly doesn't quite come out. Paranoia pushes him back. He has to double check, and Estrella's gonna get off the half again.
This guy, man.
How many is it?
This guy's too, he's too good in big games. Yeah, that extra swing was so nice. Meteor is doing a lot of workload to get these rounds doable.
backs up completely and then just goes in for the most confident swing. Even went in for a wide swing.
Yeah, shout out to this, shout out to Meteor here. Ate the grab net, but just did not remove the thing for ages. Doesn't want to give away the sound key.
The gate crashed over, but as soon as Gen.G pushed through, yes, it was a lot of resistance initially, but making use of the smokes, they stay tucked away in the site, and they managed to control it. These fakes.
And they're just going for their exec. Molly top of the site here.
RRQ, you chose this comp, you have to commit to it. And now they are. They're trying to just get the fights they want, but Gen.G's ready for it. The weapon advantage too much. And the util
love it too
not
much.
Gonna favor RRQ, as Gen.G has already suspected it. They were already backstepping away, knowing that RRQ has to go for a Hail Mary. The composition, the econ, everything points to it. Gen.G not a team to let those things slip away. Sparrow, sure, you got a stinger, but Elmimore not able to catch the tail either, and it's just going to be down to Monyet as we get a Pulsar flawless for Gen.G. And it looks like they're going to start to run away with it once again. On Haven, it was at the 8th round win.
Yeah, is this the last timeout? Looks like it.
7, RRQ stopped in their tracks.
And momentum built up, truly.
But I'm pretty sure they're like going aggro over towards long a lot as well. Just purely because, like, if they take close over towards B, the solo Omen has to do so much with smokes. Like, you would kind of look at this map a lot of the time and you would go, well, solo Sentinel should be insanely good on defense, but you got to look at solo Controller on defense, especially on this map, right? The 2 choke points over towards B, that one Viper wall that covers both of these. Like, that does more than any of these Sentinels can really do on the defense anyway. Like, it doesn't add too much.
A little bit worried about the fights they take.
The only thing you kind of get extra is the grab nets and stuff like that. But
it ruins a lot of the plans you might have had. It doesn't matter what comp, what meta you're playing in, but if you don't have those moments where you know, I'm just swinging out, I'm winning, whether you win or not, then it's so hard to
Gen.G gonna win with 0 timeouts?
And you can see Gen.G right now, I mean, no doubts in any of their players. I don't think we've ever seen quite a best of 3 like this from Gen.G, where from the very beginning, all 5 players were hitting their shots. They're a great team, but oftentimes they're a bit of a slow starter.
It's fine, Prodigy. They can just take it.
Charon, Lockya, you know, they take turns and then they all come online in the long run.
Think Premier will play later? Yeah.
Certainly does not bode too well for RQ, keeping in mind that this is
otherwise, why else have they got him?
Gen.G now in the lead, having taken down Haven, which was RQ's map pick. This buy means everything for RRQ. They've got the ultimates to make it work.
This should be a relatively good example. We'll see.
Gen.G, again, they don't have all that much information.
It's just a kill trip that they're relying on.
3 people here, but like the Omen has to do so much with the smokes. Yeah, and they can't duel out in front of the choke points because they can't smoke both of these angles off.
Now a 4-man retake. You have the dimensional drift, but the Seekers come out. Time bomb once again. Estrella spams through.
Hold up, how's he done that?
To try to get information. He's scouting out, but Texture, he's dancing. He's dancing as much as he can, trying to buy time. Estrella going around on the flank. Monyet finds kill as well.
Hey, how has he done that though, bro? Give me this guy's POV. He's just outdueled everyone. Maybe say the Gen.G gave him a few too many duels here, but
a couple of those were they wallbangs? From inside of B. It was a little bit painful when you saw Xfero going down, but as soon as everyone rotated over,
he get the first double?
That Lock gets sent out. Estrella threading the needle from elbow, managing to find a couple of angles onto some of the Gen.G players, and then swinging out, snapping onto their heads, finding that quad to put his team back up on top.
Little smile on his face as well, trying to get his teammates just back into the game, trying to find some comfort.
They missed it. I missed it? Oh, okay, well, that's my bad. I guess I'll never know. You guys will know.
Now, looking like it's going to be a fast push out for Monyet with just a singular flash.
What the
I mean, there's no one
hell
there
was that?
For him. Sure, with the flash, maybe he should have hit that first shot, but either way, now it's a numbers advantage. And RRQ, to try to make sure that they maintain any control of showers, they have to commit 2 here to re-clear. Waiting for any util, waiting for the peek from Elmimore. No escape. But it's going to be the Trailblazer first. Util trade for util trade. The cam to allow Gen.G. There's the guiding light, the anti, and the counter flash, and they both anti and Gen.G split apart.
Yeah,
and RRQ
those didn't feel like the flashes are getting him too much.
Estrella still thinking about rotating through or not. Gemkin
Human drone moment. Monyet, yeah. He was always gonna. He's always gonna have a rough time on this.
It's all down to Gemkin.
Where's their actual money?
Can't
buy. Maybe a drop.
Gen.G marking out their individual half of the site.
Again, kinda. He's out to buy like 3 people, and then maybe double stinger or something.
Barely climb back into an 8, but looking like they're not going to be able to chain it together just yet again. And with their teammates on low creds, RRQ is going to look to save time, not on their side. Texture only 3 points away from his ultimate. He's going to go on the hunt with the extra credits. See how close he can get to that showstopper. Gemkin, he needs to hit the shot. He will, but Texture, again, still gets an ult orb off of that. So some value found.
No more timeouts as well, so they gotta pull a miracle out of somewhere.
However, we are verily veering towards.
I don't even know how like you get.
Series point once
Don't even know how you're meant to play it on defense. They want to go aggro because they're gonna get overwhelmed. You can't let them contact up. You don't have the smokes to stop them from contacting up.
But still, that was a round headed over on towards Gen.G. Pulling out all the stops now. We've got Monyet with the operator, hopefully trying to play a little bit safer to punish Gen.G as they try to push on through. But this team, once they start to get going, and everyone is going right now, it's going to be a bit of a bulldozer.
You gotta, because they managed to save the guns.
It
get a
does
lot.
help, of course, on any of these maps, but especially
better buy than I
maps
thought.
where you want to control the extremities. Helps tighten things up a lot when you don't have hard info. But I'm surprised it's going to be the Rays holding it instead of the Yoru. So Gemkin looking to be a lot more mobile, trying to just provide backup. They find the operator over in showers. Gen.G looking to try to surround it. They creep in. Lamb's control now in their favor. Still putting pressure here on Hookah as well. Meteor wins that. And he tags
not
Xpero
another.
as well. He knows that it's just a 3-man hit over on the A side. He'll
doing.
keep the site for time now. Xpero finally
Okay.
clears it.
Gonna say he's doing work over towards B here.
Repositioning, trying to delay with the paint shells. Paranoia goes out as well. They know the rotate's not an option just yet for Gen.G.
Gen.G still trying to stay and hover around the site. Karen thinking about the orbital
Dude, this ult could own them. Where's he going to do? Just out in the open, man.
Suddenly goes through just to clear on the backside. Rest Gen.G trying to peek out from these smokes, but RRQ is everything trained and covered. But what is this?
This is a lovely 2v4 from them.
Double kill. Karen here to back
the
him up
pinch.
as well. The spike has gone down. It's a 1-on-2 for Xpero.
The layers from Gen.G, down in numbers, and you still go for a commit onto the rotate. You use the orbital strike to make sure that you have time to go all the way around. That entire play, the linchpin was going to be Munchkin, and Karon will be the one to
That was
wrap
impressive.
it up.
Okay, 4 chances,
One step
just
away
like
from getting
Haven.
into the double elimination playoffs. Gen.G.
Got some ults.
This is how they did it in stage 1. Sure, the journey seems a little rough. Seems like it's a slow start, but when it matters, they say we've come prepared. This is the moment we've been waiting for, because we won't ever miss that one chance.
They've got that one shot.
HSK just called Karon an insane, he's just a crazy guy. You're insane! Well, Monyet gets trapped. Gen.G a hard read on this one. With
Just
all
tanks
the
it.
online, you know, I mean, every time RRQ feels pressure for a Hail Mary, Gen.G's on top of it. Barrier mesh
Oh my, well that's the Cypher locked in over towards there. Hope you didn't want to reposition Cypher. Is your
Gen.G to rotate back to A.
you're trapped.
Not really moving yet, though. Keeping in mind, Elmimore does have the Annihilation, should he choose to use it.
Not in a great position to, though. I mean, into Garden, that's a weird angle for you to try to bounce it off of. Have to really expose himself quite a bit. And now, just under the minute mark, Gen.G gonna look to widen the map just a bit. They know that no one's actually pushed out because they've had that spy cam out in front of Showers for a very long time. Yet he gets spotted, and he sees him, both of them getting information. Estrella has to win that fight. He does. So they know that Gen.G might be going for the rotate. The Annihilation just to push them out. Now they have hard information. The Annihilation trying to chase through. Estrella gonna be on the receiving end of this package. Takes down Lakia. Gen.G, can they pull it out again? The Rabbit. No, Estrella shuts it down, and Charon not gonna be able to do much. Jemkin
okay, doing it. Did you did use the deadlock ult? I'll be honest, deadlock util wise, I have not seen much. I have not seen much. They had that one round where the where Gen.G wanted to ult up short and they ulted someone. That was pretty good. Seeing Gravnet been disrespected kind of got them killed twice.
Just to push RRQ into overtime against Gen.G.
I haven't really seen anything from a deadlock.
On their side, Showstopper online for Texture. Barrier Mesh, again, nice and early, just to try to get information, just to be able to push out on other parts of the map. They're trying to pinch onto Lakia, but it's two people here. They already taken him down. They spotted Karen as well. Some of the best
I respect that a lot of the aggro stuff has not been working, but they still go for it.
And then pulling back with the gate crash. Just as Gen.G might have thought the beach site was slightly weaker, now thinking twice. Munchkin not quite pushing out. Camera does spot him, so he's going to have to back off for the time being. Meanwhile, we've got Texture alongside Karen slowly doubling back into her showers. Jemkin going in for the pinch play against Munchkin now. A bit of a trade happens on the other side of the map.
Mimo's trying to creep forward. He's trying to just be the hero that holds on. He's trying to anchor onto the site. The grab net just by time. And he'll say, I'm not going to take these chances. Gives some respect to Gen.G. Paranoia as well, by further time for the backup. Now 2, now 3 members, but down
dude, this guy's keeping him alive, man.
Things out. Meteor all alone, only 30 HP. Just one more round needed, but RRQ says we're not done just yet. 2 steps away
they
from
half
overtime.
And it happens again. Elmi Morastrea, Jemkin, they're doing everything that they humanly can just to put themselves back into the game. The pinch play on towards Munchkin. The utility to delay and slow down Gen.G sets Estrella up for the perfect multi-kill as they finally put themselves up on top. Double digits. Gen.G now, though, calling the timeout.
They forced the timeout.
All right. I mean, this is already a big success from RRQ, finally forcing that timeout away from Gen.G. But again, it's RRQ only one step away from getting eliminated. Their entire year ending here at VCT. Sure, it's already a great record. They've been gunning for a playoff spot ever since the beginning of VCT Pacific. They finally make it. They've taken down some of their nightmares that haunt them, like Gen.G in Stage 1. But they have to do it once more if they want to go all the way. We heard it from Munchkin as well. Gen.G doesn't want to go as 4th seed to champions. They don't want to sit on their laurels. I can only imagine RRQ feels the same. Improvement, that's not where they want to stop.
This goes here.
See what the timeout brings from Gen.G.
They want the seat. They want to get
back.
Okay,
where's Monye going?
National plays and
try to drop Sim the op. Going over towards long, and are they going to stim pack beat him to the angle? You're going to expect them to be here as early as they are?
2 rounds is what stands between
give me Monye's POV.
And this overtime.
Okay, no stim pack.
Making the plays for it though. A bit of a fake out.
Dude, he wanted to go down at one point there.
Goes through the teleporter. Gen.G slowly trying to inch up towards Long. Monyet with the operator has to back up.
They fake TP.
Now a whole entire setup to try to buy time for the operator.
Wait, that's on his head. The nade's on his head.
They're not going to suspect it, but the P-Shells gets
oh my god.
The Showstopper not finding it. Texture can't quite find the target.
They did? Oh my. They did pretty good to shut this down.
The spams, finds the headshots through the smoke. Munchkin creating a crash, trying to find a gap. But the dimensional drift.
Okay, well, they know where they are now.
Xpharaoh, it's all up to him. In a fairly noticeable position, but the sonic sensor, it gets broken.
Weird, because you just tank it for a little bit. Whoa. Hold up, chat. 4 chances down to 3 chances. 2-9 on top of this. Yeah, they get a good buy. This guy's a little bit wrecked. Light armors will save him, but.
Going for a set play to close out this map. Monyet with his blast packs keeps himself alive. At the same time, Jemkin nailing his shots all the way from the back of the side in towards Octagon. it really sends Gen.G in through the teleport, and as soon as they step
Double.
through the teleporter, you can see Xfero just zeroing his sights, getting ready for that push out. So prepared for it. Coach Ewok doing his best to try to read these plays from Gen.G, and Gen.G wants to end this desperately.
Yeah, they don't want this to go to overtime. They don't want to take the risk of going all the way to a third map. The fact that they're pulling out their remaining their timeout, you know, using everything in their resources. Solo seems to have found something, a hard read, giving everything he has to the players. One last play to wrap this up, move on to the double elimination. Gen.G, they don't want to be at the edge of the cliff anymore. They want to be back in front of the throne where they believe they belong, where they've established themselves at Master Shanghai, set an entire new record, a new landscape for VCT internationally. And now, not a full buy, but they'll have to go for it. Orbital strike at the ready, 2 points away from the Seekers, and 2
Just checking when we dropped him here. Monyet
still
takes his op over towards showers. They're gonna have no info the ops over towards here.
Gen.G spread out a little bit thin for the time being, letting them expend their utility. The fake out does not spot anything.
Yeah,
one team calls a timeout, can the other coach talk? Yeah.
Sure that they have to use util to try to get into hookah.
Okay, so this looks like a fake. So it looks like a call. So I like both of the calls at the moment. So one call, his original call with the timeout before is the fact that they can't really hold over towards B. So if they get long control, they're going to win because they have no smokes to deny them. This call was the fact that they got no initiator, so they really struggled to clear if someone is inserted towards lamps.
No smokes on the side of RRQ in the face of elimination. Gem getting cut off from the site, so is Xfero. Oh, RRQ. Are they going to give this up?
Yeah, they might have to just retake. Boy, a hard retake, man. That's a lot harder when that happens.
Monyet trying to pinch in. It's going to be a bunch of 1v1s. Xfero's waiting for it. Doesn't find the kill. Gen.G exits. They know that time is on their side.
And Jenkins has double flash.
Not much of it. Ticking down
Micho's sending it.
VCT Pacific 2024. Doubled up on elbow.
Oh, Micho's made a massive play.
No one showing their face. Meteor drawing aggro. Xfero takes Munchkin down, but still nobody spotted. The orbital strike finally drawn out, but 2 members taken down.
Dude, Micho is just incredible this whole game.
Alone to try to keep RRQ alive, but he's not gonna.
Yeah, he's got no time on this one. It's done.
Ending the season of RRQ.
Savage for RRQ. Dude, RRQ did good to get 11 with this comp, to be honest with you.
Moving on to the double elimination.
Okay, RRQ's year is done, and Gen.G, with this win as well, 100% in champs now.
A single left click, a single tap ends it all. RRQ, they've shown massive improvements, finally making it to playoffs, but Gen.G shows that they have the adaptability. Everything.
Gen.G, HyperX, 100% no matter what. Champs. Just because of the points.
RRQ, yet another valiant effort. But Gen.G, they come back alive when they needed it most. With this win, securing themselves into
and DRX.
No matter what, but as the IGL
no, because Gen.G could still come fourth, right?
This isn't where they stop. They are
if Gen.G still come fourth, they have to go through points.
To go in as a higher seed, they want to make sure that they go in with an outstanding position going into Champion Seoul on home ground as the reigning international winners of VCT.
And they have to face off against old nemesis.
Gen.G come fourth. Oh, okay, yeah, you guys are right. Yeah, that makes sense.
A little bit of fun on the stage as well.
Yeah, so it's literally battle for the extra spot at the moment.
Every single player on top form, every single player reading all
you're right.
the plays
Pacific,
that RRQ was trying to throw at them.
Pacific,
Even
DRX,
they are sticking to all of these classic
HyperX, Gen.G. Yeah, that makes
works.
a lot of sense.
Our desk will break down everything that happened in this series.
But it's basically can Talon or Team Secret.
Deal one. Charges through into another day of playoffs.
You know what I think we learned here today? First of all, Gen.G still got it. RRQ really did a great job on Vine, throwing up a curveball.
Oh, this was a big curveball, yeah. And they did have a rough time because they didn't play against it that well.
Trobra's curse when he picks RRQ is stronger than Asurai's prediction ability this year. Unfortunate, but it do be like that.
That it does. This is such an unfortunate way for things to come to a conclusion for RRQ. To be able to rally back, you know, make a decent effort on that Haven, and then come into this bind and, you know, get it up to a 6-6 half to push it and make it really look like we're going to be going to overtime. It was fantastic to see from them, but unfortunately this is the end of the road. It is once again Gen.G being that roadblock, stopping them in their path. But ultimately, I think that this is still a solid
RRQ
year.
played
Obviously,
great.
RRQ,
Yeah,
they
I
went through
agree.
some
I mean,
changes. They
I think
dropped
maybe
Frederick
this
Strayek moves
wasn't
into
the best
primary
example,
IGL role. They get
but I do think their whole year, with the change up that they did, like split 2 looked pretty decent.
I think that in the end they got to a really good spot. So ultimately, this is not.
I wonder how many changes they'll make, or if they'll make any changes. I think the only teams that I'm fine to like not make many changes are the teams that lose from like single elim here. They're like the only teams that don't go to champs where you're like, hold up, you guys could probably just keep the same.
So I think that for the future, if they stick together, which they should,
you know they will. I mean, yeah, I think in Valorant, it seems the problem is that Heretics were too successful. That every team is gonna look and be like, hold up, we can make changes. And we can be like Heretic.
Today, but again,
that's the easy way to do it.
Since last year,
so that's the issue at the moment. So I imagine just all the teams are going to change up, but I would be okay if this team didn't.
I mean, look, if you want to hang your hat on something,
how many slots? All the regions have 4 slots.
This year than it was last year. You got into the playoffs this time. You didn't have to go through, you know, some weird scenario to try to get to champs. Instead, you had a pretty good opportunity here.
Remy playing? I imagine so, dude. Otherwise, they wouldn't have signed him this early on.
To beat them at some point anyway. So for sure,
like they signed him within the 48 hours before you can play him.
The core of this roster,
they're gonna play him.
Really scary to me. I thought this comp initially I didn't really like it at first, but actually
this late on, yeah, that's why it's so mad. That's why everyone's talking about it.
What was going on in the post plan in particular? That is a scary,
because it is an absolutely mental play. But it's sick.
So
yeah, like it's a sick play.
So
it's a sick play to make.
And then RRQ make
you would,
being
the player that he replaces, you would be
things like that. There's a lot of good things going on there. It's just, look,
honestly,
pound for pound, Gen.G right now is just the best team in the world. That's all there is to it.
For me, only plays in Abyss according to Frost. Interesting.
But I also have to share with this.
I don't know how much I believe of that. That's a really dumb move to say that early, if that's true.
And even this is, I mean, it's great. We want to see them back in champs, representing Korea for the Korea champions. And I'm so distracted because our guessing
he's probably just saying it because they don't want to play Abyss, and then he's hoping that they ban Abyss, thinking that they practiced it.
You did it. You got your prediction right, and you got
like
this right.
That's probably the full process there.
Likely going to be playing Raze, and that gives them the opportunity. And
I should get like
I don't. Why on earth would you say that?
You did.
unless you're trying to bait.
Well, you didn't. So just you get your
But they wouldn't let me pick Meteor. He wasn't an option.
Wait, is this right? So you
were
refresh F5 with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Welcome into Slug Club. Why has Primy got such hype? His stats are pretty much the best I've seen, to be honest. his stats, I know it's ranked, and there is a difference between ranked and pro play for sure. There's a lot that you have to learn still. But in terms of individual mechanical skill, pretty much the best I've seen, man. But he's gonna be at least as like on the same level as like something. Could even be better than that mechanically.
Our A is not gonna take our jobs just yet. More?
No, I think he's saying you have to go down.
No, she already did. She already did.
Basically like Karen, yeah, but better stats than Karen. That's the thing that's worrying.
They're making sure
or exciting, whichever way you want to look at
it. Picture board is always the thing that trips us up the most on the task.
This is so manual, you know? I'm kind of used to doing stuff on a PC. Yeah, so Texture had 16 kills, Monyet had 17 kills. It was tied for a long time. Yes. AI was actually not too bad with a little KO guy there. Anyway, going back to this very last map, we got to see 2 maps that we haven't seen much of from these 2 teams.
Everlow Prime 10s. I mean, I would say the 10s is in his prime now, just that everyone's a bit better than when he was farming.
Making sure they didn't get any further than 11 points.
For sure. I mean, the fact that Solo also had 2 timeouts coming into the last 2 rounds, absolutely ridiculous. The fact that he's able to pump the brakes twice there and just call a set play for Gen.G. You know, he's like,
RRQ's completely out. Yeah, the year is done, man. It is the most savage thing possible.
See that much and have that much ability towards
that is
when you're up 12-8 already.
How it happens.
With 2 timeouts in the back pocket with a coach like Solo,
You think he can perform better than 2021 Reykjavik 10s? It's a different. I think he's performing. He is performing better than that right now. And like he was at the run up to Madrid and in Madrid. Just the fact that everyone else back then wasn't as good.
You get an extra timeout, so you might as well burn the one that you have while you have it. And it ends up working a treat. It's really unfortunate. It felt like there's some really silly deaths at times, helping to deliver the victories over here to the side of Gen.G. I'm thinking about, you know, on Haven, Meteor being able to get the nano and the turret kill.
I mean, that's just how it is with games. Like the same as CS, man. When CS came out, when NiP were there, like that NiP roster would get wrecked like 3 years down the line. But they understood the game better than everyone else early on.
There's good advantages, you know, taken from the side of Gen.G, but this was a very narrow victory on Bind. And RRQ, a couple of adjustments that, you know, rush play not coming through from Monyet.
Think someone picks up Demon 1 for next year? I think the fact that NRG keep him as a sub probably means that he's going to be in that rebuild for next year.
Away with the deadlock. I'd rather see, if you're going to run it, no Cypher and run like a Sky or something else to give yourself a little bit more ability to control the map.
Yeah, definitely fair enough. And again, I hope to see more of it in the off season, especially from RRQ. And with that, Gen.G,
how many pros from Masters Reykjavik 2021 and grinding tier 2 right now? Yeah, that's also a good point.
Gen.G.
Psych, thank you so much, man.
Hello, and
yeah, they look good.
Here at
thank you for that, Psych. Appreciate you.
Pacific Stage 2 goes to Gen.G.
Thanks for the super chat.
GG's. All right.
Nymeria, thank you as well. Thank you with the prime.
By Gen.G secured their place at the next round and of course their spot in champs. So I want to know, how's that win taste? Sweet, I bet. 오늘 우승으로 인해서 이제 다음 라운드 진출 그리고 챔스 확정까지 한 승리 소감 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 저희가 TS 때처럼 무너지지 않고 저희가 이번 경기를 잘 이겼기 때문에 앞으로도 진출도 하고 조금 더 편한 마음가짐으로 게임을 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
We were able to, you know, keep our posture unlike our TS match, and then we secured our spot next round and at the champs. And the Sky Viper.
Quicksu, thank you so much for the 9 months. Thank you for that as well. Appreciate the tier 1, man.
Unusual comp works. So I want to know, that's because it's Gen.G, right? 이제 스카이랑 바이퍼 조합 헤이븐에서 보여주셨는데 그게 이제 젠지라서 가능한 게 맞나요?
일단 저희가 인도대에서부터 이런 조합을 헤이븐에서 써왔고 그리고 결과가 좋았기 때문에 저희가 너프를 당해보고도 조합 고민을 많이 했지만 그래도 저희라면 할 수 있다라는 형들의 말 덕분에 그냥 그렇게 트라이 했습니다.
We've used this agent cop since India and you know we faced the nuff that Sky had, but you know our team, we got together, we can do it, and then we got today's win. And you know you've managed to keep your calm throughout today's difficult moments. And I want to know, what's your secret in keeping so calm and you know your focus throughout the matches? 항상 이렇게 평정심을 유지할 수 있는 그런 비법에 대해서도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 제가 좋아하는 일이기도 하고 그런 일들을 하다 보니까 대회도 많이 뛰었고 하니까 평정심을 이제 편하게 유지할 수 있는 것 같아요.
I'm doing what I love, and I've participated in a lot of global tournaments as well, so I think I'm able to, you know, stay calm and collected. And we weren't expecting Gen.G to go, you know, pick Bind, but on top of that, RRQ also showed a Yoru and Deadlock composition. So I want to know how that was facing Yoru and Deadlock. 이제 바인드도 예상할 수 없었던 맵 픽이긴 했는데 또 RRQ가 요루랑 데드록을 골랐으니까 거기에 좀 어떤 막상 경험해보시니까 어떠셨는지.
저희가 이제 연습 때도 그렇고 여러 조합들을 만나봤는데 그래가지고 저희가 이번 경기에서 대처 능력이 좋았기 때문에 이긴 거라고 생각합니다.
I think experience was the best for us. We played a lot of different agent comps in scrims, and I think that was our key to success. And although the TS match didn't go in Gen.G's favor, you guys seemed to crush it, and you guys proved that you are once again the masters of Shanghai, from Shanghai. So I want to know, like, what did you guys talk about after the match with TS? 이제 젠지가 이제 상하이 마스터스 챔피언이다라는 걸 오늘도 한번 입증할 수 있었던 그런 경기를 보여주셨는데 TS전 이후로 좀 어떤 점을 이렇게 집중해서 보완을 해오셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 일단 TS전에는 약간 멘탈적으로 안 좋았어가지고 그러니까 게임을 하다가 멘탈적으로 안 좋았어가지고 그런 부분들을 더 마음 잡고 하자, 멘탈 잡고 하자, 서로 케어해주자라고 해서 다시 잘 된 것 같습니다.
We weren't our best form during TS's game, so we mainly focused on keeping it together and showing what a great team we are. And next up is PRX, and they've already secured their spot at champs as well. So what's your mindset going into the match with PRX? 다음 PRX를 만나게 되시는데 그 각오도 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
스테이지 1 PRX가 우승했으니까 스테이지 2는 저희가 가져가겠습니다.
PRX secured the champion title at stage 1, so it's time for Gen.G to secure the stage 2 champions title. All right, thank you, Karan, for the interview.
Thank you.
And we'll be back again to see
I like that a lot.
Team Secret and Talon Esports
final spot
face
is
off.
pretty much winner takes all. Secret have 1 more point than Talon, but if Talon win, they get the 1 point and they would have the advantage due to head-to-head. That sounds right. I think that is right. I never know for sure with the Riot rules, but I think you're right. I think this is just for champ spot as well, right? Dude, the pressure on this game's crazy. So crazy. So yeah, it really is a winner takes all. Everyone gets into champs pretty much. Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit. We got a banger game coming up, so make sure you're here. Be back in a little bit.
Efficient because these guys just play contact. So
okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle Battle. Battle. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's knockout day in the VCT Pacific playoffs, and now we start the clock on match 2 to find out who is going to be joining champions as the 4th APAC team.
Because I wasn't here, so good luck today, guys.
Good luck, Talon.
Go home.
Hey, Cruz. Who is this new guy on your team?
So he's our newest addition to Talon, Primi.
Oh, that was a smush Storio next to him.
I couldn't tell him.
Chewed up and spat out. But before we address the Thai elephant in the room, let's talk about Team Secret and Talon here in their head-to-head. We've seen Secret on the up and up, and Talon, you know, they are back in playoffs one more time, but in terms of performance leading up into playoffs, I think it's a bit shakier for Talon while Secret looks stronger than ever.
Yeah, the last 2 series with Talon were a little bit weird. They showed us the Immortal comp on Ascent. They kept running that. They ran into the second series, but it didn't really hold too much water. Zeta was able to find the victory there. So it's been a bit of a rough road for Talon on the back end of this stage, whereas for Secret, it's been pretty breezy throughout. They haven't dropped a series at all here in stage 2. Last time that they did lose was to T1 all the way back at the end of stage 1.
No, I mean, Team Secret is on an absolute heater right now. They made a great choice, bringing in a couple new players. Wild Oreo looks great. 2G's playing some of the best Valorant we've seen in a while. But of course, yes, this is the wild card coming into today. If you had Talon picking up a brand new player and throwing him in for a best of 3 that decides if they go to champs or not on your bingo card for this year, well, congratulations, you can mark that off.
Yes, let us introduce Primy, if you guys don't know who he has never played really on the VCT Pacific Arena except for challengers, and that was by accident. Jip Boys brought him in because they needed a fill-in because his friend was sick, and that's how he ended up playing. Jip Boys and Cruz have been trying to get him on the team for ages, it seems, and now he's finally here. And you're right, this is kind of crazy. Throwing in a rookie today, well...
Yeah, I mean, you're taking somebody who's never been on a big stage in general, but also has just like never been in front of an audience, and you're saying, okay, we are in a single elimination scenario. If we win, we go to champions. If we lose, the year's over. Go out on stage and perform. And that is insane. But so are this guy's stats, because good lord, Primy has been insane throughout his just ranked experience. Right now, #1 rated player in the world, I believe, across every single region. You look at APAC, you look at NA, you look at EU. This guy, he's on top of all of it.
It's the most Talon thing ever. Like, this is the most Talon thing ever that has happened. And,
yes.
And I really wanted to highlight the IGLs today because good freaking luck. Like, is Jesse Bash, you have no idea what are the comps going to look like. What is Primy playing? Is he playing? We don't know. And then for Cruz, like, if Primy's in there, like, how are you going to get this new player up to speed? Does he speak English well enough? I have no idea.
Oh my gosh. Well, I hope Cruz has those Scooby snacks ready to go for Primy so he can be in full form. To answer your question, apparently Primy doesn't really speak English. He can kind of understand some comms, so this is going to be very interesting because Talon isn't a full Thai squad. They're, you know, they have some mix of non-Thai players in there. And again, there's so many question marks.
I haven't missed
like you guys said, the stakes are so
right?
high right now, so it's a very fascinating choice.
That's an instant answer.
Here we go into let's see where, you know, and Abyss is in this weekend too, so that's another work.
And that's the big question coming into this, because if we don't see it in the first two bands, one of them's picking it. That's pretty much guaranteed. These are two of the teams. It's like
damn,
these
they float it.
It's like, okay, these are the teams that are going to be
Lotus.
picking Abyss. I don't really think that anybody else is going to do it. Talon, though, Abyss is still open, but they're going to elect to go to Lotus. Secret.
Oh, I think it's happening.
And there it is. Okay.
I think it's happening.
Here we go.
Oh, it's Abyss.
Oh boy.
Secret is,
okay.
It's going to show us some of their secrets here on Abyss.
Okay. So the word on the street has been that Secret have been really practicing on Abyss, and that they have overall been have a really good read about how to pilot this map.
Oh, that's the rumors, dude. We get a Haven as well. It's a stacks, man. Lotus, Abyss, Haven. Did his plan backfire? Because he said Primy was only going to play Abyss. And I thought it was like a bluff, to be honest, because otherwise we wouldn't say it.
I'm really curious about the compositions of
otherwise you wouldn't say it. And I wonder if it was a bluff to hope that they didn't pick it.
And I think that those
because they didn't want to ban it. Or maybe it's Frost, he does just like to yap. So maybe he's just telling the truth.
And like, I'd be like, yeah, sure, they'll run that. Yeah. I mean, because they run absolutely just wild stuff.
He does just yap.
Starting to look really
he's a prime yapper. Yeah, he's one of the best. He's definitely one of the best at that.
Especially here in this run in Stage 2. This has been a map that has caused them grief. You know, you got Governor on the Neon. He's really difficult to deal with. So things like that are going to make this Talon comp, well, you know what? I don't even know why I'm talking about this, because I actually just thought about the fact that I actually have no idea what they're going to do because of the new player.
Exactly, and we don't know. Okay, Frost has definitely said that he's all about the 6-man roster and having, you know, different rosters play for different maps, but does that apply to Lotus, a map that they've generally been pretty good on? Do they put Primy in now at this point? We don't know.
This is the first Abyss. there was Abyss in Tier 2 in Pacific the other day. Not that the comps were anything too heavy to look into, to be honest.
This is just
they're all like
one of those days, one of those
double KO
where
solo smokes.
You could pour over data, you could look back at history, and it no longer
Dude,
matters.
why is it so cold in my house? I have to get a jumper. It's like prime summer right now.
Probably playing.
Give me 2 minutes.
We just don't know what that does to the team. Taking a glance at like what he has been playing a lot so far during the act, like it's been all over the place for the most part. It's a lot of Clove. It's a lot of Jet. and then like a handful of games on pretty much every other agent out there. But those are like his most played ones. So it's kind of like that, and then I think KO might be his third most played.
Sure.
And then it's like 2 games on KJ, 2 games on Astra, 2 games on Omen. You know, it's just a little smattering of the rest of them.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing you have to keep in mind. It is very, very hard for a new player to come into a team to play in this kind of format, which is 5v5. This isn't ranked. This isn't, you can't bait your teammates to get yourself some kills. This is like you have to play as a unit. You have to understand what your opponents are trying to accomplish. You have to do all these things to get it done, and you're playing in front of people. You've never been in this kind of format before. Very, very few players come into situations like this, not to mention the pressure on top of all of this, and succeed. Very few players.
And
wait, let's throw up their predictions before you guys, let's throw it up and then make your point, Seth. What were you going to say?
I was going to say one of the few players that kind of has been able to do that. Granted, yes, he had been playing in competitive for a while, but is Wild Oreo, who steps onto the stage for kind of the, you know, the first time in Tier 1, and then immediately had actually risen to the occasion. That being said, clear Talon. That's my prediction.
Yeah. Do you want to leave?
reasons.
Okay, we'll leave. He's explained it so many times. You guys missed to go watch some of the other Dust segments.
Never again.
Chobra picked Talon. I was really on the fence, and I'm still completely on the fence because it's such an unknown. Everything that's happening
The AI
is
has gone
crazy, but I'm
for...
gonna lean with Secret because they've just. I feel like Jesse Vash is really good at figuring out.
Dude, AI's out here
on
doing the
fly,
maps.
and this is gonna be really.
Why is no one else
If he can do
stepping up to that?
today, If Primi ends up playing, that could be what helps.
I
Secret
favor
go.
Team Secret either way. If Primi's in or not, I don't care. I thought Team Secret was the better team. Just period.
Period. Full stop. Okay, and whoever wins this, guys, not only do they survive today, they qualify for champ. So this is going to be a big one. This is extremely
Hey, this is such a stacked game.
Secret and Talon Esports. Let's go over to the stage and welcome the teams.
Nervous? I'd be nervous for everyone involved in this game.
Tier teams, like, you know, fighting for the top seats. I think it's a very good win for us since we have a head-to-head against both teams.
He's got that extra shield, stays alive. Stays alive, gets this kill, just trying to cove there and eventually does pick up the ace.
I think we are one of the teams that changes so much from the roster, from the coach. We've been practicing for like a month, and honestly, I don't really see my team losing a series right now. So that's why I think we are the strongest.
When we first made this team and began this year, our ultimate
Any
goal was
series.
to make champs, and we are much closer now, and we have to win. Our team atmosphere overall is really good. Everyone is super nice, but for me, it's like at the end of the day, everyone wants to win.
I think we just do what we are doing right now. We feel like there's no need to change anything. It's really working. We won against the best team in the world right now. So we just need to keep the momentum up. I mean, no pressure. The goal is to qualify to champions, and we're just gonna stick on it. Actually, we are really excited.
Euphoria, thank you so much for that. Thank you for doing that. You think
Secret, I think, is
intentionally
also
falling
good
off
for
Abyss to
missions.
deny an
I think
ace
we're better. I think
will be
honestly,
finable? No,
the
you
last
can
time
do
we
it.
played them, I think
Your team will
it was a
probably
pretty
be
close
mad at
match,
you.
but we made a lot of mistakes, and it was a close match, and we won. So this time, just minimizing our mistakes will help us win pretty clearly.
Not finable though. I think you'll be fine.
I think they are also
Appreciate the
a
bits, by
pretty
the way. Thank you for doing that.
and strong team, but honestly, with our current roster, I don't think they can win.
Secret may have just saved this round. Fragment takes 2 GE down to 8 HP. He will fall. The swing is
But if you fall off with the spike, it just appears where you jumped off. It's
You
fine.
guys played well this season. It's time for you to go home, and I hope you don't trip on the way back home.
I think it's not our time to go
What
home.
the?
I think it's your time.
Since this can be our final match, we are going to win no matter what.
Whatever the result is, let's just do our best every day.
That was so funny.
Team Secret.
This is VCT Pacific Playoffs, and on the stage, placing third in the regular season, and the only team to defeat Paper X after kickoff, it is Team Secret. The Filipino team have earned themselves a spot as one of the strongest teams here in our region. And we've seen an evolution of the squad with the wild addition of the Nabisco Treat, perhaps the final secret piece to Team Secret's first champions. And in the red corner enters Thailand's Talon Esports with a secret weapon of their own, recruiting a rookie to play for the very first time on the Pacific stage in a do-or-die game. Now, today isn't Talon's first time in playoffs, but the question is, this time, will they make it past the abyss of knockouts?
Okay, so he's playing every map that he liked.
I mean,
yeah, it was all a bait. He's playing all the maps.
You convinced me of a lot of things here for Talon.
Or at least this map.
This is a really tough situation to be in as a new player. I don't care how good you are. First time out on stage with a team in a situation like this.
Why is everyone doing work on their house every time I stream recently? Someone's drilling like in the place below me.
That they are throwing out there to see if
hopefully
it pays off. Because this is one of those moments where
okay, what an absolute mental move, by the way.
Over to this young gun, to Primi, and saying, okay, it's your first time on stage.
Yeah, first time on stage. Good luck, man. Biggest game of your teammates' careers and your career.
After one game played on stage, or are you going to crumble under that pressure?
That is the question. And Frost, the madman behind it all, he has an incredible track record of madness, especially over the last 3 weeks. But here they are in playoffs, and maybe he's onto something. On the other side, we got Dummy, who's been trying to step up Secret's game, try to work on.
If he goes triple negative, does he get dropped? Nah, like if he in theory, it's just like if he is nervous and he doesn't perform up to his potential, the coach just takes all the blame because it's a really bold call to do this.
They get such good read on their opponent, and that's a credit to Dummy and Jesse, who have done a really good job prepping for this stage.
A lot of pressure, even Benji, the World Cup fan. Yeah, it's a crazy amount of pressure. But dude, imagine he plays good. Imagine he plays good.
Is it Team Secret or Talon? We're gonna go over to our casters to take us through the last series of today, Quack and Cobra.
Thank you very much. That's right. Couldn't be more high stakes, right? Winner secures a spot at Champions. Loser, your year ends here. For those of you,
is it a 6-man team? We don't really know, to be honest with you, man. We're kind of in we're in unknown territory. We have no idea. It's very hard to get all the maps down with a new player.
Further extension of the 2024 season.
Yeah, and you
really if he's a monster, they probably just give him loads of freedom.
That's what it really all is about, especially here in the playoffs. And it's high stakes. It's so much high pressure moments, especially when you're facing against knockout moment. This is the moment when Talon puts Primi in, like the desk was covering it. But I also think like that's when the greatest stories can happen, right? You throw in a rookie, and that's kind of the similar story for Charon.
Yeah.
And here we go.
And here we have it.
We're going right into it. I mean,
And,
mentioned on a desk. You've been tracking it. You know that
What is this comp?
that clove, and it's coming out.
They got no
Talon
info.
alongside the Deadlock
They got
as
no
well, a big
info.
switch up in the composition.
Sentinel on
Kind of
Lotus.
sticking with the same plan, but they're switching
Dude.
out the Killjoy for the Cypher.
Talon are
Jeremy's still
crazy.
hanging on. It's gonna be Envy picking
No
three
info
from Sova,
Sentinel.
as Jesse Vash
We got
has
a
been
deadlock.
favoring to go on that Sentinel role a bit more, allowing the rest of his younger players
Primi,
kind of charge
Clove,
forward and set
double
each other up for
smokes.
kills.
But this is a lot of curveballs into what
So
is a very
okay,
high
so they can
pressure,
fight
high
a little
tension
bit better,
match.
so
many
they won't
changes
need
happening at
as much
stake. Like,
info.
how is this all gonna play out? You have this change in the way that they're playing the duelists at the same time, right? Governor back onto this raise, Jeremy still on the Neon, and although the last time that they played this against Gen.G, it didn't have
At least
the
they have an
best or
initiator.
most impactful performances.
Yeah, they have an initiator.
Yeah,
There's
I mean,
that.
Team Secret, to me,
The comp,
big question mark is
it's
actually
not
for Team
crazy.
Secret. I feel like for Talon,
It's
if
like a
you
little
have
bit
been
mad, but it's not
curious about what
crazy.
they do
Talon
about
on
the
defense, Team
competition,
Secret on
you've probably
attack,
caught on to the
and to
fact
get
that
his
they have some great
confidence
ideas and
going,
have some high
they've
peaks,
dropped him a
but they
ghost and he
also tend
buys
to
armor.
lower themselves a bit.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Even just, no joke, if he loses pistol and gets a kill, just a little bit of confidence would be the one here.
How else they can try to find that consistency. Meanwhile, Team Secret, some would question still if they've truly been tested.
Talon, really weird comp, no info, Sentinel.
Or do they have more in the bank? We're about to find out.
Double controller though, so that does make up for it a little bit, because like this they can kind of fight over towards here. Team Secret, Jesse Vash should have a fun time on attack here. He'll be able to luck a lot.
Just quick holds for the time being, sending out or preparing for that recon from Envy. They want to get information as to how they want to hit the sites or how Talon has set up, because again, whole thing has been switched up now. Slight peeks out from Talon though.
Dude, this is a weird comp as well, really. Low initiator.
Noise surrounding A site confirms that the hit is just about to happen.
Yeah, 2 smokes. Once again, the double controllers really finding their value for Talon.
Dude, look at this rotate from Talon. 5. Dude, if they literally cut sounds, they could be anywhere on the map. They might have been on the right call here, though. They forced into sight.
Perfect timing. Wild Oreo there to trade as well. It's a great execute. It's clean. And the heals come
I mean, the Omen flash was good.
It's going to be Team Secret keeping everybody alive for the spike plan.
We're there, but the slide's in now, and Primi holds the angle, trying
to
work
let's see what he's got.
Jit Boys, his old teammate, just to clear out
confidence.
The first headshot going through now. A second as he flicks on towards Jeremy's head. He blocks out Tree, holds down the angle, still has the smoke blocked off, and then a second just to back him up.
Imagine.
Kill going through.
He'd be unstoppable. Holy! Okay, the confidence is here, man. They've won. Do we stop watching? They've won, man. That's crazy.
And that's where he thrives.
2v5.
We just saw it from Karen actually in the previous match, and we're seeing it from Primi. Nerves be damned. I will win this round. Great at isolating all the 1v1s. Stays calm throughout all of it.
Oh my goodness, they overcooked a little bit. Why are we dashing through the smokes?
And what a debut round for Primi. People had doubts. They said it's a big stage.
I was worried he'd be nervous, but that is everything, man. Now it's just gonna feel like a ranked game for him.
Everything else melts away. It's down to him and his opponent.
The worst possible start you could ever have if you're a Team Secret. Well, that's why they raid bossed him.
Now on to the next round, though. With the Sheriffs, Team Secret tries to poke and prod. A little bit of a reaction as the Bear Mash was deployed out towards C, and then opening up the revolving doors.
Yeah, I mean, against an eco, this barrier mesh, very painful. They've taken away one side of it, so that causes the smokes to come out from Primi. But no real way for Team Secret to break through this. They don't want to commit all the util that they've purchased on the eco. Unless you find that opening, that's all creds you could be banking up in the future. So they're going to try to cut noise and try to start to sneak in. GrabNet at the ready, but doesn't find an opening with that blind coming in. Ban holding an angle, doesn't find the kill. There is the paranoia. He's going to back out. Primi's still good for a kill. He's got that vandal. He's got the picking up. Jeremy answers right back. Ban can't trade the weapon just yet. And Jeremy
Bro's perma crouch, just one tapping everyone.
Finally gets traded through the wall.
Yeah, we got the
take down the site, but still the rotation
Jesse?
going through. Jesse Vash not quite able to snipe down a hopping Governor. The Outlaw will take him down instead. It's all down to Envy now. 2 players hunting him down. The flick's not quite there, but at least they got the spike planted. Talon manages to secure the round.
Yeah, Talon will get away with the round, but of course, quite a bit dropped here, so they will trade out that Outlaw for the Vandal. At least you keep the most expensive purchase.
Oh, it's not great. Could have won the round. Would have been an incredible round to win.
That's all you're going to get, and you're fine with that on this eco. Governor, a nice turnaround shot.
Moment of silence. Yeah, it needed it. It needed it.
Get the rounds they need. Now it's a true bonus, but Primi is 1 point away.
And out of everyone looking nervous, Jesse looked more nervous than... Jesse's probably got more years playing games than he's been alive.
Talon's no stranger.
That's not great.
Trying to prepare for some kind of hit towards Rubble. Oh, it's a slide through from Jeremy. He manages to take down Governor at the same time. The utility not quite there from Talon. Jeremy just slides past all of it, breaks it down. Unfortunately, 2G falls, but then the enter right back from Wild Oreo spraying through the smokes.
Yeah, Hail Mary here from Talon, trying to make sure that they keep control of Rubble
the
first.
chill bonus though. Any bit of damage would be nice here.
Jeremy, just a step faster, and Premi, you might be fast, but when you're stunned up,
yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do
like
there.
Everybody else, man. Let's break the trip. He's looking for kills. See if he can get an exit. Tries to draw them out. You can tell just on the cam, he's just fishing for kills right now. Well, if he can pick up a weapon, that's not bad. Sets him up for a little bit more success. If you eventually don't find him, maybe you just walk out with the Vandal. He's got some options. Yeah.
Goes through the door.
Man, that pistol round is mental. I'm still thinking about that pistol round. It's crazy. All right, give me this first big buy round.
Team Secret picking up the round, all thanks to Jeremy's fast antics. Once again, the idea from Talon was to make use of the utility just to keep them pinched down, but that said, didn't quite go through.
I mean, that's
insane. Oh my god, that looks so sick from his POV.
He didn't look bad on bringing it out in the regular stage, but obviously we have some great neons here in Pacific, so there was a comparison. But Jeremy starting out smooth, getting that buy-round win.
Oh man, we go back over towards it. Jeremy doesn't commit this time, so different pathing from him.
To try to combat that util, keeps Governor tied up. He's low. 2GE's gonna find the first kill. Jeremy there peeking out on the other side.
Governor is. I actually felt.
Secret have shut down the Rubble fight once again. Privy, he's good for 2. Almost transfers on to a 3rd, but Jeremy will shut it down. Too many numbers, too fast on the swings, and Talon looking like they're gonna give up yet another round to Team Secret.
It's pretty admirable, right? I mean, Premi,
he's crisp. Oh, he's great. Yeah, he's definitely crisp, man. He's definitely crisp. Again, he was always going to be good because this is such a bold play that this guy must have been frying in practices as well. It's more down to nerves, Adzi-looking team play, what are his comms like,
the movement from Jeremy,
and kind of more of that stuff.
It's not going to be possible.
Is his util like
every
good?
Single shot. So with that Talon needing to kind of go back to the drawing board, this strategy of continually hitting Rubble doesn't quite work out this time.
Yeah, listen. I mean, I'm a big advocate.
Nervous? I didn't look nervous at all. Yeah, there's no nerves there.
It's a long-term move for Talon. I think it's great.
Fungi, thank you so much. Fungi Val with the Prime, thank you. Belloti, Francesca, dude, I always get your name wrong.
We've seen the Woots, we've seen the Alpha years, we've seen this done before.
Belloti, Francesco, right? 11 months. Say your name. Say your name. Yeah, I messed it up big time.
Team Secret tie it up 2-2.
There's always next month, I guess. We can have another go at it. The struggle is real. Oh, dude. We got way better than when we first started streaming, but there's some that still wreck me. What is that smoke? I mean, it's meant to be a smoke that kind of just means that you don't get recons or anything like that, but it ended up working against them because they omen flashed here, and this guy would have seen the guy that was omen flashed. But it's part of their actual strat. It's not like he did a bad smoke. It's just it's more so they don't get recons, and then they can fight towards Rubble more.
They have control over the revolving door as well. Baramash blocks off pillars.
Yeah, but Team Secret also
surprised they decide to force into this one. 1, 2, 3 Guardians.
It was just a Prowler. You know it wasn't a hard setup. You've got your cam. You put up the smoke as well. You didn't hear extra information, so you
Team
know that
Secret
are going to start to play
could be doing this a lot, right? Just real slow plays. The longer they slow it up, the more like smokes they do to block vision, the more question marks they create around the map, having full A control. This means that they have to be guessing all the time. Over towards C, this is what I'm talking about. These are the smokes I want to see, where they're like blocking vision. They're creating timings where they could have got anywhere into a comp that has no sentinel info.
Has disappeared as well.
I think Primi's done a good job to actually just get in front of this smoke and make sure that they don't create the question marks here. They know when this A pressure is actually happening that it's backed by people.
Everyone's rotated over. Good little smokes coming out from Jit Boys just to hold and delay.
This looks like something similar to what EG used to do. EG used to go into this corner with Seekers. They used to ult. If 2 of them went over towards A, they would go B. If only 1 of them went towards A, they would go A. And this looks very similar, where they just saw 2 go over towards A. Obviously, the death happened, but you can just pivot over towards B with the Seekers.
Want to make sure you have all 3 angles for the retake as the defenders against this B site. And 2GE, he has to play a time. Wow, finds 1 kill. Does he suspect the second on ban? He's not quite ready for it. There's the shrouded step, gives up that position. Now
a nice omen flashed again to sight here.
Talon just swarming Secret.
Shout out to Ban. Ban won a lot of duels. I maybe think that 2G didn't need to do his TP. Pretty much where I'm looking at that one. It's a nice retake.
Team Secret, they had the idea to try to make a little bit of presence.
It actually does. That def actually does mean something.
With the step a little bit too early, it just kind of gives off his position. He wasn't expecting a secondary player, so a little bit unfortunate, but the idea was there. And at the same time,
dude, that did not look like the one. Did he mess up the TP? Meant to go more around the corner. That looked way worse than I thought it was.
Back around into the game, and once they manage to pick up that round, you still have the annihilation in the form of ban.
It's just going to be an ace stack once again. You've got the sonic sensors right where the slide has to be coming in.
And I like this from Team Secret, just making sure that the Neon's taking all the risks in case there's a trap play over towards E. And Neon can get out of there early. Once they realize it's not, Invi can go take the orb. One away from his ult now. Speaking of ults, we've got a good amount of ults here.
It's just a systematic flowchart rotation. Clear one side, check B main, clear the other, and then you're ready for fluid rotates.
Keep Jin Boys posted up around Rubble as well. They picked up the ult orb, so a lot of ultimates prepared for this site hit if it does go through. Ban manages to hold his ground.
Dude, Ban is doing great so far. Back-to-back rounds.
Any further. So now it comes down to this C hit. Primi is prepared for it as well. And smokes off and holds up around the site. Annihilation was deployed, so one player gets reeled in with his cocoon. Wildover tries to fire off his shots, tries to create a little bit more space around D, but he's alone and cold. Jesse Vash alone on the B site, trying to run over, but spotted out.
He's just going to have to rotate all the way around. It's got to be a save. The spike's dropped. Not much of an option.
Yeah, it looks good, man.
You're on the lurk. So Jesse Vash just going to look to survive, carry over this Vandal. And the setup's good. The annihilation coming out from Ban's deadlock, that saves Primi, as Primi was tagged up. So even with the stuns coming out from the sonic sensors potentially, Primi was in real danger as he was being seen all the way through those smokes through the fast lane. But the annihilation stops Jeremy in their tracks, and then the rest of Team Secret panicking to figure out, do we keep pushing? Do we try to save Jeremy? What's the idea here? How do we make sure we find our targets?
Players mid-season.
They're all locked
yeah,
up.
as long as you got 48 hours before your game, you're good. Good to go. They changed the rules a lot from the first season.
But that's it. I mean, Talon are really starting to find a way to work around things. The way that they're kind of playing around the
that ult is nice, man. The angle on that ult, pretty cool.
Control Rubble and try to bait out some reactions from Team Secret. They don't see anything, they just stay steady.
Still got the good ults as well from Talon.
Now, once again, Talon just going to look for initial information, but not going to fight for Rubble. They're happy to give it up. And Team Secret will gladly take it.
Oh my goodness, dude, that's kind of fine though.
While they try to even out the firepower. You got Hunter's Fury as well, and Jesse Vash sitting back with a judge.
What I'm worried about is that Talon has some ultimates of their
The
own.
Premier replace Surf, at least Surf on this map. We don't really know what's going to go on the other maps.
Their momentum, keeping the round win streak on their side.
Nightfall at the ready. I mean, this is meant to be a trap here. It could be Nightfall Showstopper. Looks like it. If it's going to be it, Governor goes through, tries to fire
they used a lot for this.
Not going to find his target. Still
yeah, that is a big win at the moment.
You're getting away with your life.
Secret.
That's the most you can hope for. Going for the re-clear on the overdrive now. Jeremy trying to see if pacing is on his side. You've got 2G already on the site, but the rest of the 4-7 stops.
Dude, Cruz has melted that guy for a smoke.
To create an opening, create some space for the rest of his teammates to be able to join back up on the site. Cruz has an inkling. They're grouped up on the side of Talon. Primi's here for the extra peek. It's going to be a double. 2G plays it safe.
Smokes off. Back towards the drop. Has a headshot angle and spots out Cruz. The metal was deployed as well, though, so Primi's position a little bit revealed, but he manages to snipe out Envy with that Vandal.
Oh, guys, crispy, dude. Yeah, you got to insta headshot this guy. Here we go, though. 1v3 at his peak. Oh, damn. Dude, Ban, by the way. Ban's impact. Not the most kills we've ever seen, but his impact at the moment. Huge. Nice shots from Primi.
not going for any crazy wraparound, just making sure he's holding angles where he can make sure that they can't swing out in unison.
Second kill looked fast.
But it's just still too many targets. And Primi, those reactions, they're coming through. The reaction speed definitely hasn't slowed down. Nice shot from Governor as well, trying to get himself back into the game. But Primi holding on to heaven. I mean, just look at how calm he is as well.
Yeah, he's an instant headshotter.
That's where the traces are coming from. And that causes the timeout to come out for Team Secret. Coach Dummy wanting to share some of the reads that he's had as they are now down 3 rounds on this first map.
Yeah, not wanting to let Talon build up any momentum whatsoever. Let them cool off for a little bit. But so far, the reactions have been so darn good. Again, Talon, you know, we were talking about Primi, and he's just showing up on the stage on his first day. At the same time, you've got every single other player. The call with that Nightfall Showstopper combo was immaculate. And this is not something that's happening in just one round. It's starting to happen across all the rounds. Team Secret trying to find that crack to slip through, but they haven't been able to do so.
So we'll see what Secret's adjustments are, because Talon is really showcasing their composition strength right now. The double smokes, the double one-ways on both sides, fighting for that early control.
It's fragging pretty heavy though. 5 is a lot of rounds. Let's look at this comp. I mean, this comp should be struggling a little bit on defense. How is this comp going to be on attack?
Not
that bad.
So Talon forces their hand. Make sure that they can't
Talon in a really good spot.
Then you can go for these fast
really good spot.
And make sure you can also stop the second line of entry with the deadlock util and, of course, the clove as well.
So many layers of defenses, and Team Secret has to find ways to break through it. Maybe trying to slip through sometimes with the aggression alongside Jeremy. That's what they've tried.
Yeah, and you can reactively do this against
darn well. This time, though,
Cyphers, because normally you have a turret here.
All the way towards the back of Heaven on A site. They're trying to sneak in. You've got
Give Primi a lot of freedom on attack. Yeah, they can definitely do that.
Heard some hops.
Yeah, he's waiting for it. He knows that he was weak earlier, making sure that he gets.
Oh yeah, I mean that is one way to win a round.
Well, Governor couldn't find his footing, but Cruz evens the numbers just a bit.
They do win the round.
Still going to be planted on A. We've got double on Talon on the lurk. They're waiting. They still haven't broken that trip. They're waiting for Jesse Vash to regroup, but the shrouded step is heard.
Yeah,
Jesse
I'm pretty
Vash
sure he heard it.
And
Yeah, definitely heard it. Look at the pings.
Revealing his back to Jesse Vash.
Problem is that a Wild Oreo has a classic.
Meanwhile, Band trying to re-clear, wondering if Jesse Vash has gone all the way through.
Okay, not a problem.
Jit Boys falls, and Talon, you're going to have to go for a save.
Single classic Wild Oreo, thanks to the information retrieved by Jesse.
With the plant, with the classic kill, he has ult as well. I mean, this was an entire round from Jesse, just owning him over towards C. I mean, they changed their default, right? Instead of just like the Am spawning out towards A, he just took C control, they took early A control.
With a bit of utility, with a bit of presence.
I think this is a good change-up because they can secure getting this info and this info. The more pressure they can create in little angles like this is going to be the one.
Into the game, building up that economy, building up that momentum.
See if Secret can continue that one. Jesse Vash, a great lurk this time. So cutting that audio, just going for a slow creep in to try to regain some control to make sure that Talon doesn't have the information. Talon's been using a lot of their utility.
Okay, money's pretty low now. 2-4 on top of this. This guy could buy, but...
Now Talon, they're going to try to fight for Rubble once again. Thin the numbers a bit, and Team Secret's going to meet him. Deep guiding line at the operator. Finds the elbow right before the burst. And that's info gone.
I'm so surprised Governor is still dueling this.
Governor, you're stuck out in the
yeah,
open.
I'm really surprised about that.
Talon are starting with 2 men down, 3v5, but only 1 in the site on A side. As Team Secret continue to work everything. The Seeker sent out, and now they know, all right, minimum 1 person on B, or maximum rather, and it's going to turn out to be 0. It's going to go all the way to the C site. And Jesse Vash will continue to hold on to main with his trap fire.
What do you do here? You've already got a good amount of rounds. You probably just focus on yourself and save.
To that A site, but instead adapting to head over onto B, where they have all the advantages. They have so many players. They're marking every single angle on towards Baby Door. It has to be a save call for Talon. It's just so much of it going right. You know, a little bit unfortunate for Governor caught out in the open. And this round plays out thanks to Jeremy.
Surprisingly way of playing. Yeah, I got it down.
Huge first shot. I mean, takes down to Fade. That ruins all sorts of a plan
Got
on
the
the
wording
side.
down these
Forces
days.
Governor to try to take a hard fight against the operator.
Ban? How many good
He's
for?
stranded. Ban,
Oh.
he's trying to pick him off.
Okay.
He gets picked off in return. Envy doesn't miss those, and it's just 2 members of Talon saving their weaponry going into round 10.
He's looking for the upgrade.
Use the Seekers right away. You have a massive numbers advantage. You still use it because you've got a Hunter's Fury for the next round. You want to layer these to try to get as many rounds as possible. You're not trying to save them for just an incredible set play. You'll take the rounds when you can get them.
With that, a lot more information as well. So much just a
good time. It's a good time for this. They're a little bit wrecked money-wise.
So spotting out something that needs to be changed. Coach Frost calls
You agree Primi is
timeout.
the craziest pickup so far.
I was wondering if this would come out
In
just
terms
because,
of
again,
just
that position,
the timing of it, yeah, it's the boldest.
I mean, Cruz getting picked off, sure, you can
Definitely the
count
boldest.
Unfortunate. Then Governor,
But in terms of like craziest, is he an insane pickup? Very early. The guy looks, aim-wise, the guy's insane. Like no doubt about it. I've already seen enough to know that.
I can only imagine that perhaps Coach Frost reminding them that they still had time. They can play the map a little bit. They try to tighten the hold around the seaside, anything like that. See what the adjustments are coming in.
Yeah, I mean, so far when they were controlling things, they were playing really far back on this side. It's not losing against those first picks, especially not before Jeremy pulled out that operator. But now starting to get a little bit punished with some early plays.
Yeah, give this guy some freedom on attack.
Some of their weaknesses.
On Clove,
bringing out this
where
operator into play.
if you die, it's not necessarily the worst thing ever.
Keep this up, and are they going to keep hitting the A site?
Could be interesting. Okay, they managed to get a buy into this one. All the light armors, and they can't buy next after that. Losing a couple of rounds and saving a couple of rounds.
Fake out what their positions are. The Haunt comes out from B,
and
smokes one way.
That smoke came in just at the right time to save Ban.
Prowler out from B, so you know the Fade is on that side, but you're not quite sure of other information. The drone is going to force that barrier mesh out. It's going to force Ban to break the door as well, just to make sure he can rotate back and reposition. And I think Secret probably not minding that too much. Took out the barrier mesh nice and early. That's going to stop any sort of delay. It's going to make the retakes a little bit harder as well on the side of Talon.
A little bit of info there.
Trips just to confirm player presence.
Envy still has his ult. No drone anymore.
So a lot of utility drawn out now. Team Secret
Jeremy probably at one point going to throw this gun over to someone else.
Before they really go in for that punish.
Yeah, the second Prowler was just used on the A side. So Talon, sure, there's 50 seconds left, but they want to make sure that they get the read nice and early. This allows Primi.
Yeah, the fact that they saw Deadlock over towards A, like the call to go C here is pretty good. Like what actual util are they going to have to stop you from flooding over towards site? You don't have to worry about any kind of trips. You know they're going to be over towards A. They want an Omen Flash fast flood with 3. Oh, that was nice though. Meadow onto the planter with the spam.
You still hold on to backside. Only 18 seconds left. Spike still not planted. It has been interrupted earlier with the metal play. Governor's still taking down more members. 2G and Envy will push through, but it's just too much.
I mean, he's not going to be able to plant here. Especially as he eats that grab net.
Sure, oh no!
Wait.
But time already gone. Shouldn't be allowed. Jesse Vash, he'll get the plant.
And I mean, honestly, nice round from Talon. His util dump towards the back here to stop the plant is really good. Actually liked Team Secret did a pretty cool play where they walled up over toward like this to fight over towards Waterfall. That was pretty cool. Like a little micro play, it was nice.
Kind of getting a sense that Team Secret wants to bank on this C site.
But yeah, as soon as that plant, as soon as that
really start to push in, everyone rotates
Spike
over.
just gets hit early here.
And with Jeremy holding on to that operator, couldn't quite find the right position to really fire off that thing, and just getting wallbanged all over that place. Really working with the Spike. Talon manages to secure the round. Now on to the next. Trying to switch things around. You've got Ben with the sonic sensors solo anchoring down A site.
Yeah, same setup as that last round, but now it's going to be the early barrier mesh on site. So Team Secret, unless it's a trap play, unless it's complete bait, which it looks like they're a little worried it might be. Obviously the barrier mesh, the deadlock alone on the site. Secret trying to fish for information, but no response just yet from Talon. Just a quiet rotation over from Cruz. But the Prowlers are all gone. Just the Haunt and the Seas remains for the Fade. So you really only have 2 more rotations of your haunt throughout the rest of the round. Sonic sensor broken. Ban trying to find a perfect timing for that grab. Net he will find it to slow it down, but Main's already here.
Dude, look at that util done back to side though. I want half his ban meant to hold that.
Going to be the site opened up.
You got a lot of people here though.
In the back. Jit Boys peeks out from drop, gets
Oh, they tap spike, they go back. Does Envy get round towards door as well? Envy, go to door. Do not move forwards here. Lunatic, man.
Gets taken down.
He's a lunatic. Oh, he got a kill.
He's done enough taking down the numbers. Governor, though, from the back, manages to take down 2GE, has the showstopper in play, pulls it out, and forces Team Secret away from the spike. Jesse Vash, though, pushes out Baby Door, takes down Cruz. So now you got to deal with the 2 final members who
not the
are
best
sandwiched
plan
into this
right
site.
now.
Spike has been tapped. Neuro Theft has been used. They kind of know where they are, but they also know that they're not quite sticking the defuse just yet. Jit Boy still trying to find further kills, trying to secure the site, but he's not quite going to be able to do it. Jesse Vash alongside Jeremy, circling around them like sharks.
It's a great exit out of the site in the post plan.
Yeah, I think, judging from what I've seen at the moment, I think Ban needs to just leave the site. Like, the retake looks really good.
They start to push out towards Waterfall because you just don't want to have to deal with that.
Remember the Nightmare Ace that he sent one? Yeah, of course, man.
So Jesse Vash exits, he gets the Neural Theft.
For me, is trending worldwide. I mean, it was an insane, fast round from him.
The retake against the retake, rather. Team Secret will get a 5th round win. Looking to make this a 6-6. 2GE not taking as many hits as I would have imagined.
Yo, why are you so angry today? Dude, I don't know what you for too long.
Aries, not gonna find it. Cruz hoping that he could get a lucky kill, get that nightfall. It would be so crucial on this hold on the A side.
Not quite happening yet, though.
This guy's gonna run out of bullets, right?
Slowly
47 more in you.
Away from it, checking their backs as well in case Talon has pushed out.
I mean, this guy cannot spam anymore.
Primi and Jit Boys, both teammates, just hovering around pillars.
Primi's got the not dead yet, so he's looking to be the first point of contact. Jit Boys pretending he's not here. Jit Boys is hidden. There's the cyber cage. Primi backing up, making noise, gives the kill to Jit Boys. Jit Boys
there's a gun.
As well. Knows that it was a solo lurk for the time being. So
dude, look at the minimap, they're everywhere. Got to make a decision, 40 seconds left. This gives him a lot of info over towards C.
That it was a lot of members towards the C side, but that's exactly the fake that Secret has sold. As a spike trying to creep in, gets spotted by the Governor, laying down the law on the A site.
Yeah, whose town do you think you're walking into?
And their retakes have been really nice.
Get the spike planted, but they're still working against numbers.
Don't have an Omen flash though.
3 on 5. And Talon are all hovering around heaven. Envy, with the biggest contact of his life, gets sniped out by Envy. It's going to be down to Wild Oreo and Jeremy as they try to hold out around stairs. A tough position to be in. C is getting deployed. They are now trapped and pinched down inside. Wild Oreo with the aim will be able to take
dude, 7, that's a lot. That is a lot with this comp. We got 7 with no info, Sentinel on defense. Very nice.
Showing glimpses of all the hype around him, but at the end of the day, it's a good game plan from Talon that'll allow them to
was
keep
fragging out heavy.
On the defensive
safely
side.
Duel-wise, he was winning them.
Lotus. I'm sure Talon fairly happy about that. And Secret.
But look at the stats at the end, obviously.
Try to claw back in, but falls one step short. Looking at the live winning percent based on their past records, Talon looking very favored here on the attacking
aim-wise,
side
bro,
with the round differential.
it looks like he just
a lot of these rounds,
doesn't body
Talon
shot people.
Homework, you know, you have to imagine
that is definitely something. I haven't seen him get like a body shot yet. There's always headshots.
Leaving Abyss open, was a bit of a backup plan as well. The way that they're playing around this entire map so far has been, sometimes getting surprised by players like Jeremy, for example, but then in other rounds, really just trying to control the map, trying to control the rotations, getting reads as to how Team Secret wants to hit sites.
See what the change-ups are. Taking a quick glance at the coach cams. Coach Dummy looking slightly exasperated. Not quite sure where to start to try to bring this back.
And
sure, if you win the pistol, the
yeah, after the pistol that he had, do not blame them for raid bossing him again.
Side. You do have a Cypher to be able to anchor safely on his own.
Drop him a ghost.
But outside of that, no hard info with that Sky.
Do they sacrifice the Prowlers?
Then you have to rely on
for the
space
Ghost?
you actually take and control if you're Team Secret. 3 half armors for Talon. I mean, they are looking to fight. I mean, you got Gravnet, you got Metal, you got Seas. They are looking to fight. They are making sure.
Once you
that
see
they
this,
come
you know
out
they're
on
not
top.
defaulting. You know they're just gonna absolutely try send us somewhere.
Is it a full stack? It is. Onto the C side.
Leaving Primi with that Ghost
Team
half
Secret,
armor as well.
go for the punish.
Oh,
it looks good.
Traps him right around Mound, and 2GE's gonna find a double to start things
No
off.
way, I can't believe he survived through that. Raid boss. Raid boss. Surely not again.
He finds the lurk and he gets it.
No way, man. He's the pistol god. That's why they raid boss him. That's why you raid boss him. 18 to 10. Back-to-back 4Ks in pistols.
Final shots despite getting Primi down to low HP. This is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, this is Clove Diff, man. It's an actual Clove Diff.
And it's showing
The
so
overhill.
much on the stage today. He is sitting up with 18 kills right now, I believe.
I mean, just if you're able to guarantee that your new player wins you every pistol, that alone I think is a big enough X factor.
Yeah, I mean, that's impact. Don't have to do much else.
We'll see if Talon can make that come into fruition here on the anti-eco. Try to play it safe. Jip Boys gets the read. It's a fast push out. It's a triple. He almost lands all 3. But Cruz will be there.
You know, for pistols, by the way, for anyone that missed the fast pistol.
So now getting the information that there's a lot of presence around the back of the site. Envy.
Clove Diff and Raid Boss, yeah, they did so much damage. So much damage.
It's
no kill.
Talon. Trying to do his best against the firepower that Talon now holds.
TMV freaking out about Clove getting value. I watched a bit of that video. I'm gonna flame a little bit. I don't know how you can do a whole video about Clove and not once mention the biggest factor of Clove being able to smoke when you're dead. Like, that's crazy to me. That is so crazy. That's like me talking about Chamber and not talking about the TP.
Maybe they would rotate far, but the weapons don't favor Team Secret. Jesse Vash trying to punish them if they push too far out. But now that they've heard the shorty, Talon, oh, they're actually going to go for him. Jesse Vash can't actually land. Both shots dead onto Cruz. He's down to 3 HP, but he survives with the weapon.
Drop the diss track. I like most of his videos, but that one was mental. I'm not gonna lie.
But really, it's also
he's got that element of lo-fi where he has some strong takes, man. Which is good. You gotta have strong takes.
Issues with certain, like players and stuff sometimes not being like the most consistent. But having Primi in now, especially alongside Jit Boys,
yeah, sometimes it's hit or miss.
More firepower, but the chemistry
okay,
of the team
big buy
is starting
round.
to improve too.
Big buy round.
Yeah, Primi and Jit Boys and Primi and Cruz, we've seen them double team a lot.
He hates every new agent. I mean, they've been pretty weak. Other than Clove.
There's the hunt as well. You've heard the pin. Governor, good for a double. It's a great start to that Rumble fight. The util perfectly thrown by Talon. And Secret now, once again, down in numbers here on the defensive half. On your buy round, I mean, sure, firepower not lacking from Talon, but you hate to see it start like this.
Team Secret just trying to hold, waiting out for a potential push towards the B site, but it's not quite happening yet. Talon, they're holding on to their advantage and trying to make it work for them. And assess out the information that they need. That early hit with Governor up to the top of the rocks really cemented in their lead.
And they leave their own.
I like this from Talon though. This is really nice.
Go for a rotate. So I mean, Talon is actually playing the entire map. They send a fake on C. They have
just
the B
waiting
control, so
for
they
the
can rotate
3v4 to go a little bit aggro. They don't go aggro. The good news at the moment from Secret is the fact they got all of this info, but they've given themselves options as in Talon by having the Omen here. They can easy pivot over towards B. Oh, what a shot. Dude, he doesn't body shot people.
The barrier mesh and the sonic sensor to keep 2G trapped
Just a
on the
headshot.
Prowler's not going to spot him just yet, but it's going to be Primi. Oh, not dead yet.
Yeah, insta ult. And what a time to use it, because you delay a lot of time,
still chasing Jesse Vash.
and it's the big buy round.
The timing to take down that zombie Clove.
At the very least, he buys enough time away from that spike. Jesse Vash
Yeah, they got to save.
2GE now might just have
Oh man, Talon are running away with it.
Talon, like
the double pistol was everything though.
This map to perfection, really playing their advantage as well. Like, even without, you know, playing against that like 3v3 and trying to rotate around the map.
Yeah, I mean the Ultra secured this one. No matter what. Pretty sure they weren't going to go for it anyway, but did secure it.
Deal for Team Secret now. Not quite able to do all too much. They have to think about the future while Talon reaches double digits up in this knockout series.
10-5 on their map pick.
There's no need for the enemy to suffer.
Making sure that they don't let it slip away. We've seen a lot of map picks being lost this year as opposing teams are just trying to barrel through and just find that one weakness and target it. But man, Preemy,
his tracking is pretty impressive.
On his very, very first map on this stage. What a way to just send a statement already, regardless of the match result. I mean, you've already, I think, proven your potential to anyone who hasn't been seeing you, anyone who's doubted that maybe you'll crumble under the pressure.
Look at the scoreboard. Yeah, he's got double. double the next person's skills, basically.
With a guiding light. But Team Secret, firepower is lacking. Just a Stinger upgraded, but otherwise it's the 2 rifles that were carried over. They'll try to make the most of it by pushing out a rubble.
Trying to hold down the angle, stacked up. Talon contacts into this without the utility. Okay, there's a bit of a clear with the Prowler and the Trailblazer. Relay bolt just to hold down the space.
Nice shutdown from Secret at the moment, though. What's the call from Talon here?
Precarious. Talon backs off.
It's a good setup from Talon to try to bait out a kill. Unfortunately, he doesn't find it, but at the very least, you draw out the singular relay bolt, draw out the Trailblazer as well. So a lot of that util gone from Team Secret on that defense on a round where they don't have the best firepower. So Talon will try to abuse this. You know that the cam is at the entrance. Are you going to be able to get around the tripwire? They're going to wait out the one-way cyber cage. GrabNet already spent only 40 seconds left on the clock. They have one more chance to rotate and double back if they want.
They tried to nade it. Now using the rotating door
people
to
hit from Team Secret.
More question marks in Team Secret's head. Then walking through the firepower now. It meets Jesse Vash able to take down Van. Cruz makes a bit of a trade. Jesse Vash backing off while Talon goes in to clear out the site even further. But look at
and MV got a big kill there on the plant.
Pushing further as well with the spike drop. Team Secret
makes
it a thrifty win.
Huge round to win, chat. They got so many gun upgrades. They're two going into it.
The rotating door would have been enough to make the hold weaker, and it did briefly. But at the end of the day, no one's caught on the GrabNet, no one's caught on the Seas, and immediately Secret, they dodge the util and immediately reflood.
I don't imagine they're going to be using the op much on attack after this round as well. It really hurt them. Oh, that was the shot. That was legit.
And everyone else just holding those angles, keeping Talon trapped in that choke point. Leads to a thrifty, and Talon doesn't want to allow too many of those to happen. Do see Governor landing deep into the smoke.
This is a nice A take from them. Like the GrabNet here is going to stop anyone going close. Not even sure you can fight against Talon's comp when they fight A.
For now, Team Secret just trying to hold so far back, anticipating Talon's advances. Guiding light cleared out just to check. Paint shells pretty much confirms it's a tell now. Barrier mash, they're just waiting for the push through, and Governor takes the first hit against Jesse Vash. Blinded while he's gonna get pitched down by the
There's a nice round from them. They win one, they insta reset. It's good for at least the money. Team Secret obviously picking up all the guns they can buy next. I would like a timeout from Team Secret, but I'm not even sure they can go aggro A. I think you would have to like fight them once they take rubble. Comp is pretty nice from Talon. Like, as much as I think it should maybe struggle a bit more than it did on defense, like on attack, this is very, very strong.
No matter how far behind they might be, and Jeremy will look to hold on to it. See if there's enough time. If they sprint, they'll reach him. And it's a double team. I'm a little concerned for Jeremy. He's holding a short distance, a short angle, trying to make it seem like this wouldn't be the optimal position, just as far away as possible. The time ticking down, and Talon, they're carefully checking each corner. Paint shells will do some damage.
Yeah, he should be fine.
Jeremy keeps his distance.
He's all good.
Yeah, I mean, it's the least likely place where they
time out because they got to win every round now.
Maybe ult's not there. They don't really want to give him any ult points.
Yeah, this was cool. I mean, this was just a good A take into a strong overwhelm over towards site.
I mean, this entire
The actual deadlock util here was pretty nice. We got nade to make sure no one can go close. We got the wall over towards here to make sure that no one's going to wreck us when they go over towards site. Stairs. It's good in the after plant as well. Means they have to go stairs to break it. Steven, thank you so much for the gifted, bro. Appreciate you doing that. Feel Premium be happy.
The recon making sure to know that Talon has not crept in, so that gives 2G an opportunity to take Rebel control. Team Secret using that for a hard rotate over. They want to meet Talon when the entry happens. They want to take down the first kill with the operator. This weapon that has haunted Jeremy when it mattered the most in that match against Gen.G. His teammates still pull through for the win, and Jeremy's looking to redeem himself today against Talon.
However, this time, Talon just trying to rotate over to other sides.
Yeah.
Jesse Vash able to
Not too sure about their. Not too sure about this round. Full stop. But the entry deadlock isn't what I had on my. Not what I was expecting on this.
It's an entry onto the seaside tripwire, stops Governor from taking elbow, and Talon, you don't have much space. The Raze stranded in the site. You have a smoke, but you're too scared to go around it. You still have 35 seconds. Cruz trying to use that timer, and Governor, meanwhile, trying to find kills. Talon, they're starting to get separated from each other once again, as they're all focused onto the site. And meanwhile, 2G's not going to greet for it. There's still
Team Secret really needed this again for their money.
Here's the Prowler, but doesn't hear footsteps.
Talon, I would be tempted to call the timeout if I was Talon here. Like this 1-by-1, like solo prodding is not the one with this comp. No, Overwhelm's really good.
Into this first game.
Just trying to lock down the sites, trying to adjust their game plan. Talon has started to go in a little bit faster, a little bit more stronger with their explosive utility alongside the traps.
Whoever wins this goes to champs? Yes,
in the middle sometimes. But
it won't be like that for all of the regions, but
if Talon starts to lock down
it has worked out that way for this.
Forward positions, denying Team Secret, denying Talon their early pushes, they will be able to shut down and dwindle down their numbers. So the timeout now being called.
There's a plan around Talon this round. I think they were just trying to go close and break the Cypher trips, but they kind of just overstepped.
Coming out from Team Secret the past couple rounds, and Coach Frost not wanting to let it get too close. You already have another timeout left over, so he will use this nice and early to see if you can get to map point before it gets too dicey. Just get that comfort zone. You still have a timeout in your pocket if need be.
Yeah, I like this timeout. I think they don't have to. Also, if they want to look for the trips, they can do some more smokes to actually make sure that they can prod a little bit better.
Doesn't work out in your favor. See if Talon's able to identify the differences.
So I'm a big fan of this timeout. I think this is a great
Coach
timeout.
Frost always talks highly about the fact that his players know the game plan, that they practice it, and he has full faith that they know, but when push comes to shove, sometimes it starts to break apart. Sometimes it's a language barrier. Sometimes it's just individual plays. Sometimes it's the ego even, he says. But right now,
we're just going to see their A hit. And then they put in the Gravnet here because this might wreck the Neon. Maybe the Neon beats the Gravnet. I don't really know.
Well, how well is he going to work alongside this game plan of his? But
yeah,
so
I'm
far,
telling you, this fast A is super strong. I like this smoke as well. It means they don't have to shoot the recon. He can just sit inside the smoke as well. I think that no one's out. They got to use the drone to clear this. They shoot the drone early.
But Talon stays mostly tucked away.
I think this is a good timeout from him. Just being like, dude, our fast A take towards here is everything. Gotta have A pressure. With this comp, they should never be holding one pass and all of A on defense. Just because I don't think they can hold. I don't think they can go aggro A on defense, straight up.
And then you're waiting to see if there is a ping or not. Kind of keeps himself masked
Owen, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I appreciate that.
Like that gives you full Rebel control before the minute mark.
Who wins in a game? Aspa second, EU Boostio less, or safe Woot Leo Boss to Alpha? It would be a stacked game. I would probably side with NA for that, but
2G finds himself in a bit of a bind. Trying to swing out, he finds the first kill. He's ready for a second, but they're not coming in. Wild Oreo on the opposite end of the wall. It's going to be the new players coming into Secret, holding off the push against the
Is this not just a similar round, though? Where they're doing, like,
Omen's inside, but Primi is not
1v1 duels?
Finds an opening.
Gets the first kill. Here's the footsteps, but Envy is just tucked away in the corner. Now 2GE holds his own.
Oh, here we go.
On the site. Barry disappears just in time for
Here we go.
Get the spike planted. Has his overheal. But is it going to be enough against 3 players? He hears them marching towards him. Gets the first. Hops up over onto the next. But with the slide.
Dude is scary though, isn't he? He's insanely fast.
So
Aim-wise, I need to see more, but it might be one of the best I've seen. Like, it's definitely got mad potential. It looks so fast. Always headshots.
A lot of those highlights already, just on his first map. Great individual duels from 2G and Wild Oreo. Brings Secret back into it. And those 2 players, the impact they've had on this roster change for Team Secret.
This is one of those ones where you want
pulling out clutches out of the Magic
like POVs, man. POVs replays would be insane. Just watch his POV. Like that video would be incredible, man.
Absolutely monumental for Secret to try to
I like this again from Talon, just straight out towards A. I really want to see him do more stuff together though. Like once they take a map control and done this, I would love them to
keep this up.
Like they still have good util to like overwhelm. They're not using all the insane util to get out towards here. I just don't want to see him go for these 1v1 duels. I want to see like util. I want to see them just enable Governor to take map control.
Get a little bit more space towards
like send it into a site.
2GE, Waldor not quite holding the same spots. Pushing up front though, Privy goes in fast.
Literally like that. Just they're overwhelming this comp is sick. When they do that, they're gonna win rounds.
Primi, another snapshot. He still has a not dead yet as well. Couldn't find an opening around the smoke, but right now he's just meant to be a scout. Quick trades there from Talon. Wild Oreo only good for 1. Jeremy
only Joel has seen him lose, by the way.
Just trying to buy time. He's trying to jump on.
He's a lunatic. He's a lunatic. Confirmed lunatic. That's my rank player right there.
Now in a 1v3. Jeremy, an up and overdrive, and 4 points of health. Still have time, but he's not going to find the kill. And Jet Boys will bring Talon
4 chances. And tell you, if they keep taking out towards A, that overwhelm here, B or C, they're going to be so fine.
He's proven that not only is he able to land his shots and find these heads-up duels to open up sites for his team alongside Cruz, he is a team player. Knows that his job was to buy the attention away from Jeremy, and he does just that, bringing down
Rossi, hello.
Really
yeah, I think they're
Talon's win in the round. And
they're doing good with him.
Towards map point, Team Secret calls in the timeout, trying to save this. 4 rounds away from overtime.
Yeah, I mean, that not dead yet forces Jeremy to just have to sit back. There's no crossfire. And Jesse Vash, you either choose to try to swing onto him and die, or you're stuck in drop. So overall, a great play, and it pays off perfectly. Wild Oreo, he's actually been so solid throughout stage 2. This might be some of the biggest challenges he's faced as an individual so far. Obviously, the Gen.G game wasn't easy, but Wild Oreo was fragging out even then as much as he could.
I just really... Like, because that was like a split-second decision that Primi had to make. You know, he might have been thinking about it. He could have dropped down to, you know, do something else, but instead stays just to keep Jeremy's attention drawn away.
Here's the thing.
I like this. Team Secret call a timeout.
Like 50-50
Last 2 rounds, they've been struggling to hold over towards A, so they decided to put 4 people over towards A. Talon know they're going to be talking about A because that's where they've been going the whole time, and they just want to insta-reactively send it over towards B. And honestly, Talon might be a step ahead. Have a little look.
And now, that point.
Yeah, and that fade eye confirms that they're going aggro A because they're past this point to shoot it, so they just go straight up in towards B. Does this kill trip get anything? Oh, the Prowler hit it. Oh, where are we aiming for? Headshots. For headshots with this overall.
And a full firing squad from Talon. Now a 2v3. Jet Boys trying to find another
What a
kill.
shot, man.
He evens it up.
That was nuts.
2v2. Back to the core. Jet Boys and Cruz. 2 members returning from last year. IGL, the original rookie. Cruz jiggles wide for it, but Jet Boys trying to find the second member, gets pinched, and Team Secret will get
I still like the plan from Talon. I thought it was a good timeout from them.
Good reads, good pushes, but Envy with that Hunter's Fruit keeps them dispersed throughout the entire site, allowing for his teammates
I mean, obviously they didn't call the timeout. It's a good plan after the timeout.
Further kills. I mean, 2GE, again, you're talking about the additions for Team Secret, and they prove that they have a lot of impact to give. And at the same time, just some of the old core just doing a lot of things to keep themselves in this game. They have to keep going even further for the last 3 rounds just to go into overtime.
It's going to be half armors across the board just to try to even things out for Talon. Notice that it's all Vandals as well on the side of Team Secret. So using that to their advantage to try to chain 2 rounds together. Primi finds the end. In my head, I'm almost thinking like, well, that was late for Primi standards. Normally he hits that based on all the other rounds we've seen. But either way, he will back off safely. Draws out the Trailblazer as well. Still rebel control for Secret, but now they know that they have to continue to stack this because you've already used your util. You've given an opening for Talon to try to
rarely see a 3-person hold once you have A control.
Prowler used the second smoke in again.
Annihilation at the ready. See if they have an opening there. They'll back off, and Team Secret gets the right read as well. The Seekers use. It's actually going to fake themselves out a little bit just because of where he used it from. He wasn't fully in link. And it's going to start to send him
Me
all
vs
the
Primi
way.
1v1, bro, I'd be happy if I got a body shot in there. Best to 10, if I got 1 body shot, I'd be happy with it.
Seekers. Sight going to be taken up. GrabNet already used as well. You've got that Annihilation to continue pushing them further back. He's going to use it. Jesse Vash just outside of that circle, hiding in the corner. But the post-plant setups are coming through. Paranoia.
Oy.
Team Secret wants to get this done before the spike is planted. It's not planted yet. It's not completely been pushed off. Ban doing his best to hold on, but they're all inside the site right now. The flood has filled the site, and Team Secret extended.
No one's got any more time as they go down to an eco. Dude, I kind of want to see just Talon's aggro A when Team Secret do that aggro A. Maybe I would like to see it with guns, but I'm pretty sure Talon would win.
They just managed to deny the spike plant.
That's all Team Secret are doing, just holding on to A control.
Because they didn't quite have the angles. The paranoia, everything was sent through, but then the floodgates opened up. Team Secret still having the right reads, the right protocols to make things together as a team. Now only 2 rounds to manage to close this out, and Talon not having the economy for this round.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to take the bullet, go on to the next one.
Yeah, we just got a raid boss on the raid boss. Raid boss gun. Do we say hero gun on the raid boss? I mean, their next round is great. Like for Talon, their next round is the one. Razor.
From a guy like Primi. See if he can pull.
I mean, they should be so fine.
To make sure they secure the round.
Razor,
So many times
Fatal.
Talon has been ahead in a match, in a map.
That's all it's gonna be, but that's enough.
They want to avoid the same mistakes against one of their rivals, but Jesse Vash, a nice spam against Governor. That's a raise down. The explosive entry gone, and now time even shorter for Talon on this attacking round.
Have to try to figure out a way to open up the sites. Everything's been smoked off and blocked off repeatedly. Now from the shadows right into the open area. Doesn't spot out anything. Continues to burn the timer down. Talon trying to creep their way into the A site. You've got Wild Oreo and 2GE.
Sosa.
Some of these angles.
Sosa _ 88. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the support. Thanks for the 4 months, man.
Entering in, he gets the first kill. Pick me up.
2v5 at its peak, by the way. Okay, here we go again.
Only 15 seconds. Tries to hide in. Doesn't want to show himself.
Could
He wants
be
to find the kills, but
completely impossible, but somehow I've got some belief.
Forces him away. Only 7 seconds. He now has to stick it. The camp comes through. He's been spotted. He might as well just try to get more ult doors, but he won't get more than one as he falls.
One last chance, but a really good chance for Talon. Like really good chance.
1 round away.
Fatal, Razor.
What a journey. Team Secret again.
Would not be surprised if Team Secret go aggro over towards A on this.
Then Jeremy
It's been winning in buy rounds.
Really eliminating every single possible player who was trying
I want to see
push
the
on
madness
through.
out towards A. I want to see both teams go aggro A.
Really something that
I got it from one team, but not the other.
Opening up sites has been a bit of a troublesome factor. And alongside that, Jeremy pulling out the operator in the final round.
This operator has to hit the first shot, because if not, it's going to be Nightfall, Showstopper. Talon looking for a
Honestly, I think Team Secret did the right call. I'm pretty sure they would have lost this duel.
They are looking
Now they know the off's
here.
here.
The operator, they know they have an opening. Second shot used as well. Jeremy's going to switch
Need
down.
all-
Already in action. Paranoia tries to draw him out, but 2GE now down. Jeremy already.
I mean, that should be it, right? Double ults used well. We got the block over towards stairs. Yeah, nice and simple. Again, those simple rounds that they've been doing. Fast A control into A overwhelm. They won them every single round they tried it. Hey, very nice. Okay, chat. Abyss next. That's exciting. What a sick first game from Premier. You gotta look at what is the big difference on this one, and you gotta think that's the 2-0 on the pistols, and he got the 4K in both.
To really try to control the map, but Talon, talk about a new addition. What does Premier look like? Our desk will tell you just that.
Just when we thought we saw everything there was to see on Lotus, Talon comes in with Primi, with the new comp, and make things happen.
Yeah, let's quickly look at some of his stats.
Some of us say the rank doesn't matter, but
let's have a little look right now. Obviously, we're gonna hyper focus on him. 24th, 21. He got a lot of deaths from his ult. Remember, last 3. Headshot percentage 42 is pretty high. 57% of duels. 101v2, 101v3.
Wrecking them. It was insane how good he was.
Yeah, kind of nuts.
Yes. In each of them. It's just, it's absolutely absurd what he was able to do, and just continued onward.
42%, yeah, it's very high. It's definitely not the highest we've seen, but it's very, very high. I mean, like, this is
solid punish coming through to really try to shut him down. But this whole, especially the whole first half.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him, man. We'll keep an eye on him. Not bad at all.
Decision-making diffing Secret here, who were struggling to get a read.
The pistol round impacts, though.
So we did have a chat with
pistol round
Frost,
impacts
backstage,
nuts.
and he was mentioning that Primi isn't the secret weapon. Primi is just
what site? You can check your own rank stats on this link here.
And, you know,
I'll do it on YouTube as well, just in case you're wondering.
What do you make of that?
Show me the scoreboard, and then we'll go ahead and assess that one, because it sounds
yeah, first kills are pretty even.
Snake oil being pushed forward there.
Dude, look at this though. Their retakes were good, especially over towards C. They created a lot of pressure. Consider Clove a good agent in VCT. I think Clove in the right hands and the right game plan is good. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I saw.
I think smokes when you're dead, and I think the freedom that it can give a player, and the freedom that it can give some of your setups on defense, being able to smoke when you're dead is good. I think a lot of teams, majority of teams, play it wrong. I will say that much.
Very easy to do for a player of his caliber who isn't phased at all by being on this stage, or he's just playing retake, right? Like as a group, and he's just knocking people down. Then on the other side, a lot of times he's leading the charge, he's leading the assault. And
okay,
absolutely
I will.
And breaking these doors open for you because he's so accurate, because he's so clean.
It's very map dependent as well. I will say that much. Like the maps are good, they're very good, but if they're on a lot of one ways, they're not great.
He was absolute insanity.
Okay,
we can see why.
Back in a little bit. Chat. Abyss, our first tier 1 Abyss.
42%.
I mean, it's pretty much on the money with, I think, what his season stats are. I think he averages about 43%, and that's across 132 games played in this act and episode. So, yeah, pretty much on the money as far as staying consistent in that regard. But, yeah, I mean, it all just started with that round, just the insane just taps coming through off the ghost, the accuracy being put on display, and then manages to do it again and just turn around the second pistol. And, you know, just given how close this ended up being, if Secret are able to get either of these pistol round wins, they are likely winning the map or at least pushing this into overtime. But those crucial wins coming through from Primi, it just basically ended up being everything.
No doubt. I mean, there's some good ideas here as well for Talon's comp. I want to touch on this, that the deadlock actually is really annoying to play against, especially with a Neon. It's really difficult to get around some of those traps and stuff like that. Like the wall makes it super annoying. So it makes it a little easier for Talon on their defender side to make some good reads, make some good rotations, control the flow of the map quite well. It helps when Primi's absolutely just shutting people down left and right, but there's more to it. There's some layers there where they set him up. Very, very impressive, but Talon punches back really, really nicely. You can see 2GE having some big moments. Jesse was doing a pretty good job controlling the C side as best as he could. So there were some really good ideas there. One of the better kind of Lotus performances we've seen from Talon, or excuse me, Team Secret. But it has been a pain point for them. As good as their season has been, this map has been a struggle no matter who they're going up against.
That's a very fair point, very fantastic point too. Talon is very good on Lotus compared to Secret, at least over the course of the 2024 season. And I think going into the next map, which is Abyss, we're going to see a little bit of a better showing, I think, of how these teams are, diff each other. And with that, we have our Guess and Gain game, and it is about Abyss. And the question is going to be, who is going to fall, who's going to die to a fall first on Abyss? Because as you guys know, those of you who played or even looked at it, you can fall off the map really easily, actually.
Happens all the time.
Yep, and these are our ranks currently. And yeah, so AI says yes, and it's probably going to be Primi. So you guys, for extra points, can also state who it's going to be.
So we're going to
also say yes.
So we're both saying yes, somebody will fall off the map. And I'm...
Who did you write down?
I'll
let you go.
I'm going with Cruz.
Ah.
Why
I don't know why. It's just the first thing that popped up in my brain, and it's just like, yeah, it's probably just going to be Cruz. I don't know. I have no explanation for it, but maybe just one of those things where you're focusing on IGLing, you're trying to get your util out, and then suddenly, oh, I misstepped, and now I'm falling off the side of the map.
I can see that. I can see that. I think it's going to be Ban, but I don't know for sure.
Why?
I don't know why I feel that. I just feel like sometimes he kind of has some moments. Yeah, he has some moments where maybe his brain kind of turns off a little bit, and happens to the best of us, believe me. But I could see it being like Jeremy or Governor as well.
I think a lot of it is we are probably going to be regretting some of our picks depending on what the actual drafts look like. Because that's the thing, is like we don't really know what to expect.
True.
But if somebody's going to be playing Neon here, like that adds a lot of potential for you to fall off just because you're going so damn quick. You know, if you miss time one jump, a slide, whatever, you go a little bit too far on it, suddenly you're tumbling off the side of the map. That was something we were seeing, at the show match back over in Master Shanghai quite a bit, was people really struggling to find the actual timings, and they were also getting used to, I guess, the Neon changes with your strafing and whatnot. But yeah, maybe I'll regret it, but for now I'm gonna go Cruz.
I'm going to go with Jesse Vash. I was originally going to go with Jeremy, but I decided to go with Jesse Vash because we've seen him do silly things once in a while. Once in a while, like on Lotus.
He's going to Mr. Magoo his way off the side of the map?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to go... he's a little older, Uncle Jesse.
But shouldn't that make him,
map.
like a little bit more in control? Like, he's got the experience playing so many games for so long,
Maybe.
Nah, I don't know.
Maybe.
He probably might.
I just expect some of the youngins to, satchel him off the side or something. I don't know. But the question is also, like you guys are saying, what kind of comps are we going to see? We've seen a bit of it happen, challengers, as you guys mentioned. What are some of the comps that you think might work well on
Primi popping?
I mean, for me,
first map.
I want to see Sage
first map was
or
sick.
Barber, something to give you some post-plant control. That's kind of the biggest thing I'm looking at. Other than that,
what we're thinking. Abyss.
You can kind of run whatever.
Give me some comp guesses.
Cypher, of course, because of the trap wire, stuff like that can be really annoying.
I'm going to favor any comp that uses Sage. I'll put that out there right now.
Jump angles and stuff. A lot of Jet as well. Yeah, to clear those gaps.
Jet's been pretty common. I mean, just to kind of zoom in on the composition that we've been seeing from Sinprissa, which right now is the top team in Korean Challengers, and that's where we've been seeing the most Abyss thus far. Comp-wise, it's
Breach, Omen, Jet, Cypher, Gecko. Breach, Omen, Jet, Cypher, Gecko.
Recon utility there with the Sova, as well as with those dizzies and whatnot. You've got solid flashes, but then you also have that gap close aggression that can come through from both the Jet as well as the Omen. So I think that if they want to go something a little bit more standard and kind of go off of what they have,
maybe. I don't think Harbor's good on this map, and I think that is a hot take because I think everyone's saying that Harbor's a must pick.
But I think with Secret,
but I think Harbor's pretty poop
so
on this
I'm
map.
curious to see what they're going to have and whether or not that Neon does come through for Jeremy.
Definitely, and this is going to be
maybe
really exciting.
maybe a team's about to prove me wrong.
Time we are seeing Abyss here in VCT Pacific, and here are our very first comps.
Okay, so I mean, for Secret,
I'm surprised teams heavy lean into the Cypher.
Meanwhile, for
So, I mean, we've gone for the Ascent. We've gone for the Ascent comp basically, and then it's just a KO Breach diff.
Yeah, I think the Breach here makes some sense, not just because the Rolling Thunder can send people off the map.
Out of the comps I prefer on this,
but definitely you have
I don't even know, man. The KO knives are good on this map, but like the side XX that this can have should be so strong.
I'll be really curious to see how the teams pilot this. I'm pretty intrigued. I mean, the Cypher's
St. Comp vs. Haven Comp. Yeah.
Cypher is so
right.
good on this map. You can use the camera down the middle. It gives you so much vision control. It's insane.
Of course, one of the big things to talk about is Primi is going to be playing that Jet, so this is his top 2 played in the ranked.
Yeah,
so
the fact we get to see Primi on a duelist, that's fun.
Well,
That's fun and scary. In a comp that can fully set him up util-wise.
And we're going to go over our casters. Are you guys Abyss enthusiasts?
Absolutely. Love Abyss. Achilles talked a little bit about what we've seen from Challengers Korea. Surprisingly, actually,
raid boss again. That's 3 times.
Abyss open. So
3 times on the raid boss. I do worry a little bit. So especially with these comps, and I think the map's going to be a little bit comp dependent. But these comps, this should be very attack sided with the comps. Should be. This rotates being so long. Both of these comps have heavy overwhelm over towards the site. Like 14 seconds to get to here to here. Like this is
a Silva map. There's so many different lineups you can have.
Okay, and we. What is that?
We're definitely talking a little bit about this backstage, and where does this go?
It's just going to come all the way down. It's going to be a late bounce.
The late bounce that goes behind them if they rush up.
Over with the cam, it's going to drop all the way deep into the wall.
Dude, it only just landed now. It landed here. Doesn't give them too much. I'm gonna lie to you. They've already taken the site. A little bit too late on that one. Camera does check if anyone's over towards the site. And my worry with this plant is the fact that this is a paper thin wall and you can just spam. And this is why I want to see a Sage on it, because I think that this is very hard to retake if you don't have the Sage. Some nice shots though.
It's going to be Jit Boys trying to fire back. Team Secret with the numbers trying to rotate on through the crossing. Governor with a classic from the sides.
Nice. Yeah, and this kind of played out how we thought it was going to play out. Little 4-1 heavy after plant, get the plant with a 1 over towards lurking middle. That's pretty much how we guessed the map was going to play, and that's what we saw first round.
And it's successful. Obviously, being on that attacking side, even if you were to go down, if the util still takes him out, you win the round with that spike being planted. So Governor having a great first round of Abyss.
Talon 3-0 for pistols right now.
Once more.
Pistol gods.
What we've seen so far, and a lot of people have been trying to theory craft on this map as well, is that A site. It's hard to just anchor on it. It's hard to just hold. So you want to be
I feel like both of these sites are hard to hold.
And Talon, they're abusing that right now against Team Secret.
As much as possible, they're just ignoring it. Because even if you do get aiming control, you don't really want to push all the way through. It takes too much time to rotate on further. And Primi just abusing that tailwind to get underneath them. And now with the guns too. Potential for watching some of these headshot angles against Tower as Team Secret tries to fire back, but just walking into his crosshairs right now. Dashing out into the open. It's gonna be 2G who takes him down. A second kill for
little bit expensive. You definitely see the ranked you see the ranked tendencies slipping into a lot of these rounds. For sure.
Overheating a bit. I can only imagine if that wasn't the second round, if this was like 5-5 or something, we might have even seen a timeout there from Coach Frost, I think, and getting a little too far out of himself. And then he could just take out every kill. It kind of leads to his teammates being out in the open as well. But at the end of the day,
I mean, he was never gonna have perfect discipline at the beginning anyway. And it's like, do you actually want him to have that much discipline at the moment? Like, you probably want him. You don't want to do that horrible thing where like you clip the wings of your duelist and they like second guess some of their plays.
But if you can get a hold of it, it's massive.
I think it's good for him to just find
not able to control it for the time
a level on his own.
Puts up smokes and they try to block it off.
Bonus. I mean, the bonus is legit. That's why it's legit. They buy one into it.
Smoke will expire. Envy, just trying to mark the angle.
But the most important thing here for Talon, I think, is that they recognize that there was no Cypher util being set up right away in mid. So you know that if Secret wants to hold on to mid, they have to have somebody.
This is interesting at the moment. Like this,
it's going to be a bit more spread out.
They're kind of using
a bit more of a reaction over by the A side.
They hold a default, passive default, and then they wait for the call. Then they trip middle, and then we can potentially have a trip behind, or are they just going to use it for after plant?
On the site, Cyber Cage to keep himself safe. Wild Oreo looking to be the anchor that buys enough time for the rotate. The rotate's going to be a little long. They have mid-control.
Rotate's going to take forever.
It won't be here.
30 seconds on this one.
With that smoke now.
Oh, recon for Jesse.
It's going to take a little bit of time.
Oh, they don't have anything to stop this plant.
Push up front, trying to eliminate some of the players who are on towards the site from Team Secret. However, Wild Oreo will be able to take that swing against Governor, so that's the Sova gone.
How I'm thinking this map is going to play out with these comps, like 8-4 both halves, feels about right. I think 4 on defense could be good. Get anything above 4 on defense, you've done insanely well.
Talon, a bit of a buy up, but they still have enough friends.
Ooh.
Gets 2.
Yeah, 5 HP on that other guy on the floor that he was aiming at.
Just hoping to get one more. He won't find it. So it's 2 kills, some armor.
Where is that trip going?
Talon will take that with Secret. Also,
I need to saw that.
Too shabby.
Game was a little bit shaky, but yes, Team Secret managing to flood back in through the sites with their guns, with their firepower, coming through some of the more default positions, I think. I mean, they really had the numbers advantage thanks to Wild Oreo, who was able to pick them off a little bit, and as Team Secret continues to push even further through, making use of that mid control, coming in from the back.
I mean, mid's really weird in general because as defense, like, you can get into this corner before anyone can get to a place that checks it. Like, Yoru's can be pretty good. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of teams that kind of abuse this on defense because of, like, the barriers being here and here. It's definitely a weird map. I think we'll see, like, how mid is used evolve throughout the year, basically. At the beginning, it's going to be, like, a lot of 4-1s. It's only really used for, like, lurking. Then I think we're going to start seeing some cool stuff.
They just sent Primi in alone.
I mean, they're getting over towards B every single time. Why not? All they got to do is just get more aggro positions in their after plant, and I mean, look at Primi here.
It's not that easy to take full control of the site, but with the Odin, Primi now planted in the corner.
Oh, that was fast with the turn of the flash. That is fast, bro. Fair play.
Just walking through.
That is fast. And this is busted. This is why, in my opinion, if you use a Sage, you're going to be a step ahead because a lot of people are going to be doing this. Paper thin walls, plant in the corner. It's going to be like Sunset on steroids. And why is it always the B site, man? Why is it always the B site? Pearl B site, Sunset B site. We need to look into who decides what the B site looks like in Riot. Because they're the problem at the moment.
Let's see, like a slow-mo replay of that, just dodging the flash perfectly. His reactions have been on point.
Oh my god!
Even let go of the spray just for a second for it to reset. And of course, that final kill from Ban as well. I mean, Talon, Team Secret, were they aware that Talon might have prepared for this?
Yeah, because as soon as they get that plant down, as soon as you get the Odin in that corner, no joke, you've won. You can even, chat. See this plant here? You can even find an angle where you can spam, and it's enough to, like, the side where only the heavy pen gun can shoot through. So you can shoot through an Odin if it's at the right angle, and they can't shoot you back with the rifle. So that's why it's really busted as well.
They just have a passive tripwire to watch for the long flank. They're ready to go all the way around. They're setting up Primi on it.
But yeah, straight on, both guns can pen it. But wait, where are we going? We're going outside the map.
And here goes Primi, trying to scout. He goes under and he dashes in. He's taking space, but they haven't found Envy just yet.
How you meant to hold this site? Nice shots, bro.
He knows he was stuck. Jipboy's good for a double. And it's a clean execute. I mean,
yeah, and you guys gotta save now.
It looks like they're gonna have to. The killer drone, it's enough presence that lets Jesse Bash know can't quite stick around this spot because there might be a deadly jet just around the corner. Doubles back in for the peak, but Primi just sends
I mean, he can go nuts here, man.
That's gonna be Talon picking up another round. The
you want to go pick up one of the guns?
Saved.
Probably not.
And at the same time, just going through with the fault line to secure the site.
I mean, they're all going on the hunt as well. They know if we take away all the weapons, it's now. I mean, they've saved him 2 times.
Remove this map is seen enough. It will get better once teams understand it. I promise.
Storm not anywhere near close to ready for Jeremy. And
it is very attack-sided though.
On the hunt since it was planted, so he'll get very close to B. But he's just gonna check.
He has a gun to pick up here, right?
Might be hiding. It looks like no extra kills will be found for Talon.
Just let them try.
And now you have the Rolling Thunder. So now it lingers in
Did it fall off the map?
mind. Well, they still have the Rolling Thunder. They go for
Either
a
that or he
again,
doesn't.
or do they just
The
go
gun fell
back
off.
now that the Blade Storm's been used?
Wait, he actually did fall off, right?
Something you really have to wonder about it. Either site is gonna
That's
be really,
so-
really deadly.
that's so
See
unfair.
Coach Frost just trying to drill it into his team's head that they have even further rounds to secure. There are some plans in place. I mean, that is why this is a map perfect for this composition with the Jet specifically, and seeing the breach in play, you know, kind of in comparison to the KO from Team Secret, there's a clear kind of set difference as to how Talon wants to utilize this.
Yeah, and Secret, we'll see what the idea is here, because there's not as many great plays as you could do over on the B side. There's a couple cheeky recon bolts, and obviously you could try to set up a pop flash as well, but you would have to send Jeremy in a killer mission all on his own. You don't have the operator yet either.
Cypher too good to not run on this map? I disagree. I would always on this map pick a Sage over a Cypher. I think that the rotates are so long that you need to have more delay than a Cypher kind of enables you sometimes.
So they're considering it, but
I think the double slow wall's good, and then I think with how B is as well, I think the Sage wall here means that the team has to play on site, something that, in theory, with how the map actually is, they shouldn't be able to play on site.
You haven't really taken control of it, and you're going to go for a Hail Mary all the way deep. You want to go for a fast flank.
Okay, so I was going to say, I thought teams might start doing this because the way that the map is with the barriers being over towards here, this part of middle is pretty strong for the defenders. Might have to have some weird rounds where you go aggro like this. Does he expect the Cypher in the corner? Probably not. And nicely done from Ban.
Deep into the site. Rolling Thunder unleashed, and Primmy's on the hunt. Talon, Team Secret, trying to stay inside of the smokes. Jesse Bash will peek up from heaven at the right time. Snipes down two. Ben with a
No way they won that. 3v4 over towards the site. The Cypher was a little bit late. MV 25 HP. Yeah, dude, I need to see his and Jesse's replay.
I thought once Ban had the flank taken care of, it was going to be an easy kill, but they don't clear the cam in time, so Primmy has to take time breaking it afterwards.
How's he allowed to do that the whole time? Oh my.
And that gives Envy the opportunity to just anchor down, become that turret, and secure a second round for Secret. Ult's now online.
Chaos? Oh yeah,
Operator
very
online. Sure, it's
chaotic.
glass cannon, but if you hit that first shot, it doesn't matter.
Okay, this is Talon's first time going over towards middle without a luck. Insta recon smoke here.
Okay, but kind of leaving Jeremy posted up towards A main, while Talon starting to explore mid in this round. One of the first rounds where they're starting to really try to make use of some of the angles around these spots, but Team Secret keeps themselves tucked away, not exposing themselves too much.
Yeah, but if they're going to leave it up to Ban to re-clear this, it's going to be dangerous. So they understand that space has already been given. Jeremy actually gets tagged, so he does have to give up a decent amount of
doing
space.
this makes a lot of sense. You gotta be going aggro somewhere across the map. Get that early info.
To try to delay on A. You still have to hold these positions, because otherwise you're exactly falling into the position that Talon wants. And they're already successful. They've dug deep into library, all the way in mid. Oh, good check.
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, and that's extra info.
So now Talon has to make a move and really try to decide which part they want to pitch down. Spotted Valdorio with the fault line, though. He's been concussed. But now that it's gone, coming back into the fray.
He's gonna kill. Oh my god, he's still alive. What's going on this one? Okay, another B retake. This time they've taken more aggro space than they've ever taken.
Now they know Primmy could be anywhere.
Yeah, all about Envy and his flashes, really.
Tower, so they're trying to re-clear all of it. But 2GE, he answers the call.
Couple of times that he oversteps that.
They've already cleared the close corners.
Does mean it's a little bit harder.
Holding further back, but it's two next to the box, right on the edge. Jit Boy surviving for one more. Ban, I believe, still not quite spotted on his position. He's looking for a bit of a timing. He's got to out himself
He
with
got
the spray.
owned there with the tap for the spike. They're getting a good amount of rounds ever since the timeout here.
Now Jesse Vash trying to get one step closer to another Hunter's Fury.
Wonder if Talon are just going to go back to their normal site hits.
Trying to make use of that mid, dig themselves deep in, and try to find ways to sneak onto the site. But once Team Secret gets the information, once they have the numbers advantage and taking down some of these players alongside their advances, they're able to kind of stagger and relay into the site. They're always so good at making use of the verticality around some of these boxes and around A heaven to go in for that retake.
Yeah, they're just, okay. They're just talking about going over towards site, and this makes a lot of sense, right? They just lost the retake because they play over towards B site, and I think if you do play on the B site, you are going to lose the retake a lot of the time. So now it's about planting in that corner and having the Odin in the after plant, like I said. All spam.
Now he can stack up. 2GE gonna be tasked with holding mid somewhat. Jeremy's creeping up even further, and Talon just holding. Too many smokes. They want to wait to reset the util.
Dude, Jesse's having to use all his util like the first 20 seconds in.
Not just yet.
Shock darts fired through though. A little bit of presence known. Camera doesn't spot anything. So it's a little bit too unsafe for Talon to really commit to this B site. Now doubling back. Gotta watch in case anybody might have pushed up mid as well. So taking a lot of time just to clear. Flanks are clear, so back in towards B.
Okay, Jesse has his recon.
No, they're just...
I wonder if you could definitely have a nice recon that goes in this back wall. You wouldn't have to show, you could just bounce it off. That would be super strong at one point. Maybe he has it.
That's the signal for Primi to go in once again. It's always Primi up on his Lotus, trying to make the first kills, and he does yet again. But this time,
I mean, he recons into it, just does it out in the open. So good.
Waiting for the rest of his team. Perfect paranoia that opens things up for Primi, pushes them right into the crosshair.
You can definitely tell that they've talked about after plant positions and where Primi needs to try and get to. Dude, Envy.
The star of Talon. And Spike not planted.
Yeah, Spike not planted, and all they have to do is make a lot of sound. You're going to look at Jeremy. He has nothing to get over this trip, though.
Just going to plant it all the way back. Jeremy, it's a fast take. He goes for the window. He wants to cut them off on the exit. He wants to keep them tied up. But
yeah, this window is so mental. Of course there's a window there.
Spamming through. 2G's been spotted. 1v2.
Oh.
Shrouded step on top.
Oh.
They have an inkling.
My God, they kind of lined up a little bit.
It's now been heard and banned. He's got to win that fight, and Talon will go up to 5.
Such a weird man.
I was gonna say Jeremy
Such a weird man.
Over B nest and, you know, keep himself
and they also kind of get a little bit of a heads up that someone's trying to push and get info here.
But unfortunately spotted out by
with how many people were, oh, his last bullet. With how many people are fighting, they know that they're getting set up over towards like 1A or somewhere over towards middle.
And now Team Secret back to a bit of an eco. They will still try to buy up whatever power they can. Marshall, Bulldog,
B hits? Oh, there's a lot of B hits. We had 1A hit in there.
All the way down mid.
They did win that round, but it was
Oh no! Oh, it's gonna take a little while. It goes quite far, trust me. But he will eventually fall. It goes a long time if you're Jet. It lasts a very long time. You can actually just be out of the map, off of the mini-map for a very long time.
Oh man, it's such a mess up. Dude, it's a long time.
Well, what's down here? Oh, well, a nice little tour.
That was like a 30-second fall.
That was a slight misplay. But in all of that time, Talon.
Yeah. I mean,
oh, that's the first one.
Before that kill feed comes, Talon's like, well, we heard the Jet. Where'd he go? You're just waiting. You're like, well, where is he? Like, he's not here. Well, now he's gone.
3-person on A.
They say, okay, well,
but I think the overwhelm on this site is too strong, right? They should get annihilated. Recon at the back, smoke.
This is going to be where Talon hits whenever Team Secret is weaker, and Envy trying to swing. Oreo actually supports it with 2 great kills.
Oh God, they're going to run into the judge. Here we go.
Jesse Vash is here. He's just waiting.
They got an early cam. This guy's gonna get pinged.
I don't think he's seen him just yet. He's been
oh,
pinged.
Jesse, you're a lunatic.
He's in there, and he gets the kill. Shut down. You do not want to push this right now, Governor.
Spike down.
You might be the governor, but the law does not have any bias. Shut down. Spike dropped.
1 enemy remaining.
And Chip Boys.
Right, that's the 4. That's the 4 that I think they need.
Oh my goodness.
Out of all the rounds they win, the one where he just sends it over towards middle, misses the dash.
Jeremy had a little bit of a mishap. I mean, everything plays out, and it's just that judge.
Oh, well, the updraft not there.
is it. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, you know, Cruz had to have landed the shot, or at
No,
least
it's
find a way
crazy.
to eliminate Jesse Vash, but because it was
Did he
a
not
judge,
buy the updraft?
no way that he would have figured that
No
out.
way.
No way he would have gotten that kill.
He didn't buy the updraft and he didn't realize.
It's gonna be 4-5, and now Talon calling the timeout.
Well, no time to chuckle about.
That's
the enemy's
incredible.
demise with that jet drop.
That is actually
Still
incredible,
lost
and they
ground,
still win the
Talon.
round.
They need to regroup. Had a good start, but now
Dude, the morale after that, man, everyone's gonna be everyone's gonna be feeling great after that. You get a funny round in there, and they won it.
More time before the execute.
You're feeling real good.
Frost getting animated once again.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think 4's enough.
He's seen a lot of things that he
I
wants
don't know
to
what
be
Talon have got
changed,
planned for their defense, but
can it all happen
in my head, that's going to be like an average 8-4 half.
You can also tell that judge
Doma, hello. Good morning, maybe still morning.
Because it's a counter, direct counter
midday.
to how Primi would just dive
Midday
right
already.
into the site.
Afternoon.
Now that it's an Odin though, picked up by Jesse, a little bit more urgency towards mid. Team Secret starting to fend themselves out 2-1-2. Talon looking
Back to B, yeah, back to B. Still got the Odin, still haven't been able to proper demonstrate their plant in the corner Odin spam.
Has multiple ways to exit out of this. He's waiting for the
Sure.
jump. He still finds
That
the
is
kill and he gets out
not
safely
the
to
peak
his
you wanted to
teammate.
see from Cruz.
Does not back down
Kind of
from the
just
drone. That's what you
hovered
want to
out
see
in the
from your
open
Opper.
instead of jumping back in.
Amazing stuff. Nerves of steel. Able to land down a shot against Cruz while he was trying to set up a flash for Primi. So although Talon has the site, now they're working against numbers disadvantage. Being able to block out the back. Just watching towards Link as well as Tower. Jesse Vash, remember, he has that Odin. He's ready to let it rip.
Yeah, he is weak though, so he's waiting for the pull. Set up, the spam still comes through. It's a weak box right there, and Primi, he's been trapped for so long. Team Secret, they knew that there was no further push in. Jip Boys answers back, but Spike still not planted. Ban refilling the site. Governor will get 2 with the Guardian. Headshots back to back. Pop flash from
Oh my God.
They want to try
Wrecked
to
himself.
deny this Spike plant. Envy gets one.
But my flash
Paranoid
looks
comes
good.
out. The
Aid
kill
looks
left,
good.
But it's the fragment as well. 2GE is trying to
God,
chase
he just
through.
left
The
ban.
From the Shadows comes out. 2GE has to get this kill. He has to clear it. He's been pinged.
Okay, they are miles away, so it's going to be 10 to 14 seconds before they get over towards A.
From the shadows all the way to
So
the
he
other
could
side. Now that he has
do
a
whatever he
little bit of
wants
time
here.
to play with, he holds out towards the
Good
vent
news for Team
area
Secret is they got the best agent for this in terms of smokes. Bad news is he just smoked over towards A main.
sound. Envy is down low, so there is an opportunity here.
Oh,
no,
good news is
Crosshair
he's
placement
killed
a
him.
little bit off, though. Envy just able
5, that's a
to
lot,
take
man.
things slow and steady,
A lot.
eliminates his opposition and gets the spike defused.
Oh, close, but Talon, they had to go for the Hail Mary play, left Ban all alone. The whole idea there would have been either more time or Ban getting a kill.
How's Primi been?
And
He's still been decent on this map. It's definitely not like the impact that we saw on Lotus. But I mean, that could also be down to the fact it's a new map and you don't really play this one in ranked. He's a ranked player. I mean, no one should feel comfortable in this map at the moment. He's still doing his job though. Like, he's been assigned with sending over towards site and trying to get into this position in afterplant. Sometimes he's been getting wrecked getting over there, but sometimes he's been doing good over there.
Team Secret starting to show different looks that Talon now has to respect. Slowly inching up towards mid. They don't have the best buys. They do have the Blade Storm. How are they going to make this work?
Because of the Blade Storm, Team Secret, they had a lot of plans to try to shut things down on mid. The Recon Bolt being sent all the way
The walk
deep,
over
actually.
towards middle, the recon to secure it.
Ready as well, but now
And
that
we've
it's mid,
inserted
they wanna
our
make sure they're
jet
not giving up too
towards
much
the bottom
space.
of
It's
middle.
already
Now
been
what?
taken by Primi, but can they get out?
This is the
Envy's
problem
ready to
about
receive.
here. Like, this little passageway and the off angles, either way you look at it, here and here, you're always going to be W keying. So anyone in this off angle looking at this angle or this where he was here, you're always going to win that duel. Unless you're
Now the drone as well.
unless you're having a bad day. Let's do that.
Caught. He's trying to see if there's a swing around it. Doing the best he can. Everything he's learned online, he's trying to bring to life on stage. But it's just too tough. Not grouped up for
Like, he should win this.
Still 40 seconds left. Huge kill for Cruz.
I give up,
Opens up a
man.
little bit more room.
I give up. I'm not going to say anything.
Still know where Primi is, though. 30 seconds in the round. He's going to regroup alongside Cruz to find an entry into
That's
the
so
A site.
sick.
Team Secret have themselves positioned to watch down this little tower position, though. Just firing off a couple shots, although they don't quite land. They do have Cruz alongside Primi down to pretty low HP. The shock dart trying to clear. Spike now getting planted. Primi with the rifle, just marking the heck out of this smoke.
He hears him up top, but he wants to wait for the smoke. He wants to get the first kill. He eliminates it. Now he's ready for the swing around. He knows there's still one coming in from spawn. He's ready for it. Constantly swinging on the 180.
Whoa. Okay, fair play, man. You did insane work. Cruz has his ult. And then does breach damage reach here? No.
It's enough to buy time. Chip Boys just has to stay alive, and he is successful.
I thought he flew out the map.
He won't get dropped, but he's stunned. He's stuck.
Oh, he was going for it.
Just going to try to jump around, get a surprise kill, but it will be.
Dude, nice round from them though. Primi actually did really good to win this.
Will bring them a 6th round win.
Good little long jump attempt, but that is going to be the recovery.
Yeah, that was the kill I was not expecting.
They tried to push through vents.
He's got the moves. I mean, yeah, he hit the jump. He hit the skill jump.
Onto the side it goes. Primi alongside Patience with Cruz, managing to take down the first 2, and then the Rolling Thunder for the final finish. Talon has the lead now, and they're trying to deny Team Secret from getting for that 6-6 first half.
Hunter's Fury online from
Last
both
force
sides,
buy isn't great.
Well. Once again, bit of a spread out 2-1-2 default from Team Secret. They don't have great weapons. Wild Oreo, half armor and a Sheriff. Stinger for Jeremy. So Jeremy's mission right now on the B side is just shut down Primi. Catch him off guard if the dive comes in, but Talon has no intention of going to the B side. This is going to be a full A hit. The one-way holds him off for a bit, but there is space.
I mean, he can hold this off for a long time. He's going to get another one-way. He can get his Omen flash.
Hangs back now. As soon as this one-way dissipates, though, it's going to have to be the quickest rotations from Team Secret. They don't have the best guns, but
Skinaf, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you doing that, dude. Thank you for the tier 1.
Man makes his presence known.
Thank you so much, man.
Just to instill a bit of paranoia into Team Secret's minds. There's the paranoia. Now Primi dives straight through. In towards the tower he goes, just to try to hold down the site for his team. Spike planted, not quite yet. Hunter's Fury denies Cruz.
Oh, he got another one.
Well. Chip Boy's weak, but Primi, he needs to hold on as he gets 2.
Guy is clean, isn't he?
Is down, not out just yet,
Oh,
but there's no saving him
he's ready for that.
Running amok in the tower, holding things down.
Keep going, man. Let's see it. Oops, that's my bad, my bad, my bad.
Oh no!
Give him too much confidence.
The freedom taken away from Primi.
Ban 1v2.
Ban all alone. 1v2. Recon spots him. Jesse Vash knows where he's at. Ban wants to find the 1v1. He's trying to isolate him. He's waiting for the swing. He gets one. He's trying
my! How did he nearly win that? The spacing was so off. His teammate was so far behind. I think 6 is really good on the defense, chat. I'll be honest with you. We don't know much about this map, at least in my head. Oh, okay, well.
The recon followed by the swing out against Ben. He tried to reset the recall, but it wasn't quite going to happen.
I thought he was going for the skill jump.
Although Team Secret,
gonna build it up.
Starting things off, didn't have all the best map control. Talon started to switch things up with the adaptations. Throughout the entire map, it has been Talon just trying to find that lead, but not quite being able to hold on to
Callan, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that, bro.
So far, across
thank you for the 15 months.
Tournaments where Abyss has been opened up, slightly favoring the defensive side. Although, oh, there's Mika and Asarai taking the day off to show their full bias today. Team Secret. Meanwhile, we've got some Talon fans as well. But yeah, I mean, in Challengers, Korea at
and
the
the mods
very
run
least,
ads? No, that's a good idea, man. Let them go wild. Dude, imagine they could single people out and give them ads. That'd be sick.
Been full sends for a lot of these maps. So we still don't
Someone flames them and they just start spamming them with ads.
Will be the go-to. What size, what set plays will be favored. But for now, looks like it's going to be a long time till we find out, as it is 6-6. Secret now taking the initiative on the attacking side.
Yeah, especially Secret in their composition, right?
Raid boss? Raid boss, 4 times in a row. At the moment, it's got them 3 pistols, so...
How are they going to go on the attack? Is it going to be any different
will he get it?
So far?
Pixel, thank you so much for the gifted. Pixel, I appreciate you doing that. Thank you for the gifted. John, if you're here, make sure you say thank you.
Cruz has a good read on this. You expect that A main is usually where the defenders fight. So if Team Secret's going to go for that hard read on the pistol round, They're going to try to
Wait,
counter
he's sending
it
it.
with the breach and jet combo.
Where's this recon going?
both at
Cool.
the ready. It's a timing fight. Talon staying silent. The recon, but the pop flash is early. Cruz still there for the cover, but Primi cannot get alive.
And out of right.
Still covering for another trade. Numbers advantage now for
Yeah,
Talon.
he ate the flash.
Still holding on to that Sheriff. Smoke's off now. Blocks Team Secret's path, at least for the time being, unless they want to go through danger, unless they want to go through the...
Oh, boy. Little smash of the table as well.
Wild Oreo doing whatever he can to redeem this round, but it's going to be Cruz going over, making sure that he can defend
Well,
the spike.
that'll
as
do
Jit
it. That's
Boys
4 out of
comes and
4
chases
for the
down
pistols,
last
by the way.
kill.
4-0 on pistols.
Not like this. Just
Yeah,
with the
not like
classic
that.
tagging him up as he tried to jump over. And with that,
Give me the replay of it.
Talon manages to
Let's see
control
it
the
fully
site.
from his
Cruz getting
POV,
the
surely.
right reads, the right plays. Even with the pop flash against Primi, they
And they
managed
didn't do
to
him dirty.
stabilize.
Ah, you
So
had to do
far
him dirty
today,
there.
Talon has been able to pick up several
We had to see that.
pistols.
Surely.
They've been very successful, taking all of them.
A non-gifter. Thank you so much, man.
pistols to
Appreciate you,
0.
whoever you are.
Serves them just well enough and barely
Thank you
getting
so much for that, man.
13-11 victory on Lotus. See if they can close things out a bit earlier on Abyss, or if we will be going to
Zawazpa as well. Zawazpa with the 4 months. Thank you so much for the prime, man.
Can spam through that wall and beat
Thank
as
you
well.
so much for doing that.
He's a fault line, maybe
EMEA would have shown it. Ah, dude. That would have been the whole replay. Showed no kills.
Legs. That one way not working out for 2G. Not having a great time over here on the B site. And now spotted. Too many members.
Yeah.
The Talon Primi does not
Yeah,
care.
okay.
Gets the double. Switching over to the classic.
Get the confidence up. I like it.
Primi. Talon lead 8-6.
Okay, Team Secret gotta lock in and do it the hard way. No pistols. So that is rough. They know there's an outlaw here, so they gotta be buying heavy armor.
And they get to carry these guns over onto the next round. Team Secret has to reset the scoreline. They're working against disadvantages.
This goes here.
Guardians in full.
It's going to be a little rough one, and I got to say, I mean, I think Primi's already done his job. He's already proved his value because he has been a core part of winning 8 rounds so far. Either the pistol or the anti-eco or both. He's getting multi-kills. He's leading them to victory to get that lead in every single half that Talon has played today.
Now just locking down mid as well. Not allowing Team Secret any legs in this race. Team Secret trying to stretch over, but nobody from Talon's pushing out just yet. You got that one-way blocking of A main. And now firing off those shots towards the middle. Team Secret going back in to investigate.
Team Secret have not taken much map control.
Yeah, fast re-clear by Secret.
1 minute.
That helps a lot.
1
And
minute
Secret
in,
is
basically.
using that deep cam.
They gotta make a call.
That's talked about. Gives you a lot of control. Allows you to find a
A little
time
bit worried
to
for
dig
them,
deep
so they're
in
gonna go
the
for a
flank
4-1.
if you
We're gonna
want.
have a look.
It's a Wild Oreo. He's going to be sticking around that part of the map for as long as possible. The rest of the team.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Wild Oreo just broke the door over towards here. Dude, they don't realize you can break the door from here.
And that's a peak timing from Cruz, but he kind of takes too much into his own hands. All alone there, no cover. Gets taken down. Jeremy lost a little bit of health, but that's all the damage they'll take.
Yeah, gotta go for a different plant. Yeah, I mean,
Talon have studied
Talon's
this map. You gotta
whole
go far
attack
on the
plan
land.
was
No post plans
getting this
spams
plant
for
down,
you.
so I'm
It's
not
gonna be all the way on the other side.
surprised that
Covers
they
the
have the
flank as
spam
well.
for that.
Mid control. Now
A
back
very
in
nice
Talon.
spam,
That
though.
means that Jesse Bash has to watch their back for Secret.
Okay, they double down, so they lose their lurker over towards mid. They lose their lurker over towards middle. Jesse's in for it. He's doubling down. He comes. It's not a good plant for him though. This guy's. It should be done. Oh my god, they win the bonus.
Has to do it all on his own now. The defuse getting stuck halfway.
Yeah.
He spots out the first player.
Holy, they win the bonus on this. I'm a little bit worried for Team Secret. They had to go to here to break the door. That's the pressure that they want to create, but they don't know they can do it as part of their default. Then didn't really do much map control in the first 40-50 seconds.
They know how to deny it. That post plant, you think it's going to be easy? You think this is Sunset 2.0? Think again. Because we're denying that plan for you. That Jit Boy's great kill there. I mean, Primi, it felt like Did he go in too early? But no, turns out it was just in time. Buys time, creates space for Jip Boys to come in for the trades, and now Secret
I don't know, Walgy.
back down to
Wait,
weak
when did you
weaponry.
get?
There's
Oh yeah,
always time to
Gabri.
scrape by with
Gabri,
whatever
thank you so
can.
much for the Prime.
And then
I
just
missed
staying on
that.
half armors to try
BMF
to
as
make
well.
sure
I
they
missed
have
that as
enough
well.
chances, but at this rate, they might run out of chances.
Came from YouTube's sub, man. I appreciate that, Gabri. Thank you for doing that, dude. Look at this kid.
Similar looks to what we've seen from before.
Yeah, the
He's
confidence
confident
is
on this anti-eco, picks up his couple, and then just backs out.
Yeah, they might not have the KO for the deep pop flash, but it is going to be that breach to help set up the
Eco? Yeah, I mean, if he's good at it, though.
Kills for Primi. And Ban digging deep into mid as well. Talon, quick adjustments. They recognize Secret. They want to start taking mid control. And now they're keeping it for themselves in round 16 the entire time. Primi given the freedom to go on the hunt.
He got 40 HP. Hand delivered him a gun.
That'll be a lesson for you, youngster. But Jesse Bash can't get much more than that. Just one extra kill on Jip Boys as Talon still leads up 10-6.
Finally cementing and locking in this lead now. They've won 4 rounds in a row ever since the pistol, breaking Team Secret's economy. It will reset for the next, but this is truly where Team Secret needs to plant their foot firmly into the ground. If not, that's going to be Talon finding
Get more Premium champs. I mean, yeah, if they win this,
keep in mind, is a match where Team Secret is facing knockouts.
it'll be a lot of experience for him, nice and early on as well.
It's your pick.
The potential to be an absolute demon.
Map to secure yourself a way into champions. And Team Secret.
He's getting a whole section next Black Chat. Yeah, he probably gets a whole episode on him.
That was known to always get so close, but just not enough to get back to an international. See if history repeats itself today. Jesse Vash, he's been yearning to return to the world stage. To hear the crowds once
Where's
again.
Primi from? You don't keep up? Straight up ranked, man.
But Talon standing
Number 1 in APAC ranked.
All the changes to the team, the new additions, Wild Oreo, 2GE, they've been showing their impact, but they need even more right now.
Oh, you talk about country? Oh, Thailand.
Talon just shows that they have a lot more prevalence
He's from the country ranked.
Despite not picking it on their own, they let
What are you
it slip
talking
on
about?
purpose.
What team's he
And
from?
Talon with our own addition as well. Primi.
He was born in ranked. Honestly, with his stats, maybe he was born in ranked.
Just insane. If there was ever any doubt, is he going to be comfy on stage or not? I mean, that's gone. It's dashed. It's evaporated. He's here to stay at VCT Pacific. Taking aggressive control.
What?
How?
Wait. Guys. Ow.
He's down there somewhere.
How do you even do that?
I'm not quite sure.
How have they had 3 people fall off?
But it's definitely not good news for Team Secret. I'll tell you that.
Look at Jesse's looking for him.
Trying to make their way through the smoke. Perhaps.
He got blind? Yeah, but don't jump off the side. Surely. Just don't. Isn't there a ledge here? Don't you literally have to jump? Just don't jump. I'm so confident there's a ledge there.
3 fall deaths on this map so far. That's all come from Team Secret. See if they can overcome that. It's not a disadvantage you want to start with.
You reckon there's a lineup where he has to go on the edge? Dude, how do they win rounds where someone falls off? It's like they get a buff, man.
They've heard my bet, and they will answer. It's a 4-man push in, spike planted. They're still holding on. They're ready for the wraparound as well. They hear the doors being
That's
broken.
their secret? Yeah, they found something on the map where you jump off and you can see everyone on the mini-map or something. And so they're accidentally trying to fall off as much as possible. Oh no, I forgot to buy my updraft. What a shame. Oh no, my lineup. I've accidentally fallen off the map.
That spends a lot more time away from
It's crazy.
With a perfect swing, Wild Oreo. Great timing as
Dude,
well, and Secret, despite the
have to have a replay
round,
here, I
they
beg.
will get a 7th round win.
I've never needed a replay more.
Waltzing, blitzing through the site after an initial fall death. A little bit odd with the.
He was full flashed. That is a mega feels bad moment.
He has to jump over the ledge. There's no way.
Because here's the thing, you imagine fault line flash.
I mean, he ate the flash, but
I gotta hide.
you gotta. I'm not sure you need to jump when you're around the corner. Either way,
tiny ledges. Yeah, because
they won the round. It's all good.
Right, but you can't see anything. So it's that same fault line again. But now counter hit with the
That's
0
crazy.
point. Talon hangs back. Meanwhile, Team Secret trying to keep an eye towards mid with the deep camera again.
Blind? Yeah, but I would ban jumps when anyone's past this angle.
The Talon side ban, watching it as
I mean,
well.
it's just the fact that it's a new map. That's all it is.
In a tower. So Governor,
Let's look at the money a little bit because it's been a while. Dude, everyone's money's great. Invi can't buy next. That's it. This will probably be a drop, especially with knives.
Fault line to come back up. See if he can ruin the entry. He will have a timing. It's going to be coming up soon.
Jit Boys keeping mid smoked off as well, though. Need a Hunter's Fury entry. Jeremy diving through, managing to catch Cruz.
And the spam.
Oh my.
They've heard Governor. He has to back out. Can't spam through that wall.
Yeah, so Talon spammed B.
Can spam through on this
Looks like
map.
Team Secret are going to spam A.
Here, the drone going to be broken. Get some decent information. Keeps them at bay. So Talon, they have an opportunity. They've got 2 on the flank as well, and they get Oreo. So now the pinch begins. 2 members drawn out of the site. It's now the timing for the Sova and the Cypher to get through.
That was nice, dude.
It goes all the way. Site now open.
Oh my god, that was nice by these two. They had the flash. Can Invi save him? 4 bullets.
Still alive in the cloudburst. They clean him up. But now the spy camp set up. And the cyber cage
That's a nade.
half done. Draws out the fragment.
As a knife, not that it would do too much,
Some
yeah.
time to work with. Trying to start it, Governor. He's trying to be the shield, but doesn't quite get it. But the half's already
The
done.
cage, bro. Yeah, enough of a distraction with the 2-person behind him. Managed to get onto the spike, get half of it, then cage, vision block, insta-stick. Really nice Cypher util.
To champion soul.
Just playing for the team when it looks so lost.
Yeah, these two on the flank did so much.
Out of that smoke. The shots through the cyber cage.
You see that? Oh my gosh, you see that reaction?
I don't.
I mean, you saw him on the cam. His eyes are on the meter. As soon as it ends, he just swings around. Talon, they're here to win it. And here's the thing. I mean, I always said that this is a team that they're their worst enemy. They trip over themselves no matter the cause. And today, sure, 1 or 2 rounds of overheating, but outside of that, they've been very disciplined.
Oh, whoa. Oh my god, I thought it was on him. I thought it was close enough.
Pretend that it's not a Cypher setup, but Jesse Bash, he's not going to buy it. Doesn't quite break the trip just yet. Jeremy.
Updraft this time, thank you.
Spots 1, and the null command will keep everyone else at bay from Talon.
At the very least, they managed to sneak themselves firmly into the site. Talon trying to make their way through security, but kind of getting blocked off as well. So trying to go through heaven as well. Jeremy's just trying to stick around the corner, making some noise around those
guys
ropes.
everywhere, man.
He's got 2 blades left, but now fully paranoid. The Hunter's Fury unleashed. Jesse Bash tries to hold down the angle. Jeremy unfortunately whiffs the blades.
Nice from Jesse though, man. Jesse got double kill here.
From Team Secret to hold down the ground. Governor in a 1-on-3.
They need another sacrifice.
Enough creds.
Yeah,
but
does
the
feel
time
like
not
that.
in his favor. So he's just going to see, we'll keep the round lead. Wild Oreo's heard this.
He should go down on this angle.
Checking, waiting for the peak. Doesn't want to see him fight it. He'd rather keep the weapon. He'd rather make sure that they don't get the extra points.
Everyone's money's pretty low.
Team Secret will also not go for the chase, as of course they are a bit lower, a bit all over the place, I should say, on their credit situation. 3 points difference.
But at the very least, still able to make use of some of these plays. As soon as the spike's planted, pushing up on the offensive. Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, I mean these swings were together, and they put a server ult into it from Talon.
Off of the win now, Coach Frost smelling victory. A couple of rounds away, calls in the timeout.
Both of these teams, their fan bases are no strangers to having the best of leads and letting it slip away. Coach Frost, he's talked about it openly, about Talon, about their own team. They always just let it slip away. They come in with a game plan, it works out, and they're not able to close it out.
Do you think no matter what team I joined, I would make it better? I mean, yeah, I would hope so. No hate to other coaches. Wait, am I replacing the coaches? I mean, yeah, I would hope so. Otherwise, I would worry about my own. Would worry about my own ability. But there's a lot of teams that already have the system down anyway.
so far, you know, they've shown a couple of strategies where they are.
Some teams would be easier than others, that's for sure.
Further up front, but it's also been Jesse Vash collecting in a lot of these frags.
See how Team Secret tries to read this. They're ready for a bit of a push out from Talon. They think it's going to be the mid push out play.
Yeah, I think you gotta have good self-confidence that
going for an aggressive
in your own
cam
stuff.
on B, setting Primi up on the ledge on danger. And now they could just rotate out. You can always check with the cam for Primi to just jump around. This way they can stack
Team Secret,
a lot harder. They can
hold a
re-clear
default,
mid.
waiting for some kind of aggro play. They're pretty much right with Primi with the ult. If he wants to go for something aggro, it's going to be camera contact into him just sending it. I'm a little bit worried that Team Secret are going to do that thing where they do a default, they don't take enough map control, and then it's going to be a little bit late with what they decide to do. Yeah, let's see how Primi reacts to this camera seeing one.
Just going to be waiting. The cam's going to be the first point of contact. Looking at the height of it, you know that it was used very early. The drone is just going to go through main. They don't suspect it at all, and it's a timing play from Primi. He's a little early on it, only gets one kill.
He got one.
But he does slow things down.
Whoa, what a shot. Wait, he melted him.
Talon fall like flies one by one. They need to
get a plant against the wall. So, I mean, this spot is going to be unreal. Keep an eye on the luck. This guy has to go to a trip, and then does he hear the TP? Yeah, heard it. Oh, do you know what? He didn't hear it, Envy heard it. I'm pretty sure he pinged it. This guy then turned around.
Just going to go for the save. Okay, it's too much. I mean, all right. Listen, the previous rounds and this one, I get the save. But you're not at match point just yet. This could be one of those situations where you keep putting it into your bank account and you're never able to withdraw, and you go on to the next map.
Gotta be able to cash it out at some point. They're so close towards match point, but
Chip Boys was be like, what the hell?
What do you do? They're trying to set themselves up into these sneaky spots and places, getting some advantages, but it's not quite coming through just yet. Team Secret hunkering down when their backs are against the wall, working together as a team, just having too many targets for Primi to even hit. And with that, Jeremy finding that heads-up frag against Ban as well, just turned things around completely.
Talon gonna go for the half armors. See if they can try to eke out just that match point first, more than anything. Recon bolt used, but the Cypher Cam, it's going to deny the dash forward from Primi.
Oh, yeah, and they annihilated whatever move they wanted to do over towards middle here.
A lot of space. They can now go for a slow re-clear of mid, both the high and low ground.
Not quite able to do too much around this spot, though. It's going to be a couple of pings from Team Secret while the main forces head towards the B site. Cruz jiggling for info. He's got the fault line, and he's trying to slow them down if they do decide to make the same execute.
Breach at the ready. Cruz, a dangerous position.
Everyone dodges the drone.
To use the fault line to deny it. It's a double team. They break the 0 point. Now Primi's ready for it.
Oh, dashed a bit too early. Oh, he got wrecked on site.
He's got the crosshairs lined up, 30 HP. Spike trying to get in. They're just going to go for a safe plant.
Hey, Jeremy's been hitting some shots. They do this same backup plan that they've been doing. Oh my, everyone hits shots, man.
They are on the verge of tying things up. Now only one
Let's think.
point away.
2-9 loss bonus.
But
But 2 people that are wrecked.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. It seems as though they almost did. It's gonna have
Probably
to be
3 hero guns.
Of a half buy for Talon in the next round. Just when they're about to reach match point as well. Team Secret starting to turn things around. They got the reads. They're trying to clear out all these tiny little nooks and crannies, and they're able to pile drive through as a full force.
Yeah, now they go for this mid play that they wanted to do the round before.
One of the things that Secret has done, both on Lotus and here on Abyss, is that they've recognized the tendencies of Primi very quickly.
It scanned these two, it didn't scan this guy. Does the drone check it? Oh, they shot the drone? Oh man, they're not going to expect it, right? Oh, that's so fast, what the hell? Dude, he was walk swinging into the angle.
Jeremy stranded on a site. The
should always go down there.
And now Jeremy trying to do the same. He has to force his way all the way through. Paranoia to buy more time. The drone gets the ping onto Jesse Vash. He's stuck there. Ban gets a nice kill with the Sheriff.
Oh man, is this the round?
Ensuing on the side as Team Secret tries to back out.
Jesse on site with his ult gets overwhelmed.
Governor gets the kill.
Yeah, we got a sunset moment coming in.
Thrown early, and it's all up to Envy. He's trying to hold on. He has to push out the pop flash. He's not able to get the kill.
Yeah, he had to get the kill like insta. Okay, well, 2 chances for them to do it. Dude, this shot over towards middle is so ridiculously fast. He doesn't even swing properly. Like he doesn't peek. He doesn't peek properly. He walks into it, yet he still gets the kill.
Team Secret Red, they weren't quite expecting him around the corner at the bottom of mid. And that was just the darndest thing, as though the rest of them managed to get down to the site. Talon comes and floods
Breach on this map? Nah, I'm not a Breach fan.
Now smelling victory just right around
I'm not
the
a Breach
edges.
fan. I'm not a... I tell you what, Solo Smokes is better than what I thought, though. I will say that much.
Right? And Talon used that against
I thought
Secret.
Solo Smokes wouldn't be as good as this, but yeah, I would prefer, like...
And now again, pressure on mid. You know that
I would prefer a lot over the
They
Breach.
don't know, did the jet creep through or not? Now spy cam is set up, it's not broken. Ping does come out from Talon, though.
I think the Breach is nice if you run a jet, though.
They know that Secret could already be on the move.
Just kind of watching for it. Team Secret slowly creeping around, waiting for the smokes to go away. Talon not giving up a single peep. I mean, at some point, the call's going to have to be to peek through, but Talon has everything set up. Cruz ready with that fault line or flashes. Primi just alongside him to assist. Hunter's free, though.
There's a tag. Not quite finding the shots, and no kills are going to happen. He does get a tag onto Governor, now taken down to half health. There's a 0 point. Ban going to get spotted. There's
Yeah, this guy got heavy overwhelmed. Dash into the site. Massive duel. Cruz, please don't use your ult into this. Okay, yeah, just insta save on this.
Once again,
Gonna go down to that last round.
keeping up their bank. They still have enough credits, but at the very least not wanting to give away too much to Team Secret. Jeremy close to his blades. At the same time,
KO?
though, I mean, this
I think the KO
site
flashes
really
and the
just
KO,
comes
like
through.
KO flashes with open roof and the knife can be pretty nice.
Because they can still buy for one. They got to stop giving kills over to Governor. Talon just need one more round.
Yeah, that's true. And an extra death here as well. He'll take an extra death.
The jump spot, they think it's a retake, that's why they're
He'll
fighting.
take that
but
one
eventually
away.
Governor, I believe, ends the round with only 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder as well into the next round. As Wild Oreo gets taken down. And Team Secret, sure, you're 1 point away from overtime, but
None of these orbs are that easy to take. I guess the A1 on defense is the easiest. Looks like they want to go for that. It's a pretty obvious call, though. And Team Secret even stop it.
That Hunter's Fury could potentially deny, not just Spike Plant, but also a bit of a retake, especially with Cruz and his
Breach, if you used a Neon, yeah, that might make more sense. You have the double slide. I think I would prefer it more of a Neon, I think you're right.
Wanting to close this out. Team Secret wanting to push into overtime. They've got their
They got an ult ready for this. Insta ult, and then we at least get the dash off of it, and then you can recon, then we can get the ult. So it's like a bit of map control and for the orb and for the ult. Instant reaction from Secret. Send it over towards B. Massive duel. Massive duel. And Jitboy stays alive with Omen Flash. This is the ult that they picked up. They might have done it.
I have the spike. Enough time for Talon to be ready for the flood in. No command already activated. Secret does not have
They
much
still
more
have
time.
Omen Flash.
Primi waiting for the angle. Envy denies it. Pop Flash at the ready. He's trying to push
What
through.
up?
Wild Oreo by his side. And Jitboy's trying to pinch
I just
onto
didn't
it.
know about the angle from heaven here.
Just the IGL.
And he gets
Uncle
reconned.
Jesse Bash, can you bring the
Oh,
team?
Talon.
No, you will
Talon
be
did
denied,
it.
and it will indeed be
So,
Cruz who
Champs,
will return to the
Champs
international
secured
stage
as well.
at Champion Soul 2024.
Yeah.
Talon
Survived the singular limb. The risk of the new kid paid off. And he was a beast, man. Straight up, he was a beast.
Everything in this this map, in this round, just shows the improvement from Talon Esports. The biggest stakes, and they still managed to make it happen. I love the call at the end.
Champ secured, yeah. Just because of points.
They've been saving. They've been waiting to make
like whoever comes fourth out of the top 4, they have enough points anyway. So now it's all about seeding.
What a call by Cruz.
With my pick'ems, yeah, it was overdue though. I was on like a 20 game streak or something though, so I was bound to get something wrong.
Obviously now with an entirely new roster around him. 2 relative rookies. Jitboy's of course a year under his belt. But
yeah, the pick'ems are in the bin.
In the knockout stage, and now he's going straight to champions.
I mean, could he really
yeah, dude gets the
give them
fast ticket to a lot of experience.
Play up against next. Whatever it is, Talon has shown that they have whatever it takes. The right calls, the right plays.
Look at Serve.
Joining them with the celebration.
It's so pure. You see him pointing at the champions
Serve is
banner.
pumped, bro.
He couldn't be more happy. Surf was one of the original members alongside Cruz back on Xerxia that made it to an international
Damn, he's got a trust the process t-shirt. Holy.
Part of the team.
What's the process? Just changing your team? What's the process? You brought in a new player.
Trust the process, and now you can't doubt him. The desk can't doubt him
There's no
anymore.
process for that. You brought in a cracked duelist.
Has made this happen.
Thailand's Talon Esports
It's the opposite to a process.
Taking this in a 2-0 fashion against one of the
He is the process. Okay, respect.
Are you lost for words? Was this not the most entertaining map?
No, it's incredible. I mean, it was really fun. It also had us losing our minds a few times while we were watching it, but
I was so entertained.
I mean, look, it's not often a player can come in.
Yeah, Savage way for Team Secret to go out. They took a risk with Abyss.
Step up to the plate like Primi did.
But yeah, Primi showing this performance, yeah, he's going, man. He's gonna be incredible.
Truly a player who belongs on this kind of stage.
I mean, we set the stage. It was.
And he gets a pressure-free champs to show what he can do. Sick.
Back-to-back incredible performances.
Did anyone fall off, bro? Everyone fell off. We got 3 of them.
Has helped him climb to the top of APAC ranked. And it was just an indomitable performance.
Who was it? Jeremy, Envy, 2G, that one?
Moments, giving him, you know, the space, giving him the util necessary to set him up to have these kinds of performances. For the side of Secret, though, this has got to be a monstrous heartbreaker. Finally looking reinvigorated, looking reinforced with the recent
Team Secret fan, damn, dude.
Looking like they were surefire picks to be able to make it chance to their first international.
Hey, shout out to Talon. As much as I memed on them for the trust in the process, this is impressive.
Yeah,
this is a massive risk, and all you can do is respect it.
It's rough when this comes in at the last second. A wild card like Primi here, then you have a brand new map like Abyss, which they did look like they had excellent ideas on, but they were just not prepared for what Talon had today.
Yeah, that's part of it, and I think they got in their own heads. I mean, it's a lot of mistakes mechanically that caused them to fall off the map a bunch, things like that really did cost them. I mean, yeah, they won some of those rounds, but you could tell that mentally they weren't all there. It looked like they were rattled, and it kind of never fully came back to them. And I think part of that was Primi just setting the pace, setting the tone.
Oh yeah, he was insane.
Owl drones and things
he
like
was
that
insane.
when they were setting out, and they get picked off by him, and they were like just reeling after all those moments. And time again, there'd be some bounce backs, but overall they just
like this
really
pure fragging ability.
Yeah, I mean the thing that gives away. I mean the fall deaths aside, whatever. They managed to close out 66% of the rounds in which somebody died at the beginning. So whatever.
Gonna sleep? Nah, I'm alright today.
It was working out.
What have we got today? I got a sponsored stream in about 5 hours, 5.5 hours, I think, for a couple of hours, and then we got Americas tonight. There's only one game for Americas tonight.
Things were starting to become very scrambled in the Secret camp, and while they did manage to rally back a bit, much like we saw on Lotus, they can't get.
How do I feel about Primi? Pretty good. Very good. He got them both of the pistols in Lotus, and they needed both of the pistols to win. So,
like this redone with some mistakes, you know, fixed for the side of Secret, it could have been a 2-0 for them.
100%. And I think it could have easily gone
Chat,
the
no
other way.
balls. It's a game, chat. It's a game.
Already just mentioned were in place.
If they win a pistol.
Yeah, but it was
help.
really rough with a pistol against Primi there. We also have to talk how many times they fell off. I think, you know, even though this is the first time we've seen Abyss, I think Team Secret has already secured the spot for most falls on Abyss with three of their players falling down. It was Jeremy, 2G, and Infi. Quite epically. We started off with an epic Jeremy fall, and yeah. So why does just paper thin?
I picked ban. So
he picked ban.
I mean, I think we all get a point just for saying it was gonna happen.
Yeah, I feel like I should get a point for at least guessing secret.
No.
I thought we were
Come
just
on,
going
I
for
even
a
said, I
bonus.
verbally said
No.
Invi. What? Come
Denied.
on. What are we gonna do? I think we should.
I think we all just get a point.
Fio, I'll message you.
Yes.
I'll message you, because...
We all knew it was gonna happen.
Yeah, I'll just message you,
I
Fio.
think he said yes.
Sure,
I'm gonna do
Let's
it.
just say
We'll work it out.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard a yes in the comms.
You said yes, producer. I'm gonna gaslight you. If you didn't.
Oh, we all said, whoa. We all up. Oh gosh, KO does not.
Hey, congrats, viewers.
Yep.
Oh wait. Not you.
Oh,
you're
hey,
back to
yeah.
Radiant.
True, the viewers, they get out of wood.
Congrats, they
Quack is
finally
now
did it.
the sole possessor of wood.
Well, I mean, we suck.
I think Quack should change his ID.
Who do they interview?
Lumber Quack?
Yeah, Lumber
A lot of people they could interview here.
Yeah. I'm glad we got to see. I was already excited to see just one.
Frost, yeah, I would be down for a Frost interview here. Frost or Primi. I feel like they're the only two options right now.
It was funny.
The manner in which some of these happened, though, was just tragic. I think the only one that I can really
It's Scooby-Doo on the mic.
truly understand was actually
Yeah.
Gen.G's, not even Invi's. Because Envy just needed to stop moving and like rely on his teammates to tell him like, hey, like you're good.
Dude, Frost was so confident. He had he had a t-shirt ready for the celebration. I respect that, man. I respect that a lot.
But yeah, some of the other ones pretty egregious.
He invested.
And with Abyss in and
Secret didn't win a single pistol round. Yeah, 0-4 on the pistols.
I think we can expect many more falls.
Yeah, Paper X is playing tomorrow, so if we're seeing Abyss, maybe we're gonna see more
Gen.G's probably
of
gonna
that.
ban it though, so.
Yeah, we don't get to see it because Gen.G's just gonna.
Maybe.
Come on, Gen.G.
Well, if grand final is probably when we get to see Paper X if they can get themselves there.
Yeah, that could be it. I mean, I don't know how
Whoa.
viewers felt about seeing Abyss for the very first time, especially with
6
the
fast
new Talon
kills.
comp. But here are some of the stats, Primi. Once again, just topping the
Have a little
charts
look.
here, unsurprisingly.
See if I can see how many
Bash.
deaths it was.
Let me just shout out to his ults. His ults never miss. They all when he's on the Sova, they're always killing someone.
Yeah, I was gonna say the last one, but he's still got a tag. It just didn't lead to too much at the back end. But yeah, I mean, it was still a solid performance from Jesse as far as the Sova is concerned. But things were just way too disjointed at the beginning for the side of Secret. Again, it's just those rounds given up at the beginning that they weren't able to close out. Those pistols that they weren't able to secure. If they're able to get those, this is a completely different outcome.
And I think it's unfortunate in some ways for Team Secret. Like,
Yeah,
there
can
were
I have a
couple
couple
things
more?
that I noticed. First of all,
We got
unforced errors, like moments where they'd peek when they didn't need to, and
where's
kind of go for
the
aggressive plays
where are
when they
we?
didn't need to.
Fast
things like
deaths.
that.
Yeah,
And
6 to
also,
1.
A concern I had at the very beginning
6
of
to
the
1.
season
Headshot
that I didn't
percentage
really
not
think
too
would
bad.
mirror something we
Duels
had against
winning
Jeremy
most
on
of them.
Duelists. Sometimes he
And
just
they won
kind of
all the duels
doesn't have it.
really.
And this is one of those times where he needed to when it mattered most, and he just couldn't quite bring them over the line.
1v2s.
So I mean, still very, very close for Team Secret. You're still seeing how good they are as a team
How
right
often
now,
is traded.
But they came in today, and it just wasn't quite the
Like, this
performance
is
they
trading
needed.
out a
It
lot.
all just started with those pistol rounds and things like that to just
This
set them
not
off
so much.
kilter.
Yeah, you can definitely see that happen as round by round went by. Now, Talon
pretty
will
cool.
be moving on to play DRX tomorrow. And
Think Primi is the
Paper
go?
X will
I
up
think he's
against
incredible,
Gen.G,
man.
And I feel like
Straight
we
up.
have some ideas about Paper
To
X
do
and Gen.G,
this
but DRX
on
and
your
Talon,
first
you guys have any
performance
thoughts about
is
this? Set us up for tomorrow.
insane.
I mean,
and what we should anticipate.
To do the first round he had on his first performance, you're always going to be something special to do that.
Versus Primi, that sounds like a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he
between
won them
both playing
Lotus, in my opinion.
and
And he had so much impact here
coming out with Clove, 'cause I think
that
we're
he
likely
won him a
to
good
see more of that
a
tomorrow
good amount
versus the likes of
of
Flashback,
good amount of
who has
rounds.
you know, looked
Better
like
than the
maybe
ball?
one of
I mean, the
best
ball
moves
had an
we've
insane
in
start. You
VCT
can't beat an
period
ace on your
because of his
first.
performances, has
But
that ace under his belt over on Split.
I think a
That
2v5 pistol is
between those two
probably the
players
closest
also
you can
sounds super
get.
exciting.
And now that DRX has had a chance to look at
You
some
could
of
definitely
his
argue
tendencies
that
and
his
things like
second
that,
pistol was
like, I
better
think
though.
some of those
1v3.
moments where he,
Tendency to shoot you in the face.
well, that yeah, he's very look. First of all, he's insanely clean. He is a cracked shooter. He has insane reflexes.
Why
He
is
has
Talon
really good
guaranteed
anticipation
champs?
of
So,
on post plans where
so
people are going to be
its
coming
top
from
3
and
go
how they're
through, right? But
going
the
to be
4th
doing it,
spot
and
is
his
champ
crosshair
points,
placement is
and these
insanely
4 are
good.
all leading in champ
However,
points.
there were
So they're
some
all
moments that he
secured.
kinda
They're
got
just
away
all
with
playing
some because he
for
was able to, you know, avoid some utility
they are
and things like
all
that. So
playing
now DRX is
for
gonna have a
position
little
now.
bit of ability to kind of
All
look at
playing
some
for
of
the
those tendencies
seeding,
and say, okay,
as in
here's
like
how he's
1,
getting
2,
himself some of these
3,
positions
4.
where he's able to get
We
some
imagine
basically
it's
free
4
kills.
groups of 4
We
for
can work
champs.
around that. We can dodge some of that. Potentially, we'll see though.
We'll have a group
And,
of like
I
1,
mean,
2,
any
3, and
thoughts before we go
4
to the stage for the interview
each
about
from all the
Talon?
regions.
And generally, this is the very first look
So,
at Primi.
kind
at
of like,
some
do you
these
want to
comps.
avoid
Do you think this is going to carry them
heretics,
over the line to be the top 2
Fnatic,
in,
etc.? Try win your group.
for this stage 2 finals?
I think it's certainly possible. I think that overall, given how they look today, then I kind of favor them a little bit going into the series versus DRX. But to Talon, I apologize.
Scouting from ranked is the way. It's proven
that.
pretty legit. I also think that's a
process,
really
but
cool
now I
thing. At least, I mean, I come from CS and that ranked stuff is messed. Like everyone cheats in that game. So having a actual ranked that is legit and you know they're not cheaters and they put up like scores like that, it's cool, man. A good way to make it for young people that are watching, like Primi and Karen. You got to be looking at that thinking, man, I can just grind ranked, and if I'm good enough, I'm getting picked up. Pretty cool.
Obviously, it's the best feeling we could ever have because, like, at the beginning of the year, we talked as a team that our goal this year is to make champs. Like, we didn't care about anything else. We needed time to blend in as a team because we're going international. But now we just made the dream come true. So, yeah.
And of course, I can't help but mention Primi, the new face, and he came guns a-blazing, and he really showed that who he is, like #1. And so I want to know how it's been like with him on board. For you guys had such a short time though.
So he's a very smart kid. So playing with him is very easy. We just try to install him on this and that, and we told him like, this is how we run our game. Are you familiar with this? If not, we'll teach you. And then he's like, oh, I understand. I need to do this. And then like, he's just very smart. So he's very adaptive and he just understands the game in the very big picture. So it's just easier for us to put him on any role.
So he's basically a flex.
He's basically the GOAT.
Oh,
Damn.
the GOAT. You heard it from Cruz
All right.
himself. And Abyss, you crushed that map. But we did an Abyss interview like before, and you told me the best way to run Abyss is to not run it or tell the other team to not choose it. So what was going through your mind when you saw Team Secret pick Abyss?
Well, we know it could be a possibility, but now that Split is out, we now have a very strong map pool. We play all 7 maps, and so good luck to all y'all.
Oh, we're coming. So that was all for was that like a cover, like what you said about Abyss?
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't tell you like all the strats and stuff. It's a tactical advantage.
Oh, sure. And nobody fell on Abyss today, so that was good.
It would have been me, but yeah, I got lucky.
You got lucky. So I'm guessing like preparing for Abyss with Primi on board wasn't anything special then. It was just like.
No, it's because, like I said, he knows what to do. Sometimes he even makes his own calls, his own adjustments, and we just tweak a bit of what we do, and then we just tell him what to do, and he's like, okay. And then the 4 of us already know what to do, so we already have a game plan set, so it's pretty easy.
Talon plus Alpha, Primi.
Yes, the GOAT.
The GOAT. Oh, my bad. And wait, Primi is Thai, so do you make orders in Thai or in English?
We do both. I do both. Technically, sometimes I like, if it's very urgent or if it's only the Thais alive, we speak Thai. Oh. And most of the time it's in English, and if he's like, huh, what? I'll just translate it in Thai.
Is that more work for you? Well, I'm guessing...
It's because I'm very used to speaking both languages anyways, so it's just like another conversation, like in like a normal day. You know, sometimes I speak to my friends in Thai, then English. So it's like I'm used to that.
All right, and you know, I want to hear about like. I feel like Talon, with the new addition on board, you guys are going through a perfecting process. So what percentage do you think you guys are at as of today?
I'll say 60, 70.
60, 70. How much of that percentage do you need to win against DRX tomorrow?
I mean, I think 70 is enough.
Oh, 70. Oh, so okay. And, you know, you're facing DRX, who've already secured their spot at Champs as well. So what's your mindset going into that? 70%, no worries?
Obviously, we said that we wanted to get as much experience for Primi before we head into the most important tournament of the year, which is why we'll just go in and ram you down.
Oh, you said that with such a sweet face. All right, good luck to you for tomorrow. And thank you for the interview. And that was Talon Esports' Cruise.
China playoffs?
And we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
Wait, it starts on the 13th, right?
Gen.G
or am I wrong?
DRX and Talon Esports.
When does China start? 16th, maybe?
Bye.
I looked at the schedule. I think I can do all of China. Apart from the Saturday, Sunday next week, the schedule clash. Okay. But I can do the main games for China. For watching.